Hey everybody, how's it going? All right, we are live here, and yeah. So I don't know when the drills are going to start, but we're making it happen. So just waiting. I don't know. It could still be another 90 minutes or whatever. Um, but uh, but I have the NFL Network feed up here, and we'll give live analysis. Brian will join me at some point coming up. So if you have any questions, you have any guys you want me to talk about, especially if we have some time before things get rolling, feel free to pop in the chat room and hook it up. I'm going to post this around a little bit here. All right, all right. But yeah, this will be kind of chill. We typically have the podcast a little more structured. We're just live streaming, so this will be pretty chill, taking questions, updating things live. We can't show the feed, obviously, of the combine. That would be copyright infringement. So it'll just be me at this point, hanging out with you. And you can always check out draftcountdown.com. If for my 40-time predictions are up there. I posted the official weights, bench reps, arm length, hand size that we have at this point. No one's actually given the appropriate measurements, so I'll probably update it late tonight. I imagine we'll get the official heights. Right now, NFL.com just has the rounded results, which is I can't handle it. It's been rough. It's been most of my day inputting those, trying to find the real things that aren't out there for whatever reason. They measured these guys, but yeah. So we obviously have some key storylines today. Quarterback wise, it looks like most of the quarterbacks are going to be throwing. Everyone except Matt Corral is going to be thrown at the combine, to the best of my knowledge, and a lot of them are not going to be working out. I'm going to be interested to see, but I'm going to be surprised if we see many of those players actually running the 40 and that kind of thing. I don't think we're going to see very many. But yeah, I mean, looking at the list here, looks like everyone's should be throwing at the very least. So that is good. We're going to see the receivers today. That's my favorite position. Got to get some fast players here. I have my 40-time predictions up there, and Calvin Austin from Memphis. He's going to run the low 4.3s. Danny Gray from SMU, I bumped down into the 4.3s today in my prediction. What other receivers do we have here? It's my last page. I have all the all-star game measurements and things I printed up and looking at. Obviously, some of the receivers aren't going to be running or working out, the guys that have been hurt. So Drake London from USC, Jameson Williams from Alabama, John Mechie from Alabama, et cetera, et cetera. So, there's a couple. That's a little disappointing that we aren't able to see run. Other fast guys, I think those are kind of some of the big ones that will be tossed in there. Let me pull up a sheet here. Here we go. I mean, Treylon Burks obviously is kind of the big center point. He's my wide receiver 1 for the NFL draft. If he can get into the 4.4s, I'll say if he can get to the mid 4.4s, I think it'd be spectacular. Low 4.5, maybe a little disappointing for Treylon Burks, but I think it'll be fine. And I think he's going to kill everything else as well. So that's kind of key. Jahan Dotson's another one. The receiver from Penn State came in lighter than his listed weight. He's listed at 182, came in at 179. So that's pretty good. I think Garrett Wilson from Ohio State also came in a little bit lighter. Yeah. So he came in down in the 180s. So that's I think some of these players, right, are getting a little bit light, and seeing what's going down. So as always, if you have any questions, you can pop them in the chat room, or if you're on Facebook or Twitter, you can pop those in there. Thanks, Brian. Brian's here. He still works, so yeah. I'll say I'm glad I took off work today because it was a little bit wild throughout the day trying to get everything, some of the numbers and all that. You get to see sneezing stream too. When I'm gonna be live streaming, this might be 6, 7 hours, and you'll get a little bit of everything. I'm gonna have to eat at some point. I still have tea and I still have my water, so I think I'll be holding out. Um, but yeah, that's kind of the plan here today. And then tight end wise, we talked about it on the podcast last night. If you haven't checked that out, then definitely check it out. Talked about this might be a nice separating point for these tight ends. We'll see exactly what everyone does. We didn't have too many, maybe about half, maybe a little over half do the bench. Notably, guys like Jalen Weidermeyer and Kate Otten and Isaiah Likely, Charlie Kohler did not the do the bench reps. The worst bench rep was Jake Ferguson at Wisconsin with 15, and Greg Dulcich at UCA with 16. The best, Jelani Woods, Virginia, 24. We had a couple 22s. Oregon State's Tegan Quideriano and San Diego State's Daniel Bellinger. So get a little bit of strength there as well. Cool. Thanks for the if you can like the video too, prop people up. I know some people are going to be popping in expecting to get like the NFL Network feed, but come on, it's not going to happen on YouTube, at least for very long. So that's where we're at. But I don't know. I've heard different things of kind of when the 40s are going to start. I think it could be as late as in an hour and a half. Though gotten some word today that it might start fairly soon. So, that'd be ideal. I would definitely take it earlier rather than later. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's fun. I still need to post this up a couple places. Try to hit everything. NFL news. Let's pop over to the Debbie Marketplace Discord here. Put it a couple places. All right, comment coverage all night. Boom, got that. I should probably put it on Facebook, I guess. We can get some people in. So, Dante, I don't know, because I'm actually watching on the NFL Network, so I'm not sure about the online stream because it's something I'm going to explore as we go. Like, which one is faster, essentially? So I'm going to watch whichever one is faster. I don't know if the TV feed I'm watching on YouTube TV is going to be better than the online feed directly. So I don't know. We'll see. Let me pop this over Facebook. I guess I'm not live streaming Combine. Post that. Boom. Do that. Okay, on Game Pass. Yeah, I mean, nothing too crazy today. Like, I don't know. I feel like everything that everyone's is talking about is what we expected, right? We expected Kenny Pickett's hands to be less than 9 inches. I thought 8.5 was where he would end up. I think he was 8.25 before the season. So he must have worked that thumb out a little bit. Got a little bigger hands in a couple months. We knew that. what fantasy-wise, Wan'Dale Robinson, the receiver out of Kentucky, came in, rounded a 5'8", so he even could be a little bit shorter or a little bit taller. I would guess a little bit shorter. I guess he's probably 5'7", 7'8", something like that. I think we kind of knew that was happening too. So far, I don't think there's been anything super crazy, in terms of heights, weights, that kind of thing. So we're going to start with the tight ends. Running the 40 to start. Austin Allen here from Nebraska. So looks like he's going to kick this off. I have him going, I think my prediction's 4.8s, low 4.8s. I think would be good for him. So 4.79 unofficially. Which, look, if these aren't unofficial times, obviously these aren't the laser times. These are hand timed on the NFL Network, so it's not exactly what what it's going to be. So he came in at 253 pounds today. If he gets in the 4.79 is pretty good. That you'd like ideally 4.75 or faster for tight ends if you want a guy that's going to be a productive receiver for you. I don't think Austin Allen is that guy. So I think that's, I think if he gets 4.79, he's a nice blocking number 2 tight end. Daniel Bellinger to San Diego State running next. He had a 4.63, which is better than I expected from him. Looks like Chase Allen from Iowa State did not run. So yeah, I mean, I had Daniel Bellinger. Let's see, I had Daniel Bellinger, also in the low 4.8. So 4.63. Really, really good. Bellinger, someone we've I don't know, ripped on a little bit in the podcast, but he's more of a blocking tight end. But he has some good traits. I think this is why he went to the Senior Bowl. He has some athleticism. Connor Hayward is super interesting, Nathan. I think I'm excited to see him run. I'm excited to see him go through the workouts because he's played some running back. He's probably going to be a fullback, H-back. We'll have to see him in like a Dallas or San Francisco. Sharp City Kev, welcome, man. Thanks for coming in. Hope you can hang out with us. I think it's going to be a fun day. I love these skill positions, so I'm excited to hang out with you and and all that. Grant Calcaterra from SMU running right now, former Oklahoma tight end, right? And he's a player who he looks like he just got a 4.63 unofficial. I had him at a 4.62. So that's about what I expected. That is fast enough for him. Let's see what he came in at today. He came in at 241 pounds. So that's about what he played at, about what he was listed at. Had many concussions, retired from football, and then transferred to SMU, had a really big receiving season. He's definitely a receiving tight end. So low 4.6s. You can't ask for much better than that when you're talking about probably a third-day prospect. That's kind of where it is. Now, Greg Dulcich, tight end from UCLA, this is a big 40 time, I think, because he was number 1 on Daniel Jeremiah's board this week at tight end. So came in 243 pounds, so pretty light. He's definitely in the Chip Kelly offense at UCLA. He was kind of that primary move tight end. So that's kind of where he's at. He could be a pass catching threat. That would be ideal ultimately. So let's see. He had a little false start there. Here's the first run for him. 4.61. That's pretty good. I should probably just leave this up here. I had him a 4.65, so 4.61's a good time. I felt like I was a little conservative on my tight end times. I didn't put anyone. I think I put only a couple guys in the 4.5 range. Tight ends are tough. It's tough. I feel like it's tough because even the weights don't always reflect this, the build. And the build, I think, sometimes affects the speed, right? Sometimes you get guys that don't, weigh a little less, but but they're kind of built more to be a blocking tight end, that kind of deal. That's the difference. And obviously it's pretty rapid fire, but if you ever have any questions, pop them in the chat. I'll post them on screen. I'll get to them when we have a chance, and definitely hit that up. Feel free to share the stream as well. If you can give it a like, share it. Hey, tell people you're watching if you enjoy it, and we can do this. So I think it'll be good. We'll keep tweeting it out. I guess people probably get sick of me. Oh yeah. Jake Ferguson from Wisconsin up next for the 40. Had a pretty good Senior Bowl week. I think he's a guy that I'm intrigued to see. I have him to 4.7 was my prediction. He could be faster than that. Oh, 4.77 unofficial. It's a little disappointing. We'll see how the second run goes, but yeah, those Wisconsin tight ends generally not known for their speed per se. He is a good blocker. I think he's good at settling down, finding the hole in the defense. That's what I kind of like about Jake Ferguson ultimately. So we'll see. Next, we have one of the fullbacks, fullback H-back types. That is Jeremiah Hall from Oklahoma. Probably the top guy. We talked about Connor Hayward, but those two are probably the top kind of fullback H-back players. We don't have too many pure fullbacks. I don't think we have any pure fullbacks at the combine. 4.79 for Jeremiah Hall to start here. So that's a little worse than I expected. And I think that kind of cements him definitely in that tight end role, right? Or you're using him in an H-back kind of formation, not he played tight end. That's I think in Oklahoma's system, he wasn't in the backfield very much. So Peyton Hendershot from Indiana is the next up. He ran a 4.8 here unofficially for the first time. He has an interesting story because he was having a really strong career, had some false allegations against him that were cleared. He kind of came back, had a decent season. And he's maybe a late round pick, I think at best. As you can see, not like super athletic. If he's in that 4.8 range, once again, you want to hit 4.75 at least if you're a bigger tight end. So I think Hendershot could be a little bit interesting. Here's Connor Hayward from Michigan State. He runs an unofficial 4.73. So that's decent. Like I said, that falls under that 4.75 thresh mark. I had him at kind of a 4.68. So it's close-ish. I think he could should be a little bit faster. But he's tough. Cam Hayward's brother, son of Ironhead Hayward, Connor Hayward. They've been talking him up on the NFL Network all day. But he came in at 233 pounds. So, you want it a little faster than that. Chris Hodges, Arizona State, 4.83. He's definitely going to be more of a number 2, number 3 tight end, I think, fringe draftable type. 257. He's one of the heavier tight ends. I think he said he was second only to Jelani Woods from Virginia, who's 6'7". So, Hodges is Hodges is also very tall. He's also in that 6'7" range. So we have a couple of these like big 6'7" tight ends in this draft, which we don't always get. Is very interesting ultimately. But and from a fantasy perspective, this tight end class is tough, I think, to kind of dictate. I think Greg Dulcich, UCLA, running that 4.61 at his size, that's really, really good. That is going to be a pretty solid, pass catching tight end in the NFL. That's exactly what he did in college. And I think if he continues this workout, I think we could see Greg Dulcich definitely as a day 2 player. And he could threaten round 2. I think this is a big opportunity for him to show that. And the drills, too, I think are kind of important for him to for him to see, because if he looks pretty fluid, shows he can block a little bit, shows a little bit of that strength, that's kind of the downside with him, is he doesn't have that kind of upper body strength and movement that you look for. So looks like we're at commercial. I'll try to keep an eye out and see if we get times, if they're I imagine they're going to just keep on rolling here as we go through. But yeah, I mean, I'd like to see Connor Hayward go somewhere where they'll use his versatility. Well, they'll move him around. We saw in the bowl game this year, man. I mean, he caught 2 touchdowns against Pitt. He was pretty, it was pretty awesome. Okay. So I'll see if I don't see anything yet, but keep an eye out. Good question, Kevin. Teams, the candidates for the first tight end off the board. I mean, I think we're looking around 2. I think the Jets are probably number 1. They have been talking to a lot of tight ends. They coached Trey McBride from Colorado State in the Senior Bowl. So I think they'd kind of be my top candidate for that. But I think you could see late round 2. I think we could see the first tight end come off the board later in round 2. Then I think it opens up. I think the Chargers, LA Chargers, I don't expect Jared Cook to kind of stick. I think Darnell Parham's probably a better number 2 tight end. And the team that we've heard when talking to these tight ends at the combine, that have talked to the most tight ends, have been the Dallas Cowboys, right? I mean, Dalton Schultz is a free agent. If they don't tag him, we just found out today Blake Jarwin just had another surgery, so he might not be ready for the season. I think a rookie tight end in Dallas is likely. I think it's highly likely if we see Dalton Schultz go somewhere else. They almost have to have that. So that is, that's kind of my thoughts. Let me see if I have my mock handy. I can look, see if anyone else sticks out. But that would be my guess. I think sometimes tight end can be a little bit tricky, because some teams like to, run that kind of 12 personnel and definitely want a good second tight end. Like, I think we could see a team like Baltimore take a tight end earlier than we think this season, or a team like even Philadelphia, if they don't invest in a receiver early, could be something. Looks like we're back with Chiaquanco from Maryland, ran a 4.54. He's kind of a tight end receiver hybrid. I heavily estimated what he would do. And Cole Turner from Nevada, 4.76, which is not a great time for him. I thought Cole Turner would have a shot at getting into the 4.5s. He's athletic, but that didn't quite happen on that first run. We'll see how the second run goes. Looks like we missed a couple of they cut to commercial on some of the better guys. I haven't seen times for them, so I'm sure we'll get that at some point. We'll get some infographic. But Jelani Woods from Virginia is running now, one of Brian's favorites there. 6'7", 259. And 4.61 is a crazy good time for him. I mean, that's a really good time for a guy that's 6'7", pushing 260. Let me see where he came in today. John, he came in at 259. So, that's really good. I mean, that's gonna be a RAS score right there. If that hits. So yeah, Jelani Woods, best bench as well. That's a player that like Brian said, could move up into that day 2 range. Austin Allen running again, 4.84. Yeah, look, Maryland has some good players. I like Nick Cross from the safety too from Maryland this year. So so Maryland had some good guys this season. And Austin Allen did not run as well the second time. I mean, Jelani Woods looks like he might be on his way to a high 9 RAS score there. Daniel Bellinger's second one, 4.68, which I think is a little more appropriate. I wonder if that first run might be a little bit quick, but still, mid 4.6s is really good for him ultimately. This out, I'll pin this tweet here. Grant Calcaterra up next. Boom. 4.63 the first time. Let's pin this to the profile. Boom. Got it. Calcaterra with false start. Hey, ATB, what's up? Welcome. Thanks for hopping in, guys. I appreciate it. Kevin, how does RAS score calculate when players don't do all the drills? So if someone doesn't do anything, it basically leaves it as a wash, right? So it's just not included in that final score. I think they just weigh higher for the things that they did ultimately. So it marks it as an incomplete profile. If they only did like one thing, then it won't be as included. You have to like absolutely crush that one thing, right? So we had Kent on the Draft Countdown podcast. We're having him on the Devy Marketplace podcast the next week. So remind me, I go ask him that too. Because we're definitely going to have a lot of players that have some incomplete profiles. But they have to do something, not just weigh in, I think, to get included. So yeah, thanks everyone for hopping in. Or if you can like the video, if you're on YouTube or Facebook, and you can share it with people, that'd be awesome. Grant Calcaterra, SMU, another 4.63. So it looks like that's where he'll settle in, which is pretty good, but probably not eye-popping enough to put him in day 2 with the medical. The medical will be the biggest thing for him, but with the medical, he'll probably be a day 3 player ultimately. So I'm hoping they don't go to commercial, miss some of the other players that we didn't get to see. Greg Dulcich back up. Yeah, so Chigzokwanu might be more receiver than tight end, right? He has that 4.54 here, which is like pretty good at his size. I think he came in 238. So I mean that'd be really good for a receiver. You could flip him over there. It's probably still a pretty good score. Like RAS wise, his size for a tight end isn't great, but his size for receivers, right, is like off the charts. So player to keep in mind. I mean, I think day 3 there's going to be some super athletic tight ends getting drafted that have a lot of upside. We talked about that on the podcast this week, which is interesting. So we'll see between Iguanu and Jelani Woods. It's a lot to like here. All right, I see Greg Dulcich can get into the 4.5s here. 4.73. That is 2 drastically different times for his unofficials. 4.61, 4.73. Now they take the best time, obviously with the laser timing. So what you're seeing on NFL Network is unofficial. That's all hand timed, and the laser time is, the laser start is what is used for the official time that we'll get later today. So that's the difference. They'll take the best time of the 2. That is official. I imagine Dulcich 4.61 might not send up quite that fast. I think usually they're pretty close, but we've had some that are, we've had some that are pretty all over the place, like drastically different from the unofficial time. Someone just hits the thing wrong, and that can happen. So don't be surprised if you see a drastically different score officially and time officially, especially for the 40. The other ones, everything's pretty is official once announced because it's pretty well measured. So see if Jake Ferguson can improve on his time. I'm hoping he can get to the low 4.7s. That'd be great for him ultimately. And we'll see. Kicking off with like I said, the quarterbacks. I don't know how many of them are going to run. I think Sam Howell's not. Malik Willis is not. Matt Corral's not. So that should go pretty quickly. All right, here's Jake Ferguson running 4.82. So the second unofficial not as good. Jake Ferguson, Wisconsin, 4.77. He came in today at 250 pounds, which it was a little heavier than he came in at the Senior Bowl. He came in 6'4", 3/8 and 244. Where a lot of, especially the receivers, but a lot of these players came in, actually came in a little bit lighter, try to come in a little bit lighter. So let me mark that up because Brian's here.
I'll take care of it. I got
you. Look, I was pretty close there. I don't know how to switch us, though. You'll have to do that because I'm not sure. Oh. You just got to put up the Herbert toss in the background. At Jeremiah Hall, Oklahoma. Second one was like 4.98, another big differential between the two. Here's another one. I think I was hoping when we talk H-back that he'd be a little bit quicker than that. But that second one probably get tossed out if it's really that big of a difference. That's a Peyton Hendershot. Hopefully they don't go to commercial the same exact point.
It's like when the Bengals come on the clock during the draft. You can guarantee commercial break is coming.
Yeah, no Bengals fans are watching the draft. Not this year. Now you're at 31. They'll be done. Peyton Hendershot of Indiana, 4.83 for a second unofficial time. Pretty close. He had a 4.80 at the start, so probably low 4.8s probably settles in somewhere in there.
So I got to know, Shane, what is our difference on live? Or are you on watching the NFL stream, or are you cable television?
I'm watching YouTube TV. I'm watching the.
So I think I'm going to be ahead of you. So I'm going to try.
What are you watching?
DirecTV.
Oh, well, that's fine. Just you then you'll have. I mean, that just means you're going to have to go.
Oh,
that just means you have to dictate.
Connor Hayward 4.77. That's
for the second one.
So I see the best time here that I missed was Chigi Okonkwo, Maryland 4.54. How did that look, Shane?
Really good. I mean, he looks like a receiver. I think he could even mark that down to a receiver. He might even end up at receiver in the NFL.
So he measures
238.
238. Don't know. I guess the height.
The height was 6'2" and 1/8, I think, at the All-Star game. So
yeah, he's a receiver, right?
He's I think he's going to be a big receiver.
Ultimately. I never saw it with Curtis Hodges. I saw he's 4.83, 4.86 here with his times. I didn't see a whole lot of. I got to draft this guy when I was watching the Arizona State tape this year.
Yeah, I mean I think he's going to be a blocking tight end. He came in at 257. Him and Johnny Woods both are massive, but obviously a large difference here in athletic ability between the two of them, where Hodges is this 4'8" guy. He's not a very agile player in space either. And, Woods doing the opposite there for you, your boy. We'll see Chigs here What did he run his second one?
4.52. He comes in on his second one. So
so
he looks like he's going to be the guy this year. What did Turner go in his first run?
Not good.
Oh, no.
I think it was. I
4.76.
4.76, which is not good to me for him. No, I mean, when your game is just catching the football,
not especially not that's going to be way off for you, right? Well, you were way off with the Congo as well, but
sure, yeah, I was. Well, I knew a couple of these I'd be off first time, but you live, you learn. We'll see what maybe a second one for Turner.
What about Isaiah Likely? What did he go?
I don't think he ran. So I feel like we skipped half the page after Curtis Hodges. It went, Okonkwo and then straight to Cole Turner. Like no Ruckert, no McBride, no Kohler. Turner 4.77. That's disappointing. I think that probably knocks him down.
He's out of my. If he wasn't already out of my top 100, he is now.
Yeah.
But Jelani Woods 4.61. I do like that, Shane. Yeah. I do like that.
We'll see what the official comes in, but I mean, either way, it's going to be impressive. I mean, at 6'7", 259.
That to me is more impressive than Okonkwo, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think Woods
4.62 on Woods' second run.
4.62. So he's right there, and that's good too to see that consistency. A couple of them have had a much slower second run, so it's going to come in low 4.6s ultimately.
So it looks like we're heading to commercial break, Shane. If you need, or maybe not, they're just showing Chris Spielman.
Yeah, Chris Spielman.
What does that mean? Special assistant to the president is.
That means
like there's an office joke here, right?
No, look, it just means he gets to be a top dog in the organization and give his opinion and make millions.
It doesn't have to do anything.
Like in college, he had a radio show in Columbus. I would always call in during draft season and start just spouting things off, and they would make fun of me. They'd be like, "Who's this guy? Like, think he's Mel Kiper? Like calling in and like talking about these draft prospects." So,
what can you do?
Yeah, that's fine. But so I'm a little disappointed that a lot of these top tight ends didn't run. Jalen Watermeyer, Isaiah.
Do you think this is going to be a start of a trend we're going to see over these next 4 days? Shane?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's probably, I don't know. I feel like defensively, maybe there's a little bit more to gain to do it, but that is kind of upsetting to just have half the tight ends and probably 75% of the day 2 possibilities not run. I know the pro day times are getting closer. We had Kent on; he talked about that, but it still would have been nice to see.
You want the apples to apples, not apples to oranges.
It would have been nice, and so maybe we'll ding them a little bit on the pro day times, and I can understand maybe a guy like Jalen Watermeyer who's not going to be super fast, or Charlie Kohler, but like if you're Isaiah Likely, you could have stolen the show, right?
Yeah, I honestly thought he could have gone sub 4.5 or very close to it.
I mean, then you think he definitely will then at the pro day? Like,
I think at worst he's a 4.51 guy.
Yeah, I mean, I had him 4.57, being conservative, but I thought I was being conservative with Cole Turner too, and I'm a tenth of a second off. So
yeah, that's very.
That's how it is.
I'm gonna be honest. For as much as I've
there's Zach's special assistant to the president.
Exactly.
Thanks. That's perfect. I mean, the Lions do owe Chris Spielman something, maybe a ring, because he should have had one while he played. So,
but I must say, as much as I've watched Nevada over the last 2 years, specifically to watch their offensive triumvirate there, I could not be more disappointed from what I've seen this offseason or this postseason and everything from their three prospects, starting with Turner's runs today. I don't think Romeo Dubs, if he runs, is going to be great either. And I went on and on about my disappointment in Carson Strong from the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
So
did you feel Cole Turner, Senior Bowl wise, was a disappointment as well, or?
I thought he didn't do anything to stand out above the other tight ends there. I mean, it was a really good group there. So my thought process was if Cole Turner can come in here and stand out above these guys, that's going to be great. But he didn't. He was sort of middle of the pack of the 10 tight ends they had there.
Yeah. So.
Or we're comparing Greg Dulcich to George Kittle here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, that's fine. I mean, George Kittle could block, which is helpful. Like I think Greg Dulcich, I mean, if that 4.61 sticks, that's a really
that's a good time.
Really good time. And like I was talking about, I mean, I think in that Chip Kelly offense, you do get to see from a pass catching tight end perspective, everything. He literally ran nearly a full route tree there. You just have some fear of like what, basically you need an offense that's going to line him up on the slot, that's going to move him around, because I wouldn't want him on the line coming off the line.
I can't remember who was tweeting about it earlier this week, but there was 2 separate reps in their game against Oregon where he was tasked with trying to block Kayvon Thibodeau. I don't know if you saw this, Shane, but exactly how it's in your mind right now, how you think those 2 reps went is exactly how those 2 reps went.
Yeah. I seem to recall. I definitely watched that, and that's probably where all my blocking notes for Dulcich on the negative side came from, ultimately. But it was never good. That's not what he's going to be drafted to do. So if you're drafting him, then you want a guy that you can use, ultimately.
How did podcast favorite Daniel Bellinger run?
Very good, very good. He actually went. He had 2 very different times, if I remember correctly. No, his was low 4.6s. He'll probably end up in officially. So that's really good for me. I mean, that's if it ends up 4.63 to 4.65. That's really good for him, because I thought maybe he could even be a high 4.7 guy, and I may have even predicted a lot worse than that. So.
Yeah, he's probably going to be, like I said, and I think we've talked about it, he's going to be drafted a lot higher than I think either one of us think he should be.
Yeah, probably more than anyone will have him or think he should be, but
he seems to be well thought of in NFL circles more than he is in draft Twitter circles, I should say.
And I mean, not to harp on the Drew Sample story, right? But I mean, we've seen blocking tight ends that have the requisite athleticism get drafted higher than the pass catching, fantasy football guys, right? And that's Daniel Bellinger. Could go high enough that he's a good number 2. Someone, maybe a Baltimore drafts him high, right, to be that number 2 tight end that they use in the 12, 12 formation. So getting into the drills here, I guess we're both on different ends. So you feel free to jump in. I could jump in when.
So it looks like we're running some routes, some ball tracking drills here, maybe. So tell everybody what that you're looking for here to see out of this particular route that they're running. And it looks like everybody's out here running the routes, by the way, that didn't run the 40s.
Right, which is good. At least we'll see those drills. Just like you said, it really is kind of going to be two aspects to me. When we're getting into the route tree, how do they move within that route tree? How's the footwork? Is there some sharpness there? You can see kind of the explosion on cuts. And then ball tracking is a big part of this drill. Is, do you know when to look back, when to locate the ball? Are they kind of looking back too long? And, that could be kind of getting nervous and trying to make sure you catch it and then they slow down, or are they falling through till the end of the play? So like Austin Allen, I think just turned back pretty early. And this first route is pretty streamlined. You're not doing a lot of like route running here. It's kind of a straight line, look up, track the ball kind of deal.
Trying to see if all the quarterbacks are throwing or if it's just a certain handful here. I can't really tell.
Yeah, I think it's tough. See, boom. So Grant Calcaterra, they're kind of slowed up at the end. Like you want to see them track it, and it depends where the quarterback's throwing it to, ultimately. So, like Jake Ferguson, I think just looks kind of slow. Just like running down. He always looks like he's kind of running through sand.
I'm gonna try to pause my feed.
All right, yeah.
So I'm at Connor Hayward. When you see Connor Hayward go, you tell me when.
All right, Connor Hayward is just started running, and he just caught the football.
Okay. So that kind of puts us on some sort of cohesiveness here.
Yeah, I mean, Curtis Hodges, like I said, I think you look at like him and Charlie Kohler, right? Both maybe more kind of blocking two-way guys. I think Kohler looks a lot smoother running his routes. Isaiah Likely looks like a friggin' receiver. I mean, he just really explosive off the line. And Trey McBride, I think one of the big issues is he's just not super athletic,
He looks good on the hoof, though.
He does. I mean, he can catch anything, and I think there's a lot of tight ends like that. I think on NFL Network they kind of compared him maybe even to like a Jason Witten type,
Well, here's a guy I don't know much about, Tegan Quatoriano.
He drops the football, but I mean, I think he's another one that is is bigger. He's going to be a blocking guy ultimately. So Jelani Woods look good there. Yeah, I think even Jalen Watermeyer, not super explosive off the snap. Like you want to see them get into that route really quickly too.
I don't know. I'm going to lose on Jelani Woods. I can tell you that.
You're going to what?
I'm going to lose on him, on where he's going to, because he's going to be in my top 100. And he's probably not going to be drafted the top.
Look, I mean, I think today could put him up in there. We were talking, you mentioned on the podcast yesterday, like that. Five. I mean,
there were 10 tight ends at the Senior Bowl, and he wasn't one of them. And I can't. I don't know. I don't know if I would get a direct. Before. Yeah, I don't know if I would get a direct answer. If I was able to ask the question.
No.
But it's just like I would wonder why he wasn't there. I don't know. I mean, I feel like his production, and obviously he's athletic enough to have been there. I don't know. Makes no sense to me. And there were other guys that backed out that would have been technically hit, like Cade Otton, who that we know had an invite, but was injured. And obviously, he's not working out here either.
Right. Yeah, he's not going through this. So, or who knows? There's a lot of different cases. Like he accepted that and went from there. So, accepted invite to the other All-Star game and then decided to stick that out. That can happen too. So, it looks like we're getting a sled drill here. See some of that blocking ability. Here's where the Curtis Hodges of the world can shine. The Quatorianos come out with a little bit of oomph here.
I love how we just got a graphic showing how the sled's going to move.
Oh, look, sometimes you want to know before it happens. I'm not supposed to. Austin Allen.
For a guy that's 6'8", 253, I don't know if this is the best part of his game.
Well, yeah, I think it's the problem with Austin Allen is just he's not great at anything. He's not bad at anything, but he doesn't specialize anywhere, right? Like you can't put him out
He's
there.
He's going to be a damn fine number 2 tight end.
So you want to try to see them kind of drive that backwards and get some of that leverage underneath. See how low these guys can hit the bag, right? That's good. So like Chase Allen he drove it straight back. Austin Allen did not. He kind of got curved around. You want to see a straight drive, use that kind of lower body strength, kind of pop it, right? So like you can see Bellinger, really good footwork there. I don't know if we're still aligned or not, but
we're not. I think I've gone too far back.
Oh no. Well, feel free to just hop in. So, and Calcaterra couldn't move the sled. So that's the difference there, right?
And this is the problem with Calcaterra, right?
Oh, yeah.
This is not who he is.
No, he's never been that. He wasn't that at Oklahoma. That's why Jeremiah Hall was there. Why Austin Stogner was there. Dulcich, not too bad, but you can see him kind of get super upright in that block, right? And so that's the problem. He can't get that blocking leverage.
This should be textbook here, right? Like this guy should know how to block.
Yeah, Jake Ferguson in Wisconsin, struggling a little bit. I mean, I think he got good leverage and a good pop, but couldn't maybe stood up a little bit too much. See, and you can see Hall really stay low through that, and that gives him, right, and that's what he's good at too. That's important, right? When you want to pop and drive and run blocking, you want to stay underneath the pads of that defender and be able to use your lower body strength to its advantage. Connor Hayward, that was interesting. It was good, but it was weird. It was a little weird. All right, Curtis Hodges.
Oh no, Curtis Hodges.
Oh yeah,
struggling there.
And that could be the problem sometimes being too tall. That's why sometimes you hear people say on offensive linemen like maybe they're a little bit too tall.
That was Curtis Hodges, by the way, currently tight end 24 for me.
There you go. Charlie Kohler lost his footing a little bit, but he was doing all right there. Let's see, Isaiah Likely had a good Senior Bowl block for Sam Howell for the touchdown there in the game.
It's like he struggled with his hands a little bit, but didn't have any problems moving the sled because, you could just tell how explosive he is.
Yeah, right. I mean, he exploded into it almost too much. Too much. McBride, textbook. Beautiful. I mean, McBride just perfect. I mean, that was almost perfect. Trey McBride from Colorado State. Let's see, Ikwanu had the good 40 time and just pushed it. He kind of pushed it up. So you're not going to move it backwards when you push it up. That's ideal. Quatoriano, couldn't.
Got a little off.
Too tall. It's not a great drill if you're 6'8". It's not great.
Well, let's hold that thought until we see Jelani Woods in just a second. Let's see where he's at.
Jelani Woods.
See Cole Turner, no clue what he's doing. No clue at all.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's not his game either.
He never did it. So 6'7" Jelani Woods had no problems at all moving that sled.
It still was tricky. It still was tricky for him. But it's good.
Weidermeyer pushed the sled over.
Yeah, just pushing it to. I mean, look, I think that would have been nice. I would have taken Weidermeyer flipping it over, but not he once again popped it too high when you want to kind of hold and go. I think I like this drill a little bit better than the sled, right? When you get someone holding the bag and you actually get to kind of walk them back a little bit. You get to see the explosive hands and the hand movement kind of working for you. So it's more for like hands and positioning. A little bit.
I was at this point wondering if we were starting to have a Deebo Samuel highlight tape here. which is never a bad thing.
George Kittle time. That's, you want a guy that can do both things and that had like good workouts then.
It's like we're probably going to head to another commercial here.
Yeah, they're probably on this transition. We'll see. I don't know if they'll pop back in the middle of it or what, but
we should all buy a Lexus. That's what this ad is telling us.
Look, if any of the any of the viewers out there want to buy either of us a Lexus, we are happy to.
We will take it.
We will take a company car for Draft Countdown LLC.
We'll even throw a wrap on there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep tweeting this out till people get sick of me.
So while we've got some downtime, or you just want to wait, I'll save the Kenny Pickett jokes until the quarterback's.
Oh yeah.
Come on now.
Like we're dig into there somewhere.
I literally sat and searched through 15 pages of GIFs this morning to find the Deadpool small hand.
Oh my god. It makes me it all makes me mad. Okay. I thought someone was sending me something good. But yeah, if you have any questions, I know it gets a little rapid fire, but feel free to pop them in the chat and we'll put them up on the screen and answer them, especially during these commercial breaks. We can kind of catch up on those as we go. Feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't, and give us a like. We'll be here all 4 days as well. So it appears it's going the full 6 hours or 7 hours or whatever. I don't know. They're going one by one.
You got that coffee pot going there, Shane?
My wife's coming home with coffee with Starbucks here, I think. So I got tea, I got water.
I've got some tea on the stove right now.
I was gonna say you have a child. I don't have that to take care of. So
we'll see how this goes. For those who will tune in tomorrow, for the O-line and running backs, it's probably going to start about like we did today. Shane will be solo for about an hour or so. I actually got in a little bit earlier today because I had a doctor's appointment, so I left for work a little bit early today. And but tomorrow I'll probably be in around 4:15, 4:30. So Shane will be solo in it for about an hour and a half tomorrow until I get in from the old day job there.
No worries.
I used vacation time for the Senior Bowl, Shane.
Oh, look, that was well worth it. So this is, we're not there, so it's all good.
I also have six vacation days slotted for Disney in September. So.
That helps. Probably better to use than to come back to watch the combine on TV for an extra hour that you can just get. That's just the 40 times that you can get yourself. So we can just see the numbers at the end, and that's what matters.
I'll follow along on Twitter or I'll watch the live stream while I'm at work, because what are they going to do? Nobody monitors me there anyway, unless anybody from my current occupation is watching this live stream at this time. I don't watch YouTube at work.
Correct. So
that would be unethical. So just saw Kent Lee Platt at MathBomb on Twitter posting some of his Raz cards through the 40s for the tight ends, and Jelani Woods got a whole lot of green there, Shane.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, what do we? Now we're doing a little gauntlet here, which for tight ends is always interesting. What the gauntlet shows is that body control. Can you adjust quickly to the football where it is if it's not right in front of you? How do you run in that straight line and kind of turn your body toward the football too? It's good. So what I really like it is you can't think about catching the football much. So you see when guys catch it in their body, which is how you get drops, right? So I really like to see the extension, like to see the hands kind of on reaction. Is always good. Do they catch it outside and then bring it in? Is key. So like Connor Hayward had one catch kind of in the body, and then he corrected, which is good. It's done pretty well so far. I just started Charlie Kohler here. He's really holding his hands kind of low and toward himself. I like the guys that like don't actually catch it. Like they're just like they barely even catch it and just throw it. Let's see what Isaiah Likely does here. Yeah, really good extension by Isaiah Likely. Even the one that he didn't catch that was kind of way off. I mean, none of those balls were right to him, and he
caught every one that wasn't at his shoestrings.
Yeah.
So
even the shoestring one, like he was close. So that's good. And like this is what McBride does well. You can see he doesn't look super fast and quick, but I mean, he just easily
catches everything. And like I said, he looks like a tight end. Trey McBride does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas I'm taller than Chigoziem Okonkwo.
Are you?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess you are. I guess that's true. I have seen you. I have stood next to you. I am not. I don't think I'm taller than anyone at the combine. So this year.
Oh, you're not taller than like even Calvin Austin or those guys?
I don't think so.
Oh no.
How tall's Calvin Austin? Here, he's on my sheet. No, I am not. I'm probably pretty close. We're probably similar, but 5'7", he's above that. Yes.
I would measure in at 6'031, Shane, if we were.
There you go.
And according to the doctor's office just now, a nice round 253.
There you go.
Tight end. I told you last time on the podcast. Built like a tight end.
You're pretty much Johnny.
Measurable wise, anyway. I'm not actually built like a tight end.
Yeah.
I don't look anything like these guys.
So like Cole Turner caught a lot of things into his body, and you see Jelani Woods use that extension, use those long arms to catch him.
Quick note on Jelani Woods to kind of let's damper his to damper this love parade that I've got going on for him. He will be 24 as a rookie.
That's true. Jalen Weidermeyer, who I don't think is 21 yet. I thought that was a really nice, smooth gauntlet drill. He didn't really extend to the football, but did catch away from his body, and he kind of ran to the football. Like even the passes weren't super accurate. He kind of hit right in there. So I actually thought that was pretty impressive by him. A pretty good drill. All right, looks like we're starting to get some verticals in for the wide receivers as well. So if I get distracted here, it's me putting those into our database. Ultimately, I could get official heights. Anyone wants to send those my way, that'd be great. So still don't have official heights.
So we're basically going to just be putting a lot of 6010s. if we don't get anything officially,
we have to get them at some point. Dulcich, really, yeah, that was. I didn't catch his whole thing the first time. That was really good on the gauntlet. But yeah, it's wild. Jahan Dotson with a higher vertical than Traylon Burks. 36 to 33.
It's a little surprising.
It is interesting, yeah.
We
still have that bet on Burks. You still think sub 4.4, so
I do.
Are you
225 late is working in my favor.
Style. You better just hope he gets sub 4.5. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that wouldn't be good.
I thought they would get the 4.4s,
but I don't see myself as much of a prognosticator of athleticism either. So
true. Well, look, I mean, my 40 times.
That was literally the only one I took a stab at out of all of these players at the combine.
Let's see. Daniel Bellinger here. I thought. Oh. Yeah, I mean, not bad. So another thing to look for in the gauntlet drill is how close to the line they kind of stick. You can see Bellinger kind of waving toward the ball. Ideally, you want to like Jalen Watermeyer was straight down the line, and that's good to see. You don't want to cheat, That's kind of a cheating it a little bit.
Interesting comparison between I saw like Bellinger's career numbers just now compared to like say Trey McBride, same conference. Bellinger played at San Diego State, McBride at Colorado State. McBride had 90 catches this year. Bellinger 68 in his entire collegiate career.
Yeah. So yeah, then you start. I have to go back and watch him. I think Greg Dulcich, that was beautiful, just a great extension,
and actually kept it on the line.
Yep, kept on the line. Whereas Ferguson, he was going straight there for a little bit.
He starts weaving there for a little bit. There.
He has nice hands though. Like I think. I don't know. Jake Ferguson's one of those like Jack Doyle's. Like if he gets a chance, I think he can be productive, but you just gonna always want someone better. You know what I mean?
Is he? I just don't think I'm comfortable with him in the first 2 days for sure.
No,
and there isn't. I'm gonna be honest. I guess we won't really know until we get a full complete, 40s on all these guys, but I'm not sure at this point how comfortable I am with how many tight ends actually in the first 3 rounds. The number may be around 4.
Yeah, I can see it go either way. Because I think teams could want. Yeah, I think there's a lack of tight ends in the NFL, and I think teams could maybe jump on end of day 2, maybe reach a little bit, or like you said, maybe they could just wait till day 3 and. Hey, there's enough out there. I like them all. Curtis Hodges' arms are just so long. Just wild.
Did they use him a lot, like in the red zone?
Yeah, they used him a little bit in the red zone. I think in comparison to the rest of the Arizona State pass catchers, he was used a lot, if that makes sense. Arizona State was not exactly throwing the football much this year. So
smooth.
Yeah. I mean, likely just looks
likely will be tight end 1 for me when this is all said and done.
Tight end 1. Ooh.
Tight end 1. I'm ready to go there.
Yeah. I mean, I want to see what McBride and Watermeyer run at their pro days. I think are going to be big. I think it's going to be close between those two for me. For sure. Because I think both look the part. They're both pretty raw. I mean, McBride especially is rocked up, but I think that'll be close. That's there. All right.
So what was the estimated time for? I assume the QBs are next, of which like one of them is going to run the 40.
So I think we'll have more than one, but I'm not sure if they must be rotating through. If the receivers are doing the vertical right now, then I would imagine the quarterbacks run next, but that would make sense. But the 33-inch vertical for Traylon Burks is not.
That's a little upsetting.
It's not good. So hopefully he does get in the 4.3s. Then I think is or maybe it's maybe you can do a little DK Metcalf situation, right? I think is fear. I know as a fantasy guy, it's my fear with him. He played mostly in the slot at Arkansas. It's probably not going to be his game. See what that explosion, if that explosiveness isn't there.
That's upsetting.
A little bit. I still think he's going to go pretty high, but that's. I think the hope for like an elite receiver in this class, he was the chance that we had. Absolutely. Once again, if you are watching on YouTube, make sure you go over to youtube.com/thedraftcountdown. If you're not, and subscribe to the channel. Give us a like. If you have any questions, YouTube, Facebook, pop them in the chat. Twitter, I think you can post things. So that's and we'll answer them on these commercial breaks. I'm just gonna make Brian keep adjusting his TV set till he feels like he's aligned with me.
I feel like it's okay.
All
I'm
right.
watching Nicky Woods get some cold cuts right now, which is always great to see.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Anybody have any takes on IHOP out there as I'm getting that commercial right now on DirecTV? I am not a fan.
It's fine. I don't know. Like, it's a diner. Like, I feel like every diner is just the same. That's the chain. It's fine.
Waffle House or nothing, man.
We don't have those here.
Oh, sorry.
So I'll get the Waffle House. Yeah, it looks like 33-inch vert is about 20th percentile. That is a big red on the Raz card there for Trimbergs. Big red spot. All right. Ooh, that Trey McBride sparkly football. I like it. Danny Gray with a 34-inch vert. Danny Gray's going to have a nice Raz score here.
He was one of the faster guys at the Senior Bowl. He had to bow out early after a couple of days of practice, but he made some big plays on those first couple of days. And I want to say that like two of the fastest times on the GPS came on the same play where Danny Gray outran Tariq Woolen. And Woolen had to run and chase him, and they both went over like 22 mile an hour on the same play.
Oh,
Zach knows what's
right.
up.
That's right. Yeah. Waffle House 101. Yeah. I wish we had Waffle House. Yeah, I mean, I adjusted my prediction today for him. I had him definitely way off, but I went to the high 4.3s for him, I think. So Danny Gray from SMU. Now, those kind of players can be like early 4th round picks. He plays special teams. He's fast. He's athletic. Ooh, there you go. Ty Freifogel with a 39-inch vert. The highest so far.
He's a forgotten name. You don't hear, I guess, I mean.
No, sorry, just to comment on that, when you go to NFL.com, they probably fixed it by now. When you go to participants, he is not on the list for receivers. They don't have him listed. Like, he's not graded. So it's like he's very forgotten.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought he would be at the Senior Bowl just because he was kind of local, kind of ish within 50 miles.
Yeah.
So, but he did not. So
here we have another kind of flat route. So you're looking at kind of how quick can they get out to the flat, turn around, and then adjust the football. Like Greg Dulcich, another great drill for him. I thought Jeremiah Hall looked good there too. And yeah, do they kind of attack the football? It's always good.
Peyton Hendershot was kind of a more well thought about guy a couple of seasons ago, but he's kind of like down a little bit now.
Yeah, I mean, his story is just unfortunate. Then I think it may have taken some luster out, but he could outperform his draft position. I think he can make an NFL roster. There's Isaiah Likely just, gets off that line to the flat really quickly. McBride looks pretty smooth. Like, he doesn't get there fast, but he's, I think he's smooth. I think he's one of those. And they just, hey, how's it going? Awesome. Well, look, I'm glad. Thanks for being a part of it. I think Quintariano's dropped a number of passes today. It's a good adjustment by Cole Turner on an underthrown pass. Yeah, I mean, Jelani, those long legs, man. I mean, they get there quick for Jelani Woods.
Those are some strides, and I guess he's redoing this.
Yeah, they just overthrew that on him. So,
okay.
so they'll give him another go. But
so I guess we're going to flip this to the other side now.
Yeah, probably. Here's the official times. So Jelani Woods comes in 4.61 official.
Beautiful.
Aquanquo with 4.52. Calcaterra 4.62. Bellinger 4.6. So the unofficial times are pretty darn accurate. Dulcich 4.70 came in a little faster. But the unofficial times were pretty.
I feel like they're
accurate.
getting better at this. So
yeah. Thanks, Fred, man. Thanks for hopping in. So, yeah, it actually came out pretty good. So, I mean, yeah, I think Jelani Woods takes it.
He should come out with the highest RAS, for at least through the 40s anyway. I guess before they get to the verts and all that.
Yeah, Sky Moore 34.5-inch vert, not great. Him.
What was that over under that I bet on last night?
Oh yeah. Well,
let me go look at that. Make sure I haven't lost that money already.
I doubt it. Looking at these wide receiver vertical times, so looking for Bo Melton 38-inch, which is pretty good for him.
I went under 43.5. I haven't. I'm still good. Okay.
Yeah, the receivers are not going to be hitting that. I'll say that. Eric Ezukanma from Texas Tech, 36.5. I think he's a little bit of a sleeper because he's an underclassman. Velus Jones with a disappointing 33. Wide receiver from Tennessee. So we'll keep grabbing some of these. Calvin Austin, 11.3 broad jump. Whew.
That's pretty good.
That is really good.
Because he's a smaller guy, right? So he's only like 5'7", 5'8".
Yeah.
And he's getting 11.3, you said?
Yeah, that is I mean, that is high end. I don't know.
Yeah.
You might not get a better broad jump for that. What's a good vert for receivers? You want high 30s. Ideally, if 40 is or above is exceptional. If you get 37 to 39, pretty good. Anything less than that is, and when you get below 35 is probably, pretty disappointing. Like 36, good. And it depends a lot on size too. But that's the general rule of thumb.
Do teams, I'll follow up on that. Do teams have like a threshold, like on some of these drills when they're weeding out? In this case, this year, there's thousands of prospects to weed through. So like some of these numbers, are they like, okay, we have a number, and if you don't hit this number, card in the garbage?
I doubt it for the combine guys, but I think when you start looking at some of the lesser prospects, the guys that aren't here, I think certain teams will have that point, and it'll change from team to team. It's like people always ask, like, what's good for this, or what's like the minimum. It differs from team to team. Like some teams may really want to look at the 3-cone more than the vert, and that's more important to them, right? So, or they may look more kind of RAS oriented of everything. So, but there's definitely teams out there that, if you really, if you do really bad, they'll just.
Nope. That's not great.
Yeah. Jelani Woods slipped in there.
Well, they're running like a 10-yard in.
Yeah. Weidermeyer slips as well.
A 12-yard in there.
Yeah. So you want to see that. For me, I love the in because you see that cut, Jelani Woods, Weidermeyer both slip in there a little bit. Looks like you're going to let Jelani Woods redo it here. But you can see, do they have kind of wasted movement? How quick can they make that? Cole Kelly is not doing so hot throwing the football here. he is missing high. I think he's the same one who missed high on the Aquanquo before.
That shows up on tape.
Yeah,
he has a big arm. is very similar to collegiate Josh Allen in some respects. Take that,
Josh
how you
Allen. Yeah. Okay. That's. I don't think you could say that around these parts anymore, but
I said collegiate.
Yeah, I know.
Josh Allen. Not NFL Josh Allen, which are completely two different players.
Yeah, that is true. All right. Well, I was hoping we get a little more of the in route there, but
it's like we got 3 of those.
Yeah, hopefully sometimes they'll be somewhere, posted somewhere. So
that is just some ridiculous facial hair on Greg Dulcich, and he just needs to go do away with that.
Do away with that. That's great.
No,
make it happen.
If he's not going full Kent with it,
you don't want it. You don't want it if it's not.
It's either handlebar or it's got to go.
No, look, it's all right.
So there's telling everybody, when the live primetime Vegas draft is, and we like to remind everybody who is currently watching this live stream that we will also be live streaming the entire NFL draft. All 7 rounds is the plan, and we'll probably go on about 30 minutes before each day starts. We got a little comeback route here, Austin Allen.
Yeah, this is good too to see the route running ability, the cuts. You can see kind of Chase Allen, kind of turning back before he's cutting completely. You just want to see, can they, like how's that foot movement? How quick is it? How can they kind of fake? When you're doing a comeback, you want to fake the 9 and then cut back. So Calcaterra not super clean in getting back.
This is one I would expect, like your Isaiah Likely's and maybe even Greg Dulcich here.
Dulcich, that was nice.
Yeah.
That was nice by Dulcich.
37%, 3.71 RAS on the vertical for Traylon Burks, in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
Big red on that.
You can see like Jake Ferguson, just sluggish out of the route into catching the football. That's not what you want to see. Ultimately, that transition should be pretty clean. I actually like Connor Hayward there for a guy that's an H-bag. That wasn't bad. But yeah, not great.
Little note from Dane Brugler here on Jelani Woods. 70% of his receptions 2021 resulted in a first down or touchdown. That's some high-end production there, Shane.
Yeah. That is good, man. I mean, they used him catching the football a lot. Isaiah Likely really smooth. Trey McBride does a good comeback too.
Looks like Quanquo shortcut that cone there a little bit.
He didn't.
Well, he did that one dirty.
Yeah, Quatoriano, I'm just not feeling it. No. Really, with anything, Cole Turner just kept on moving. But that, I mean, that's how he gets open, though. Then he dropped the pass, but it's fine. So pretty good. Jolene Wood's legs are just long, man. So Calvin Austin, that to put that broad jump in perspective, I think it's the 8th best broad jump for a receiver since 2008. 9th best. Pretty good. There's been a lot of receivers here in the past almost 15 years.
99.3% broad jump per RAS.
Yeah, there you go. So
that'll do.
That'll do, especially at his size. 10.5 broad jump for Sky
Well,
Moore. Pretty solid.
Let's also put that number in perspective to show off some freakishness here. But factoring in weight among those top scorers, Calvin Austin ties Julio Jones 11-foot 3-inch broad jump, 50 pounds lighter though. DK Metcalf 11-foot 2 broad jump at 228 pounds, a 58-pound difference.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. Jalen Naylor having a pretty good combine 10.8 broad right now, which is very, very solid for him. Felix Jones 10.1, Bo Melton also 10.1.
So I felt like Fellas would be more explosive than this.
Yeah, he is not too hot so far. He came in at 204.
I mean, I think he's going to run really fast, like straight line speed. But I'm a little disappointed in those broad and vertical numbers for Velus Jones. He's a guy I liked as a fourth round special teams, like wide receiver 4 type of guy that could come in and impact. And I mean, regardless of what numbers he puts up, I mean, he's an immediate upgrade on special teams for sure. Right. Wherever he goes,
he's getting himself drafted.
Yeah, he's getting drafted based off just on teams. But yeah, could he have gotten himself into the third round talk? Maybe. He's also an older prospect as well, right. Like we talked about with Jelani Woods. I think he's also 24. So it's something to keep an eye on. And we've talked about this just a lot, especially with these wide receivers, is you're going to if you're watching during day 3 of the draft, obviously you're hardcore into this like we are. That's what they say anyway. But, a lot of these guys you start seeing and you're like, well, why is he going before such and such, who is a much better collegiate player than, this guy? It's because the special teams coach is in the room and he's like, I want that guy. That guy can help all 4 of our units, get him out there. So that's why you'll start seeing guys like Velus Jones get drafted ahead of maybe a more productive wide receiver, in that 4th, 5th round area.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to rewatch to see the quarter who's throwing the football to. I think that'll come on a rewatch for sure, as Freddie says there. I've seen Calvin Austin maybe 39-inch vert, which would be unreal for his size, for his height. Ty Fryfogle continues a pretty good combine with the 10.7 broad and 39 vert. So compare him. I think him and Velus Jones came in at the same weight, and he's outdoing that. And I'll say too, like the vertical, even for Treylon Burks, I think Kent just tweeted out, like, there are high-end receivers like T. Higgins, like Mike Williams, 31-inch vert for T. Higgins, 32.5 for Mike Williams. It's not like a death knell or anything, but you got to do some other things pretty good.
I will say this, though, about T. Higgins is in his rookie season, he did struggle on those 50-50 balls. He got a lot better at it in this second year.
And I don't think the vert is that, right? Like, I think the goal of the vertical leap
hand strength and all that, but yeah.
Yeah, I think the goal of the vertical leap is to see really that explosion off the line of scrimmage, right? Like how, if you're able to kind of get high, then you have that kind of push with your feet. So, yeah. So like, it feels like a jumping thing, and it's not. Like, I don't know if that makes sense or sounds ridiculous, but it's an explosion piece. So Burks probably does jump higher than that in the game. But it's about what you can do at a standstill, right? And that's measuring explosion. So back to the tight ends.
Yeah, Jelani Woods just dropped a back-to-back drops there by Woods and Watermeyer on these wheel routes.
Yeah, which is a good route to watch. See how quick they get down the field and get into that wheel. But you know, I think the wheel route is underutilized for tight ends. To be honest with you, I feel like you get a little advantage with that sometimes. Traylon Burks with a 10-2 broad jump, so not bad. Not outstanding, but not bad. Keep an eye on those as these drills are happening, or they just show us the last like 3 players and then cut away for a while.
Well, that's great if your last name starts with a W, I guess.
It's like, come on, man. I just want to be able to watch it.
So
that's all I'm asking for.
Calvin Austin with the big vert, the big broad jump.
Yeah. If all that's accurate.
Your prediction is 4.33 on the 40, which is the fastest of the wide receivers.
Correct.
If he comes in sub that, he's going higher than I think we both have him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it puts him in, squarely in day 2 and probably in round 2, I would say. There's a nice ball tracking drill, route. Kind of what would you call this route? Like,
it's more of a corner route, I guess.
Yeah. It's a route I run in Madden.
Yeah,
tight ends, right? Like you just put them on the corner route, because if they can hit that, hit that corner sharply, like Ferguson, like that looks smooth, but he didn't really cut that corner.
No, so he doesn't give any illusion at all that he's going to go inside, and that's what you're wanting to do. Like Hall did a good job there. He took the step inside to the cone to give the fake that he's going on the slant, but he is running the corner. See, nothing there from Hendershot. He gave you nothing to go on other than a little head nod.
Yeah. So, you want to see that kind of right foot hit the dirt and cut into the corner. Hodges gave it a little bit there.
I believe the great Chad Ochocinco once said, if I can get him to look at my feet, it's over.
Yeah, likely with a really nice, really sharp cut. Boom. Yeah, not much for McBride there. But, it's those little things. And like I said, you can see these kind of line up, like who's giving that effort. Is pretty big. So
this guy just looks like he's moving in quicksand.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the tough part too, when we want to see these kind of pass catchers, these fast guys. But some of these players, it's going to be about being on the practice squad and getting called up and be able to do those little things a little bit. I thought Woods looked good there. I thought Watermeyer, that was pretty nice. That was a pretty nice route too.
I'm going to say something a little outlandish here, but low key, I like Chase Allen where he's going to be not drafted, as opposed to the capital I'd have to spend on Charlie Kohler to draft him.
I mean, it's fair enough. I just don't know if Austin Allen's
Chase Allen.
Chase Allen, yeah. Right. No, I think it's fair. I think Kohler is a little more well-rounded, I guess, but David Bell with a disappointing broad, 9 feet 10 inches.
Ooh.
That's bottom third.
Not great.
Yeah. So
what do we got here? Opposite side.
Yeah, opposite side. So now you're looking at that left foot, right? And there are guys that we specialize in different sides. I mean, Daniel Bellinger, looking decently athletic. I think that 40 time translating here. So maybe he's the guy who's just underutilized. That happens.
It could be. I mean, their offense is 85% running. So
yeah, it was
very well could be.
And everyone transferred. So next year it'll be, who knows? Good job by Dulcich there.
Did the wide receiver stay? I like that guy. Jesse Matthews. I like him.
Oh.
Just because he's a receiver that wears 45.
All right.
But he's a good player, too. Don't get me wrong. But
I don't know. No one else stayed. I mean, who would have been their starting running back, transferred to Ohio State to become a linebacker. So, things were bad.
It's not good.
Jaden Daniels gone. Like Jeremiah Hall, man, I like the routes, and then he just catches everything with his body. It's like, oh no.
See, that was just rounded off. Kohler made no attempt to even go to the cone.
To fake that. I definitely worry about Kohler ever being I guess it goes to what you said, like ever being pass catching enough to be worthwhile. All right, looks like the QB's starting the vert, so that probably means the receivers are next then. Jack Cohn with a 33-inch vertical, so he matched Traylon Burks.
Wah, wah, wah.
I guess I shouldn't say it like that. That just sounds bad, but it sounds bad. But Okonkwo is going to get drafted. I think. I'm gonna go grab my coffee real quick. I'll be right back.
So we'll put me in focus here. Let Shane take a break. Zach, you had maybe I'm crazy, but it feels like Burks jumps higher to him. You're not crazy. I thought the same thing, and that's why these numbers are kind of disappointing a little bit, but not mind-changing per se. I don't know. Maybe Burks doesn't end up as wide receiver 1 like I had him coming into the combine, but I'm still not taking him out of the first round. But maybe, some of the people like maybe Daniel Jeremiah and them, when they had him mocked like 25th, 26th in the first round, that they kind of maybe knew this was coming, and as opposed to, being a top 10, early teen drafted player. But no, I thought Burks looked better in the games as well. Manuel, when does it start? When does what start? The combine? The combine's on right now. TV, NFL Network, or, you can stream it probably on NFL.com. The draft is April 28th. If that's what you're asking, when does it start? But yeah, so reply back here in the comments. Maybe I can answer your question a little bit more here. Don't know who the next set of 40s is going to be. I thought it was going to be the quarterbacks, but it may actually be the receivers. So I guess we'll have to see. That should start up here probably about 5 o'clock. Would be my guess when all that gets going. Shane's back. Shane, got that. Where'd you go?
I was trying to add myself. What are you trying to I got the Starbucks. So
Starbucks.
My wife's the best.
Man, get you a Keurig, man. What you need a Starbucks for?
It has started. It started 4 p.m. Eastern, on the dot almost.
Yeah, I was curious what he was asking. When what started? I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I think there was a lot of craziness out there. I don't know what. Go back and look.
So Jack Cohn, we've said, has verticaled as much as
Traylon Burks there, and Caleb Ellaby at 25.5. Not so. Jack Cohn's got some explosion to him. Look at that.
Death Wish K Cups. I'm just gonna say no. on any coffee called Death Wish.
Oh man, no, that sounds
I am not a dark
not-
roast type of guy unless it's like at Cafe Du Monde in New Orleans.
Oh yeah,
that coffee
the
they
good
have
stuff.
down there. That's the good stuff.
I still
But
have a tin.
yeah,
Cafe Du Monde, man. But
I'm hoping you were wise enough not to wear a dark shirt that day, Shane.
I don't remember, but so that means it worked out pretty well. So David Bell also got a 33-inch vert, so he's gonna have some weird. He's gonna have some weird Raz card here, I imagine. I mean,
His web is gonna not.
Depending on his 40, it'll be interesting because he's a guy, I think has a first round shot with his production, but probably needs a good workout. He's my wide receiver 6 right now. David Bell from Purdue. So, all right. We'll be back. Calcaterra. Look, we're starting with the C's when we come back. That's always good.
So, non-Calvin Austin, Kevin Austin, Notre Dame, their 39-inch vertical, 11-foot broad jump.
39-inch vertical, 11-foot broad jump.
Not
good.
bad for one of Scott Wright's guys there, Kevin Austin, Notre Dame.
Yeah, that is really good, actually. So he's interesting. I think he could be a late round pick. He's one of those guys at the end of my mock. I was like, man, I got to get him in here, but I just don't have enough spots. Like it's one of those. Are these they doing? Yeah, just like fade routes. Looks like.
Yeah. At real Corey Kinnon, he's a Browns guy. Was talking about David Bell. Said his testing does nothing for me because he clearly was a sub athlete on film. As someone else said, power slot receiver, which I believe compared him to Keenan Allen.
Wow.
Which it's worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean, Keenan Allen's fine. It's similar production, but we'll see. I still like David. I think David Bell. I think draft capital is going to be big. Like if he's an early second, I'm in. If he falls,
this feels like a new drill.
The fade. I think they feel like they usually run it closer to the end zone though. This just feels maybe it's just because they got enough going on, but see, Isaiah Likely's hops there. He was airborne. Trey McBride. We'll see what how he ends up doing.
Shane, if he had ran the 40, he'd be your tight end 1 leaving here too.
He would not. Well, like what I don't think there's a 40 time that would have gotten him there.
Maybe not.
But yeah, Trey McBride with a nice fade. Like, that's what you run sometimes at that goal line. So I feel like Trey McBride, I feel like Trey McBride's looked the part of a tight end 1 today, even though he didn't run. He definitely has played that out pretty well. So did you just comment on our account like that on Facebook? That's gonna look super out of context. It's gonna look super weird. You're like, what is Draft Countdown talking about there? I like it. Jamaican Blue Mountain.
It's good stuff. It's very expensive though. For the K-Cups. It was like $20 for like 18 of them. It was good though.
Well, yeah, I would hope so. What are we up to? We got 16 people watching. Appreciate all of you checking us out.
Been up to close to over 30 at one point in time earlier.
Yeah, that's good. People
in the feed. Yeah.
No one's complained about us not having the NFL Network feed either. Okay, I guess it's free, right? So they can go watch it if they want to. They don't look on YouTube. During the draft, that's what I used to get. Like, where's the draft? I'm like, dude, I can't just show the draft.
Yeah, that's what you call illegal.
Get shut down. Right?
That's how you get your entire YouTube channel shut down. We're not trying to do that just yet. We're not ready to go salted earth.
those of you helped us hit the 100 subscriber mark. So, we don't want to get it shut down now. We're moving up. Let's see, I have any more numbers here? I'm not seeing anything. But
so I said a while ago, I expect the next set of 40s probably start around 5 Central, 6 Eastern.
yeah, that sounds about right. I would guess receivers then.
Just put a mirror behind you. Is that legal?
that is not. I mean, I
don't know that. That my man might be onto something there,
Great.
Shane.
Great.
I don't know.
You can try that.
No, I'm
see
not.
what happens.
I'm not hanging a mirror up and behind me in the next 30 minutes.
Like I said, I don't think anyone needs it.
No.
There you go. Chiga Quanquo tweeting to the haters. They awake now? Yeah. He's waking them up. Yeah, but tight end wise, I think Jelani Woods at 40 times the big winner. We'll see what he does in the other drills. I think if he can keep this up, that would be nice. Look good catching the football. I think McBride's look good. Isaiah Likely obviously has. Weidermeyer maybe disappointing a little bit. Cole Turner probably.
For those asking, is it working on the site now? The spreadsheet.
Let's look. I think it updated at least to the stuff I did earlier today. Now I'm trying to fill in these verts and broad jumps and 40s as we go, but yes,
that is the wrong webpage.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks, Thistlewig. Does Greg Dulcich climb now? I mean, I think he's squarely day 2 now, right?
Well, I mean, was the we just talked about this last night on the podcast, was Daniel Jeremiah had him as tight end 1 and the only tight end in the top 50.
Right.
I think he had him 46 overall. So he's essentially there already for the NFL Network crew. And is he there for draft countdown yet? No. But he's getting there.
I mean, maybe top 50, but I think he climbed squarely into day 2 with the 40 time. I think the drills have all looked good. If everything else works out decently. I mean, is he going to be in your top 100 now?
Dulcich, probably.
Yeah, so that's squarely in day 2. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, no, they just showed Traylon Burks vertical. He did not look enthused after he got done there.
Happy with that. And he'll do it again at the pro day, for sure, and probably improve on that, hopefully.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little disappointed in Dotson, considered all the Penn State workout craziness the last few years.
Yeah.
So this Kevin Austin, I'm gonna have to go put the tape on with him because I basically didn't have him ranked.
Hey, wait, you weren't watching Notre Dame?
I didn't watch enough apparently just to see Kevin Austin.
Yeah, like he had a good year. I mean, there are just definitely some games where he was not utilized that much, or Jack Cohn wasn't super accurate. But I think he's a solid reserve. Number 4, number 5 receiver. I think he's still third day guy, but he does have some athletic ability for sure. He was a big time recruit. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to find those 40 times as well. Try to start plugging them in.
So David Bell, 37 percentile on the vertical, 45 on the broad.
Yeah, so not great for him. and like I said, like he never won with athleticism, but we're hoping that there'd be a little bit more than that. So, or the 40 is going to be big because I think he's going to have to run decently well. Ultimately, I have him at a 4.55. I think if he's in the 4.6s, that's going to be a problem.
They're showing talking about Sam Howell on the network broadcast there, and I feel like I'm going to end up beating the drum for this guy between now and the end of next month, because I feel like he's just the forgotten guy nobody ever talks about. I put him in my mock draft 2 straight times now in the first round, both to Detroit at 32. But I thought at the Senior Bowl, day to day and game, I thought he was the most consistent quarterback of the 6. He didn't have the flashes that Willis had, but I thought he was better than Pickett over the 3 days of practice. And I thought he was, as good as Pickett was in the game. Definitely, especially making plays with his feet. So I'm willing to go to bat for Sam Howell at this point, if need be. If somebody's got to do it, I guess I'm going to do it.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of the very firm film guys like him, right? That's and he just has really weird analytic metrics because of the rushing. Ran so much.
I just don't.
It was like 30% of North Carolina's rushing yards this year. And he's not, he's athletic, but he's not like super, he's not Willis type.
They just lost so much from their team last year to this year. And basically their best offensive player other than Sam Howell was a Tennessee transfer running back, Ty Chandler, who I think is a solid.
Let's not. Josh Downs is a pretty good receiver too, to be fair. But
okay,
pretty good receiver 1, I would say. Like I agree that he did lose a lot, but I think it might be probably still should have done better than he did throwing the football. So I'm with you. Like, I think maybe he's getting underrated, but would you take him in the first? Would you take him late first round? If you were
yeah, I would. I would. I don't know if I'm going to move Willis ahead of him because I still don't have. I have Willis still behind him in my quarterback rankings. Willis is currently QB4 for me. I'm at a loss what to do with Corral right now because I just haven't seen him do anything since, the Egg Bowl. So, the bowl game, I don't think I didn't watch that one because I think that was yours.
I mean, he didn't play.
And he got hurt.
Long. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, which is I think Corral draft capital wise, we're not going to know. He's going to be the guy. We're going to have no idea where he goes.
Because at this point, he may not even work out at his pro day the way they're talking, right?
Yeah, I think he talked the other day he wants to, but he just started throwing and running, just started.
So
maybe not.
So what we're looking at right now is Exhibit A of why these players opt out of these bowl games that don't mean anything.
Yeah, Zach probably have as much Hal as Ritter in dynasty leagues and fantasy.
I don't know what that means.
We have to get you in a dynasty league. Yeah, you would like it. So, yeah, you would enjoy that, to be honest. Well, that's going to be my goal this offseason after the draft. We'll get you in a dynasty league. So, I think the thing with Ritter is I think you have a rushing floor. I think he's going to be a good runner, right? And going to utilize that in the NFL. That's a question with Sam Howell is with the rushing production. You're not going to have plays for him to run, But we saw in the Senior Bowl. I mean, he's willing to take off, and he's fast enough that he can make something happen. I think in fantasy, that's pretty good. Like, I think both those guys might end up underrated. If both go in the top 50, the top half of the second round, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think my post combine mock, I don't know. I don't think he's going to be in the first.
But we hear it every year, and it's like I would almost have to like go back and look at it since I guess the 5th-year option became a thing in 2011. How many times? Because everybody says always they want to trade in to get that 5th-year option on the quarterback. How many times has it actually happened? So
you want to take a guess of how many times?
Do you have this number handy?
I don't, but I think I know.
I'm gonna say 4.
I think
out of 11 years.
I think that's high. Like I
can remember, was it Lamar and Teddy for sure?
Right.
Those two I know.
So nope, that none in 11, none in 12, none in 13. Teddy in 14. None in 15. None. Paxton Lynch. Was that a trade in? I don't think
that was
so.
it. I believe it was.
It was. Okay. So that's 2. None in 17. Lamar Jackson in 18. And that was the last one, right? So we've had 3. Yeah. So
Denver Broncos trade up to select Paxton Lynch. So yeah, there's 3.
They traded up, or they traded?
It said trade up. Broncos.
Okay. I don't think Jordan Love counts, right? The Packers.
No, they stood pat.
They were there at 26 already, right?
No.
They trade up from the second round.
I'll look that up just a second.
I mean, that would be your 4th then. You might be beyond, but
now hold on. I'm disqualifying Paxton Lynch here.
Okay.
Because they traded up from 31 to 26. So that doesn't count.
That doesn't count. So down to 2 with Jordan Love. I can't remember where. Maybe Nelly remembers where that ended up, but if we're getting any other, I don't see any other numbers. They must be transitioning here.
Jordan Love also will not count as they traded up from 30 to wherever. So.
Gosh, man, that.
So wow. two out of 11 years.
And Lamar Jackson and Teddy Bridgewater, both Louisville quarterbacks.
At pick 32. So we know
Emily Cunningham next year.
We know those had to be trade ups. So.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, yes, that's tough. So how many quarterbacks have we seen as kind of fringe first rounders in the past? Like actually, like at this point, right? We're thinking, oh, this quarterback could go in the first. I think a problem with the question is I feel like we always hear so much about, oh, this quarterback can go in the first, right? And then sometimes they don't even go until like the 3rd round, right? Like we hear that a ton every year. We get the Mason Rudolph.
Weren't we hearing that about Davis Mills last year?
Davis Mills. We heard about Davis Mills, Kellen Mond, and Kyle Trask. All 3 of them at some point were potential late first round picks. So like I think it happens, but we get kind of a line of demarcation, right? Like I think like a Jordan Love, a Drew Lock, probably are more apt for that ultimately. But it's not common. Deshaun Kaiser was one. Christian Hackenberg was one. So I think they exist. I also think the profiles are not of those guys are not as good as Sam Howell at all. Even Desmond Ridder. I think Desmond Ritter's profile is probably better than some of the guys we've seen go second round that were potential first round picks. Like maybe like Derek Carr, he's probably one that, him and Teddy Bridgewater probably,
So it looks like coming up next, we're going to get we're going to get half the quarterbacks and half the receivers. That's generally how they do it. So they have quarterbacks to throw to the receivers.
No, perfect. Let me bust out my QB sheet here. You don't need running backs. Is this all of them? Yeah.
So Jack Cohn. Oh, we've got 2 quarterbacks running the 40 here. 2.
Is that
in
it?
this first group.
No,
That's
way.
it. Jack Cohn
No
and
way.
Justin Crum.
Well, Dustin Crum should have a good 40 time. Does Derek King? I need Derek King to run for my bet.
He may be in the second group.
I hope so. I don't know. We'll find out. But
or is he still hurt?
Oh, that's true too.
Well, no, he said he's working out though. He said he was going to work out. So
I did say it. So maybe he's in the second group. All right, Jack Cohn, Notre Dame quarterback here. Not necessarily known for his athleticism, but after that vertical leap, I'm a little scared of my 505.
Shane.
Yeah, I'm a little scared. He's going to be a little faster than that. So it goes.
4.87, Jack Cohn.
That's a really good time.
Look at Jack Cohn trying to get out of being my
6'3
QB 18.
6'3", 218. I mean, that's a pretty good time. That's like, you can take off and run a little bit. Now, Dustin Crum was a running quarterback at Kent State. I mean, he definitely has some requisite athletic ability. You see where I had him at a 4.65, which feels fast, but 4.79. That's not too bad. I'll be honest. I didn't put a ton of time into the quarterbacks because I knew most of them weren't running anyway.
I cut off the quarterbacks to be drafted at 12. Crum was 11 for me as of right now.
12 feels like a lot in this class to me. I mean, I guess that's about average probably, but
I don't feel great about 11 and 12, if we're being honest. I had Dustin Crum and a Quill Glass at 11 and 12. And I feel like a Glass will be going down.
Like, I feel like Cohn's going to get drafted. I think my top 8 will get drafted. I'll say 10 because I think like a Skylar Thompson or something sneaks in there. Or an EJ Perry, but probably not. I'll say 10 is my prediction.
Currently, QB 9 for me is EJ Perry.
9 for me as well. So
I had him. We had Daniel Flick on the podcast last night talking about the Falcons. Had EJ Perry going in round 6 to Atlanta. As I don't know, because I just don't feel like they're going to move on from Matt Ryan.
Yeah,
I think they want to. I just don't think they can.
Well, they'll be taking Desmond Ridder in round 2 my mock.
Well, in my New Orleans Saints mock yesterday that I had also released in the afternoon, I had the Saints picking Desmond Ridder in round 2, which I feel is a good fit.
Yeah, that is good. Look, I think it's a good fit. I hope EJ Perry gets drafted. I doubt it, but I hope
for all the support and love, by God, that what is the reaction going to be on the Draft Countdown live feed if EJ Perry's name comes across the board? So I feel like it's going to be elation from us. Or at least from me.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to take your shirt off, start running around the room, but
nobody wants to see that, Shane.
That's for the views there. All
right, so
they're going to just run it, just go right back to Jack Cohn. You don't get any time off.
This feels weird.
I feel like the second run's not going to be as good because it's a little rough.
Like, this feels like a short turnaround time for these guys, right?
Well, yeah. Usually you don't have just 2 guys running unless you're like, what's Cal Automitis have to do? Is he just have to like back to back it?
Well, they're tomorrow, so
yeah. Like they couldn't have some of the receivers go first and come back to Jack Cohn.
.493, so a little bit slower. Yeah. Meet in the middle, call him a 4.9 guy there.
See, I think he's a high 4.8. I think if the tight ends are any indication, these are pretty accurate. So
I don't think that 4.79 is going to hold as the fastest quarterback 40 here for Dustin Crum.
I mean, we might not have anyone else.
Well, that's true.
Anyone else
That's
ready?
true.
So
This is disappointing.
it could be it. It could be it.
Oh,
4.74.
4.74.
There you go. Getting closer to my 4.65, so I'll take it.
And De'Aaron King, I assume, is what we believe will be the fastest quarterback 40
If he runs.
here. But let's preface this by saying De'Aaron King is also going to be running drills, wide receiver drills,
Is he?
later today.
Cool. Well, here's the guy.
Okay, here we go, everybody. Calvin Austin.
This could be the fastest 40 of the combine. He has a shot there. After that insane broad jump. Yeah, I mean, you can see those legs moving. 4.32.
4.32.
That's going to be tough to beat. Tough to beat. I think I have 4.33, so not bad.
Pretty close there, Shane.
Not
Pretty
bad.
close.
Oh, yeah, look, we can knock that official time up 0.01.
So 4.52 you had for Kevin Austin, who is coming up here now.
That feels high now.
This is good size for this cat. And with that 6'2", makes me wonder if those are the official heights there, Shane.
Probably is, which is I probably should have been taking those nets throughout the day here. So I'll start doing that. Let's say he hits 4. Woo! That is good for Kevin Austin.
This is definitely one of those guys for me, assuredly, like I said earlier, where you see something and you have to go back to the tape. This is where I'm at now with Kevin Austin.
I definitely did not see 4.3 speed on film, but I'll probably go back and watch now too, because I think you got to check that out. Here we go with David Bellman. This is a really important 40 time.
It looks like you got a slow start there.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Second one should be better. I'm with you. I think the second run will be better. You got a slow start there for sure.
Oh, here we go. Slade Bolden, the answer to the question of why did he come out early?
Look, he was probably going to get passed up. Maybe he'll get in the 4.5s and surprise me here.
A 4.6 flat prediction from here, Shane, for Slade Bolden.
He's a little slow. He probably should be faster than that, but at 193, when I saw that weight, I was like, he's got to be 4.5s, right? But
slot receiver for Alabama this year.
Yeah.
4.63.
Well, so I guess I wasn't that far off. Let's retweet this. And thanks, guys, for watching. If you can subscribe, like the stream. You can send it out to
2 hours strong here now for Shane. About an hour
this
and a half
nothing
for me.
This is nothing. Day 3 of the draft. That's the tough day.
All right, here we go. This is you said huge. This is
you told me he's running sub 4.4, so
I did.
Now you're like,
I don't feel so good about that anymore.
Like that. Let's see. I mean, Traylon Burks, receiver Arkansas. He could be the first receiver off the board. Yeah, a little slow. Good. Glad they stopped him
So let's talk about your guy on the clock there, Shane. Is he still a coach for the Steelers? And they just bring him in for this now because he's just the guy who does it.
He is still a coach for the Steelers. He I think he just won a lifetime combine award this year for his contributions.
Yeah, I mean, every combine I've ever watched, he's been the guy right here at the start.
Yeah. Killing it.
So my literal only 40 prediction for this entire combine was Traylon Burks running sub 4.4.
I mean, if he gets sub 4.4, we could toss out the rest. Like we learned that before, so. I got that height wrong, but yell at me if you see any other official heights that Daniel Jeremiah did not tweet out. They seem to be.
We seem to have some issues.
Consistent, yeah.
You know, I could be wrong here, but generally, whenever they end up getting stopped and have to start over, it doesn't ever end up being a good time. Like I don't recall.
I feel like there might be some.
I'm not making an excuse, but I feel
characteristics there.
I have no metrics to go on here by saying that, but I feel like this always ends poorly whenever they have to stop and start. Very interested in the next guy coming up too, by the way. We'll talk about him in just a second.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. Yeah, let's get this Burks 40 time. I still seem a little jittery at the start. 4.55. Which yeah.
He's not getting sub 4.4.
No, I had him 4.52. He's not getting sub 4.4. That's out the window there for you. But
because if he goes sub 4.4 now, he's going to have to run it again.
well, I don't know about that, but yeah. I mean, look, 4.55 at 225 is not bad. Like that's still really good. You know, that's still really good. 6.225.
Yeah,
that's a good time.
Dejane Dixon here.
Yeah.
Hugely productive at nickels. Great size. He had a great game at the NFLPA. One of the best players on the field during the game itself. I don't know how he didn't practice, but just with the game itself. But I have heard some off-field stuff with him. I can't accurately say what it is because I don't know. I'm just back channel stuff, but it's not great what I've heard. So maybe that's cleared up. I don't know. But definitely on the field, he's a guy I think can make an impact.
Yeah.
But that's not good.
No, I mean, I had him 4.5. I thought, I really thought on film. I mean, he's came in at 200 pounds. So he should have been in the 4.5s.
This has not been a fast group so far.
No, I think that's why we don't have that elite guy. I mean, we're getting there. I mean, Calvin Austin's pretty fast.
Well, yeah. I mean,
John Dotson here is going to be.
Well, the outside of the Austins, it hasn't been great. Yeah, I'm with you. I think Jahan Dotson's going to have a good time here, and Danny Gray coming up.
Also weird. Dejane Dixon, no arm length or hand size today. I don't know what.
We have it from the NFLPA though.
We do.
And I don't know how you do it, Shane. But me personally, once it's in the books, I'm not changing it.
Oh no, combine first. Ooh, 4.41. John Dotson can do better than that. Though I did bet on him being slower than a 4.3 something, 4.33 or something.
So
I mean,
you're kind of rooting against him here.
I guess, but like I still think I still like to be accurate on my 4.35. Ideally, I think John Dotson plays 4.3, so 4.41 is fine. 4.41 solid for him. Now he came in at 179, so he dropped a little bit of weight to 178. Dropped a little bit of weight. Probably trying to get that 40 time up. So 4.41's pretty solid. Yeah, it's not bad. And I think sometimes, and I do it too, we have that threshold of like if you get a 4.39, it feels much better than a 4.41, but it's the same distance between a 4.39 and a 4.37 than a 4.41 and 4.39. So, you don't want to over.
So we're going to miss some 40s here, I guess.
always nice. I'll keep an eye out, see if we get any word, but I don't think we will. It seems like everything's matching up. Romeo Dubs is not running the 40. Romeo Dubs not running the 40. So more disappointment.
As I said, the Nevada Triumvirate has been nothing but disappointing here since November. Little upsetting.
Carson Strong I feel like they were good when they were working with each other at the Senior Bowl. And that's when like the best practice passes for Strong and the best catches from Dubs was from Strong.
So if you're a team and you draft Strong, you just feel like you have to draft Dubs, I guess.
I mean, Strong, we're just waiting for the medical, really. That's what's important. So, we'll see so Romeo Dub's not running. I haven't seen anything yet on Drummond or where we're going to skip to here. I want to see Eric Ezekanma from Texas Tech is one of my kind of sleepers, I guess, in that third day range. I really like him. So I was hoping to see that time.
Ezekanma is interesting to me. It's another guy that I gonna have to go back and watch a little bit of because I'm kind of playing catch up with the underclassmen guys. I haven't been as diligent as you have, Shane. But, I'll start hammering that stuff out here in the next month or so.
Yeah, we got some time. After this, the pro days, you're just getting times and then the draft. So, yeah, I mean, I went back and watched all the combine guys again, and then I'm going to focus on the non-combine guys here after this is over. I feel like I have a good handle on most of them. There's like the Kevin Austins, guys that really the numbers are vastly different.
So we're going to play catch up here quick.
Terry Drummond.
Terry Drummond.
4.65. I don't know, 4.58 or 4.56. The little slower than he's a little more quick than fast.
Ezekanma didn't run.
Man, yeah. That sucks. Ty Freifogel, 4.55.
Not bad. Not bad.
I'm a 4.57. I think at his, what did he come in at weight wise was 204. And he's had a pretty good day so far.
Here's Danny Gray. This ought to be good.
4.33. They're really good. Really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That is nice. He came in heavier than John Dotson. So Johnny Johnson, fairly prolific career for him, 4.62. That's fair. So I guess Josh Johnson, who was one of two receivers to do the bench press. Ooh, Felix Jones, 4.34. That's a lot better than I expected.
That's good stuff.
What did you think he would do?
I thought he'd go sub 4.4.
Yeah. Oh wow.
He was another one of the. He was one of the 3 or 4 highest GPS guys at the Senior Bowl. So
yeah, I guess that makes sense
with Danny Gray. That makes sense.
Bo Melton also impressive.
That's good. That's good time.
4.4.
I don't know what to think. I don't know what to do with Bo Melton. I think he's a special teams guy, and I don't know. I don't think much of him as a receiver.
Oh, I think he has a shot to be, not a starter, but I think he could be a contributing receiver. I think, what we thought Velus Jones could sneak in that second day. I feel like Bo Melton could be that guy. Sky Morris this is a pretty important 40 time, I think. 4.39, that's really good.
That's good. He's a guy I definitely like because
you got
everybody's. I mean, Chris Trapasso, CBS says he thinks he's a first round receiver. He knows he's not going to be drafted in the first round, but he said after this is in 3 years from now, we're going to be like, why did he not go in the first round?
It's fair enough. Honestly, my biggest question with Sky Moore is how Dwayne Eskridge beat him out for that number 1 spot. Like Sky Moore is better, and that's always a little bit of a concern. But really impressive. I think he made Caleb Ellaby look better than I had Caleb Ellaby initially.
Jalen Naylor appears to be the cutoff here.
He's had a really good day so far too. 38 inch vert, 10.8 broad.
So is Olave going to run?
It's a fair question.
I mean, in theory, he would be the first in the second group there, unless he was supposed to be in this group and didn't run. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure.
So I guess we'll find out in about an hour or so.
4.47 for Naylor. That's solid enough. Yeah, I think I had him a little bit. 4.44. So it's about right. Yeah, I mean.
So Calvin Austin shut it down.
I would too.
He's done. 4.32. I'm out. See ya. But Kevin Austin going to give it a go for his second run.
Yeah, might as well. If he can improve that even a little bit.
It was a big hop.
It's good for him. 4.43.
That was a big hop out of the gate there. That's a little weird.
Yeah, that's probably why it was a little worse. So.
These second runs are huge for some of these guys like David Bell, Traylon Burks.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to be better.
You want to improve. I mean, if Bell can get in the 4.5,
he needs 4.55 or something here, right?
I mean, maybe if he just get in the 4.5s, let's just get him there, and then we can be happy. I think
he ain't getting there.
4.62. No, he's going to be in the 4.6s. I think that takes him out of the top 50.
So this almost makes that Keenan Allen comparison look more apropos here. Because if I recall correctly, Keenan Allen was in the 4.6s too, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So just for everybody out there listening, that 4.6 isn't death for a wide receiver prospect by any means.
I mean, you look at David Bell's production, you look at him against top corners, he performs. Like he's still a solid day 2 receiver.
But to put it in perspective, Keenan Allen also was a 3rd round pick.
Correct. So I think David Bell could go in the 3rd and be a steal in the 3rd round. I do think it's possible. Slade Bolden, can he get in the 4.5s? He cannot. Yeah, I mean Slade Bolden might not get drafted.
I'm not a big fan of Slade Bolden.
Yeah, he has good hands. I mean but there's better slot receivers in this class.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. If he was in last year's class with the slots, it would have never sniffed them even close. All right, here we go.
Yeah, Traylon Burks running again, wide receiver from Arkansas. I still feel like his get off was not great. But 4.5 flat, that is better. Let's see what the official time comes in at. 4.5 would be good. He could come in sub 4.5 at least. Could happen. The official time could be a little faster.
This goes to show you that I am not good at projecting 40
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take the. I'll take it.
If you're a receiver from the FCS level, production or not, you need to run faster than 4.66.
Here's the thing with Burks is I don't think the 10-yard split will be good, but I think the last 20 will be good. I think he really picked up speed and hit that higher mark.
Much better there for Dacian Dixon, 4.58 on his second run.
Yeah. So, I think Burks is a different player. He maybe doesn't have that explosion off the line, but when he hits top speed, I mean, he is fast. He is fast at 225. So I'm intrigued to see what team drafts him and how they utilize Burks. So
Unofficial Raz so far, Traylon Burks 7.48, which puts him.
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty darn good. So even with like, oh, we expected this athletic freak, I think, and he's still, yeah. Yeah, and then with the second 40 time up to 8.91 Raz. So that's still really good.
4.47 there for Dotson on the second run.
So Dotson's probably going to land in the low 4.4s, which slightly disappointing at his size, but you can't call 4.41 slow though. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Calvin Austin Raz so far through the 40s in the vertical and broad, 8.51, and I don't even think that's where his best numbers are going to be. I think the shuttles are going to be just really crazy good for Calvin Austin.
Yeah,
based off what I saw at the Senior Bowl, I think his change of direction is going to be really good.
And as Kent said on our podcast, being smaller hurts in the Raz. That's probably the one thing, right? Like Calvin Austin's he can't be a 10 because he's just too small, right? He's just too small to be a 10. So like that's still really, really good. So there you go. But yeah, it's I just feel like a lot of these guys, the 10-yard splits are going to be
okay. So we've updated the Raz now with the second time for Traylon Burks.
Yeah,
8.91, which is much better.
Yeah, right.
We're back. We're back.
That's really good. So, I mean, what do you think this does draft wise? Like second round, let's talk second day. Does this mean like guys like David Bell are out and maybe the Sky Moores, Calvin Austins are in to round 2?
I have firmly just round 1. I've had 5 guys solidly in round 1 almost in every mock draft I've done. And that's been Burks, Olave, Wilson, London, and
Jameson Williams.
I feel safe with those 5. Maybe one falls out, but it's not out of the question. But I don't think they will. I feel those 5 guys are solid. I don't know at this point if I feel good about anybody else getting in that first round. So I think at your top of your second round, you end up.
Yeah, how that's my question. How's round 2 go? And who? Because I think this is where the combine's going to shift. Some of those round 3 guys get into round 2 and vice versa.
So I want to see what he runs later. Your man, Christian Watson.
Fair.
Because that's going to be key with him. Wan'Dale Robinson measured in, 2 inches shorter than his listed height, which isn't
expected. I don't think there's anyone that thought he was
5'10",
or even 5'9".
So I want to see George Pickens is, I think, a big one here because if any of these guys that we currently think are day 2 guys can get in it, can be that 6th wide receiver in round 1, I think Pickens is that guy. Just because of the air of mystery about him, because he really had no tape this year at all, outside of the national championship game, really. So that he's a kind of guy that you want to see. David Bell, we're kind of seeing, he is who he is, and it's probably going to end up being in the late second, maybe early third round, kind of like Keenan Allen. So that's kind of interesting. I thought Wan'Dale Robinson, would be one of the guys that would be in that. I had him going in my Falcons mock 58 overall. I don't know if that's where he'll end up now. Jahan Dotson is a guy that's going to be early second round. Jalen Tolbert's another guy that's kind of a mystery to me. What's he going to run? To decide if I think he ends up on day 2 or not. His numbers will end up being key. Shane, what did you have on Tolbert there? You're
4.48.
thinking 4.48, which
Yeah.
I think would be great. If Jalen Tolbert hits 4.48 here, I think he's on day 2. Solidly. Calvin Austin is definitely in there. Now, Alec Pierce is another one. Is Danny Gray going to get in there now? I mean, he's showing the athleticism here. So we're back now with 40s and Freifogel.
Freifogel
Second.
4.9.
Poor Freifogel gets commercialed again.
Yeah, but I mean, if he clears, he gets sub 4.5, and that is nice. Johnny
Did
Johnson.
Danny Gray not run the second one? I guess not.
I guess not. Which that's fine. He
didn't need to.
But let's see.
4.51. So that's a tenth. That's a tenth.
It's a big difference. We had a couple of those with the tight ends too. Velus Jones 4.32. Wow, that is.
So he tied. That's the same as Austin, right?
You're right. No, that's unofficial.
Unofficial.
So we'll see what the official ones come out as. Now, Velus Jones came in at 204. He actually came a pound heavier than he was at the Senior Bowl. Bo Melton 4.34.
Ooh, that's good.
So, so now you start talking about about these guys because I think along with those names,
and Sky Moore is another one we didn't even talk about.
Yeah, I think Sky Moore. I think Calvin Austin. So like round 2 could be a pretty sweet spot for receivers, all things considered, especially if you want these faster players. Jalen Naylor, Michigan State.
Jalen Naylor getting drafted now. It's basically what he's trying to do.
I think he was in the draft. I mean, I think he's maybe even an early day 3 guy, to be honest.
Well, him and like Kevin Austin, those are 2 guys that maybe weren't being talked about last week. That maybe guys that people will start going back and looking at more, like certain people on this podcast that maybe haven't watched them as much as they need to.
I mean, Bo Melton's. I am really surprised that he was low 4.3s. Like that's I had him at 4.5 flat.
So it looks like we're taking a break here, and I'm going to take it with them, Shane. So
go for it.
So hold tight, and I will.
All right. So yeah, if thanks everyone for watching. Hit that like button. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel if you want. If you have any questions, pop them in the chat. So we'll see. We'll see when these official times come out too, as well. But I mean, honestly, I think, like I said, early round 2 for these receivers: George Pickens, Jahan Dotson, Calvin Austin, Sky Moore. We'll see what Christian Watson does today. I think David Bell probably knocked out of that top 50, but could end up being a round 3 steal. I think Wanda Robinson's probably knocked out of that top 50. We'll see how he runs and what the what the athletics are. And I don't think like Jalen Tolbert, Alec Pierce, as good as they maybe could be, will be in there. But that's the case. If it was like which one of those guys could sneak in, and we'll see what George Pickens does, but I think Sky Moore could be that guy. You're talking late round 1, could sneak in above that. That's possible. I'm actually really happy with Ty Freifogel. He's had a really good day. His RAS score is at 9.54 right now with that second run. Good speed, good size, elite explosion. Like, remember, he was super productive at Indiana against my Buckeyes. Crushed them, over a year ago. Didn't do much this season. Indiana was down. I think Freifogel is underrated there. So we'll see. But yeah, pop in the chat if you have any questions. We'll see what happens from here. I imagine we see the drills, this group, the quarterback receiver drills. We can kind of get an idea of where that looks. I wonder if See if Kent gets a Velus Jones. I feel like Velus Jones is gonna be all over the map. His explosion wasn't that great. His speed really, really good at his size. So getting kind of interesting. But yeah. But we'll be here all 4 days. So if you want to pop back in, tomorrow and Saturday, same time. Sunday will be a little bit earlier. Tomorrow we see the running backs, which I'm excited about. Hopefully we get more of those guys running. See some of those running back blocking drills as well. Sam Howell going to be throwing the football around here. And this one looks like we have Jack Cohn, Dustin Crum, Caleb Elby, Sam Howell. We'll see who else we get. Should be a couple more. So maybe the other guys didn't run the 40. And I think Traylon Burks is going to show out in these drills. I think he's going to be good there. Ultimately. So the AJ Brown comparisons for Traylon Burks probably pretty good. I mean, their 40 times are going to be about the same. They had similar roles in the offenses they played on. Fair enough. Yeah, some tight end. Looks like tight ends are doing some of the other drills here. Greg Dulcich with a 34-inch vert. That is good. Boom. So we'll start getting those in as well. Stay profile, Sam Howell and Traylon Burks. Boom, boom, boom. See if we get any more of the tight end numbers too. I'm hopeful we'll get some of these official heights as well. If anyone ends up finding that list, I feel like someone has to have it at this point. I obviously haven't looked while we're streaming, but the exact heights. So we'll check it out. Yeah, I mean, my biggest surprises there are probably Bo Melton, 4.34 unofficial. It's pretty wild. Velus Jones, 4.32 unofficial. And Kevin Austin's 4.37. All were surprising. It's the fair quite like. Bum, bum, bum. This looks like we're back to commercial. Isaiah Likely with a 36-inch vert. That is very, very good. Ridiculously good, actually. That's really impressive. He didn't run the 40. Probably once that pro day happens, when we get a 40 time, Isaiah Likely is going to be. He doesn't quite have the size, I guess, but he's going to be pretty high up. So, we'll see. You have 33-inch vertical for Trey McBride. Not bad. Not bad for a guy who's McBride's not exactly known for his explosion. So that's pretty good. Yeah, we're getting some good Raz cards here. Velus Jones 889 unofficial. Sky Moore 829 unofficial. Pretty darn good. So wait, I love the receiver drills. I think they're really fun to watch and break down. I think you can get a lot out of them because there's a lot of these routes that we don't see those receivers running in college. Yeah, you have certain receivers that run a pretty full route tree. You look at the Garrett Wilsons of the world, or guys like that. But there's a lot of players that we don't see run that full route tree. And so I think even for Traylon Burks, he majority of his snaps out of the slot. It's tough to evaluate. I think that there can be some of these that could be pretty helpful for him as well. So. Yeah, I mean, Ty Freifogel from Indiana, I think this gets him drafted. I think he was definitely on the borderline as it was. So I think it definitely gets him in there. Now we get the requisite Patrick Mahomes combine film. I was going to get that. So, as always, if you have questions, you can pop them in the chat and we can answer them. I don't think YouTube puts me on a limit of time to stream here, but whatever it is, we're gonna push to it. I'll let you know if I get any other vertical numbers. So, I think if people say Traylon Burks' combine was bad, they're going to be wrong. You can be disappointed, I think, if you expected him to run the 4.3s or whatever, but the numbers are solid for his size, for 225. And that's really the key, is looking at what these guys are going to do at those sizes, right? I think if you look at even the rest of the receivers, even like Velus Jones at 204 is going to be fairly impressive from the speed standpoint. So I think that's definitely something to keep in mind. But I guess we'll get to start in here a little bit. It just looks like we're getting a little bit of this receiver group run here. There you go, Brian, back just in time.
So I didn't miss anything?
Nope, you did not.
Sweet.
So
had some refrigerator issues in the other room. Somebody somehow turned off the freezer part, and we can't figure out how to turn it back on.
Oh, that's not good.
This is the curse of digital touch freezers, I guess. somebody leaned against it and turned it off, and now I gotta figure out how to turn it back on.
Gotta Google.
I had to bust out. Nope, I still have the instruction manual.
There you go.
So it looked like they were going to give us some 3-cone or something from the tight ends, and then decided, why would we want to see that?
Nope.
We must listen to Michael Irvin talk.
We've gotten some verts on some of the tight ends. Isaiah Likely, impressive again.
What do we have for Likely?
So Likely was 36-inch.
Likely going to be tight end 1, Shane's with that.
Well, Trey McBride had a 33 and 34 for Greg Dulcich, so they're all around there. Gonna be Brian's tight end 1.
I've made up my mind. It's not like the tape isn't good too, though. So it's
no, it definitely is. But it's I think it's always that issue with like us straight ranking without a scheme, right? It's like some schemes I say Likely absolutely tight end 1. Some schemes he probably shouldn't be a top 5 tight end,
Raz out for Ty Freifogel.
Yeah,
we've talked about here a little bit. 9.54.
Yeah, I mean, off the charts. I mean, he, like I said, over a year ago, he beat Sean Wade silly in that Indiana Ohio State game, and Sean Wade's pretty much out of the league already, and Ty Fogel's gonna get drafted. So, what do we think? Broad jump 9.9 for Trey McBride. Can pop that in here. I don't think broad jump's exactly the tight end's game. Brian's choking. He's going down. He's going down. Stuff him in the freezer that doesn't work. 33.5-inch vert for Kenny Pickett.
At least once a day. That happens.
Look, I mean, how many of Kenny Pickett's hands can he jump? A lot. 33.5-inch vert. Pretty good.
Hi.
All right. We'll time that out.
Oh, that one looks suspicious to you.
Yes. Yes, it does.
8.29 Raz for Sky Moore thus far.
Yeah, I mean, I if we'll see what, like you said, we'll see what Pickens does. But if you told me 6 receivers are going around 1, I think Sky Moore would probably be my pick for number 6. We'll see what Pickens does, but 33-inch vertical for Pickens.
For who?
George Pickens.
How high? I'm sorry.
33.
33.
Not Traylon Burks, essentially. Same as him and Velus Jones. They're 2 guys that ran really fast, so maybe that's good. Chris Olave, 32-inch vert. It's not bad for his size. Would have been nice to be a little bit higher, but I don't think he's quite.
Yeah, not a good number for George Pickens there.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think the speed will be more important ultimately. So
it's like we've lost some viewers there. I guess me choking on
on
live stream. You're scared people didn't want to see death on YouTube, so we moved on. That's fine.
So Chris Olave is 32, not great, but Alec Pierce, 40.5-inch vert for Alec Pierce.
I'm still good.
Off the charts for him.
That's still less than 43.5.
Yes. I don't think receivers where you have to worry on that one. Ultimately,
So we're
not
finally
this
going to
year,
get
at
to
least.
some routes here.
Maybe we will.
I thought this 11 o'clock end time was fabricated there, but the way they're started dragging this out here,
They just want to get people watching these commercials and Michael Irvin for a while. So, like I said, I mean, this should take 3 hours.
yeah,
And we're almost there right now.
yeah. I mean, we've just basically got one more setup. We've got these field drills, and then
Another group. So here we go. Kevin Austin.
this is
Right?
Kevin Austin.
Wrong Austin there. David
So
Bell.
did something happen with maybe Calvin Austin tweaked something after that first 40 because he's not out there.
Maybe he's just dropped the mic and walked off. Yeah, Slade
Well,
Bolden.
that means we're not getting any. We're not going to get any shuttles from him probably.
That's true.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, that would be. But
because that was the thing last year. That felt like that was a lot of information we didn't get last year with some of these prospects. Was like they just didn't do that. Even at the pro days last year, a lot of them didn't do the shuttles.
yeah. I mean, I think Kevin Austin's done. Like even just having the 40 and the explosion stuff, I think we're good.
Yeah, I mean, you would like to, like I said, just based off what I saw at the Senior Bowl, I would have just liked to have seen what he could do in the, in the 3-cone and in the short shuttle.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. So this drill right here is basically just tracking the ball over your shoulder, right? The over the shoulder catch. So it's not about really the route, but
you're not running full speed at all. You're just showing, can you look over your shoulder, find the ball, and catch the ball? Is essentially all you're doing here. You're just jogging down there.
Yeah. So I mean, you see like Burks, just really effortless in tracking that and catching that, right? Here's as a comma.
So he didn't run, but going to do the drills here.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Had to do a little quick burst there at the end to catch up to it, but a good job.
Yeah.
As a comma.
Sam Howell throwing here to Johnny Johnson. So it's kind of a little warm up, just tracking the ball a bit.
So something to notice here, Shane, that we didn't get with the tight ends is the tight ends had the designated throwing quarterbacks.
Gotcha.
Out there which is why we saw a whole lot of Cole Kelly. I didn't see, he was the only one I really saw, probably because he's 6'7" and 250 pounds.
Hard to miss, I guess.
Hard to miss Cole Kelly. But here, all the quarterbacks that were in that first group are throwing here. They'll throw like 3 routes and then they'll change out. So like whoever QB1 is here is just through that.
Jack Cohn.
And
then Matt Corral's not throwing, so QB3 is Dustin Crum. I guess D.R. King's not running because he's throwing. So I guess we won't get that. I won't win my fastest QB bet. Wind up being Dustin Crum, I guess.
Wah, wah.
Maybe Skylar Thompson. We'll see.
See, I would think that they would wash that out if the guy that you had doesn't run, right? I would think they'd just push that out.
I'm interested to see but then if you bet on the guy that actually does win, if they wash it out, I feel like they got to wash it out.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see. I didn't bet a lot. That's fine. I saved that for the Garrett Wilson 40. So
here they're showing CD Lamb at the combine a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he tore
the ball tracker here.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable.
He was wide receiver 1 for me in that class. I feel pretty good about that. And they're showing, I believe this is going to be, is it Burks? Yeah. Showing how Burks tracked it.
Yeah, really, really effortless.
Or we'll wonder what they got next year.
Yeah,
So the tight ends, they're going to have the receivers running different routes than the tight ends. They're all not going to run the same routes. For those watching this, might be their first time. If you're watching it on NFL Network, the receivers will run a completely different set of routes. Or we're going to the there's Calvin Austin.
There's Calvin Austin. So there you go. That's good.
Okay.
So we got the gauntlet here. Once again, you want to stay on a straight line down that white line. It's about kind of the reaction time, tracking the football very tightly, very close, extending the arms, clean hand catches, and moving to the next ball. So like David Bell that was really good. That's what he does well. Randy catches the football. That should be something Slade Bolden does pretty well too. He's a little bit off the line there, but
yeah, he's weaving in and out of traffic here.
But his hands are good. Here's Burks.
I mean, you see Slade Bolden ran that gauntlet like he had a 0.2 blood alcohol level.
Yeah, really. Oh man, Burks really good as well. I mean, really just smooth athlete. Dejon Dixon, you see the long arms on him. That's good tracking that ball that was overhead. We're just in Jahan Dotson. That one getting to his body a little bit. Yeah, I mean, he just has really good explosion too.
Yeah, 32 and 5/8-inch arms, almost an 80-inch wingspan, Dejon Dixon. So
yeah, so you can see that. I mean, that is apparent. It has a comma. Those arms out. He stayed a little straight line. It's not bad.
So you like Johnny Johnson?
I don't know if he gets drafted, but I do like John. I just think Johnny Johnson kind of got shafted in the Cristobal offense, but I don't think he's that
this
bad.
This is a little smooth there for Vellis.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the ball got into his body a little too much for my liking, but he moves really effortlessly.
Good job, Bo Melton there.
Sky
Moore's a full yard off the line there.
Yeah, he's a little jittery too. Sky Moore's not he's not like an Olave smooth athlete, right? Definitely has more of that deep.
Olave, by the way, not going to run.
Not going to run.
Just based off that, I see Mekhi Polk on the side here for this group, and that would put him alphabetically after Olave. So neither one of those are going to run, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Mekhi Polk I was hoping for because I had hit him 4.4 flat. Christian Watson so far with the best wide receiver broad jump, 11.4.
Who is that, Olave?
Christian Watson.
Oh, Christian. You said 11.4?
11.4. That's a ridiculous broad jump. Yes.
Yeah.
Crazy explosive.
So I know you compared them as their player comp to Cooper Kupp.
Look, not player comp.
I don't. Well, comped his whatever.
Comped what his career will be because Christian Watson.
He's athletically going to be far superior to Cooper Kupp.
Correct. And a lot
of it might not even be close. We'll be able to put that card side by side, their Raz card side by side. I'm curious to see how that's going to go.
11.4 is in the 98th percentile for receivers.
Okay. Mekhi Polk may just be standing there. I don't know because that would if that's the case, that would also mean Kyle Phillips, George Pickens, Alec Pierce, and
they're doing the part. So
yeah, so that might not be the case.
So Mekhi Polk
he may not even be doing anything at all. Maybe he's just hanging around.
Maybe He's fast. He's another one that I think is underrated. People just didn't watch him. Yeah, he has some talent. Has some speed at least.
Yeah, Christian Watson is a 40. I want to see because on tape, I think he's in the 4.4s. I think.
Yeah, I what I have him at 4.42. I mean, I think if he could get low 4.4s at 6'4", 211, he also dropped a little bit of weight since the Senior Bowl, probably for the 40. So it came in 208. So a couple pounds.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah. I mean, it won't help as Raz, I guess, but Tyquan Thornton, 36.5-inch vert. That is really good.
And that is Baylor, not Oregon. Remember that.
Dude, I'm gonna get it wrong all the time. My brain is just like for football, just colors. For some reason, purples and greens. My brain just swaps teams. So if you see me mess up, it's probably Baylor, Oregon, or Kansas State, TCU. It's usually what it is.
I'm trying to. I don't know if I guess because maybe not. Maybe that's just not something. I don't know, unless the team's wearing some goofy uniform or something. I tend to be okay with that.
Yeah, I don't know why my brain does that, but Desmond Ritter with a 36-inch vert. Not sure if I said that one, but that's really good.
That feels good for a quarterback.
That's really good. Yeah.
Now, we were talking about it last night. None of these tests really matter for quarterbacks, historically speaking.
I mean,
it's nice to see. It's nice to talk about,
but
it really doesn't.
Well, we talked with Kent, right? What did he say? There is a correlation between athleticism and NFL success for quarterbacks. He doesn't buy it. Maybe I shouldn't either, but there is a correlation. Why that is, I don't know, but there is a correlation there.
So
I'd rather have my quarterback be more athletic than less. I'll say that.
So Kenny Pickett will be in the second group. So we'll talk about that elephant in the room later.
Second group looks like Perry, Pickett, Purdy, Ritter, Strong, Thompson, Willis, Sappy. Appears to be that way.
So we're looking at some Devontae Adams film here. Is he going to hit free agency, Shane?
I don't know how the Packers are going to pay him, but
the cap isn't real, Shane.
True. That's true. They can find a way if they want to. There's a couple cuts they can do. I don't think he is. If Aaron Rodgers doesn't go anywhere, and I don't think Rodgers.
Which that appears to be. And if Aaron Rodgers doesn't go anywhere, and you're signing him to this huge deal that we expect him to be probably north of $50 million a year, that makes the Jordan Love pick just look so much worse.
I mean, look,
like
if you had Aaron Rodgers, who after the Jordan Love pick played even better, you can't get rid of him, I guess. But all right, we're back to the drills here. Jack Cohn.
It's like just a straight up drop there. So we're just doing a quick slant here.
Quick slant. Calvin Austin looked pretty good on that quick slant. Say that.
He looked good until he dropped the football. But yeah.
Oh yeah, but
you still have to catch the football. That is the important thing. So what we hear is there's
the important thing. I actually think that's one of the least important things. I mean, not the least important things, but I don't mind drops that much. I don't hurt a guy for drops too much. I'd rather they get open. Personally.
So we're getting a look at Caleb Ellaby throwing the football here as well.
Yeah, I think an underrated receiver or quarterback in this class. Like I said, I think Sky Moore made him look a little better than he probably is, but.
So let's debate that with Ellaby. It's widely thought that Zappe is going to be that quarterback that is this QB7. Is that's almost universally there. Is Ellaby have a chance to be there for you ahead of Bailey Zappe?
I think he has a chance. I don't think it'll. I think I'll still put Zappe there. I think Ellaby has a higher ceiling, right? But I think I feel a lot more comfortable with Zappe ultimately. So yeah, I mean, I like Ellaby. I think he'll be a nice third day pick.
Yeah, I don't think either are going on day 2.
That was a nice grab by Sky Moore from Jack Cohn, threw it high. Derek King did his receivers dirty a little bit.
Because he's a receiver.
Yeah, Jalen Naylor, pretty sharp route there. Yeah, now as Economa's Dustin Crum here. Yeah, I mean, as Economa's catching with his body, I don't love that. And he's
so Corral's QB2. Okay, that's why. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've loved what I've seen out of Eric Ezekanma today, but it's been a little disappointing. Okay, Garrett Wilson, 10-3 broad jump.
So 10-3 for Garrett Wilson?
Yeah, 10-3.
How's that comparing to some of the other first-round receivers?
I don't know who all we have so far, but that seems about on par with, Sky Moore was 10-5. Let's see. Burks was 10-2. So
99.5 percentile there for that broad jump from Christian Watson, in case you were curious. Sixth best among all wide receivers since 2006 at 6'4", 208.
That's crazy. Crazy good. Here's a little
what happened on that there. Like old Kevin Austin.
Kevin Austin
just
missed that one. Here's Kelly Bellby just sailed that one on David Bell.
Well, Bell looks like he slid a little bit in his route there too.
Yeah.
So what kind of route we got here? Is this
it's an out.
5-yard out?
Yeah, it's 5-yard out.
That's too much route. See, I'm expecting Slade Bolden, to be, you're in the slot. I'm expecting you to run a little crisper than that. He's just rounded it off.
Yeah.
So you like that. That's what I want to see right there. The
Traylon Burks.
From Traylon Burks.
Yeah.
Get that foot in the ground and turn. Don't round it, because if you round it, you've lost.
Right.
Kind of like that there. Too slow getting around the turn for whoever number 6. Dejon Dixon. Yeah. Not been a good day for him.
Not great. Dotson hits that pretty quick. I mean, he makes that cut well.
I mean, you want to see foot in the ground like that.
Like Dontario Drummond got 2 feet down on the sideline there.
Good stuff.
See if Derek King can hit Ezekanma. There you go. That's not bad. Probably the best route Ezekanma's done so far.
Yeah, King looked accurate on that throw too. That helps.
Yeah. That's Johnny Johnson. So no Freifogel, no Danny Gray. Velus Jones, not bad. Yeah, so if you just want that, you see them kind of trying to fake that step out. Bo Melton, a lot of these receivers doing that head bob to sell, basically selling the slant versus the out, or an in versus the out, depending.
Not a whole lot of selling that route by 19 there.
No, that was Sky Moore. I say Jack Cohn's thrown a pretty ball so far.
He's heard all the Jack Cohn slander from me over the weeks here.
Yeah. I got David Bell got to go again with Caleb Ellaby that time and worked out a lot better.
Worked out a little bit better.
A lot better. Yeah, I mean, I like David Bell's route running. Like, it's been impressive. So maybe that like day 2 steal is.
So if you've been listening the whole time, you've probably heard us reference Raz a lot. You can go back on our YouTube channel 2 weeks ago, or actually, I'm sorry, it was a week from Wednesday. Kent Lee Platt, the founder of Raz Relative Athletic Scores, was on with us, explained his whole process and how it correlates to NFL success. You can go check out his site, ras.football, and he'll have up all of these cards. They'll show, all the numbers we're spouting out to you today. He'll have it all uniform there for you and show you what and it basically takes a player's size and gives it a score. And this goes back to 1987. Am I correct there, Shane? That's how far the data goes back for him with this. Data. So it's crazy, the amount of data he's compiled there. But like if a player, like it's more impressive for somebody at 6'2", 220 to do the stuff that Calvin Austin's done at 5'7", 180. So that's why, like Shane said earlier, a side, a card, his card's going to be a little bit lower, like around 8 or something, even though he's very impressive with his numbers just because he's smaller. Whereas Christian Watson at 6'4", 208, his number is going to be crazy high just based off everything he's done so far.
All right. Yeah. So on to the next drill here. What are we running?
It's like about a 15-yard flag.
Yeah. That looks about right. Like flag in. Let me pull up the receivers. I'm gonna be like zooming in here. Nice. That was a nice grab by John Dotson. Ontario Drummond's actually done pretty well catching the football so far. I really like. His hands are good.
Here's some numbers for you, Shane. A guy I think you like maybe as a day 3 receiver, Northern Iowa, Isaiah Weston.
Yeah.
11.3 broad jump.
Ooh.
40-inch vertical, 6'3", 214.
Ooh, baby. Yeah, I think I mentioned on the pod at some point that he's athletic. I think there's a couple other small school guys that they didn't invite also that could have done something.
Like Tanner Connor, Idaho State, I think is a guy. He was on the Bruce Feldman freak list.
Derek Young, that's another one.
Yeah,
I like a lot.
He probably wouldn't have been able to participate anyway. I think he has injuries, right?
Yeah, still.
34-inch vert, 10.3 broad for Garrett Wilson. You may have mentioned that.
Yeah.
Not great.
No, that's 38.5-inch vert for Christian Watson.
What was the vert for Watson?
38.5.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Boom. Whew. Out of reach there, but good effort by Jalen Naylor. Got his hands on it.
Yeah, our man Daniel Flick, who we had on the podcast last night, go back and watch that later. He was really good talking about the Falcons, and we talked some combine with him. But he's 3 breakout guys we've kind of been talking about from this group: Kevin Austin, Bo Melton, Jalen Naylor. All guys we've talked about here as guys who a couple of them, like I said, with Naylor and Austin. Myself, I've got to go back and watch a little bit on. I feel good about I feel solid about where I'm at with Bo Melton, but he's probably going to go higher than I'm going to have him ranked. I'll say that.
Yeah, I might go back and check out Bo Melton and see if we can see that 4.3 speed on there. But
it's just so hard with their quarterback play. It was so bad.
Yeah, it was. But, I mean, it's like, do you take Jahan Dotson at the time in the top 50, or you take Bo Melton in the early 4th round? I mean, the value might be, might ultimately be taking Bo Melton.
Yeah, I mean, and that's going to be a lot of like where some of these guys are going to have to figure. Like some of these teams are going to have to figure it out. Like, where's the value for them? Do you have a similar grade on Jahan Dotson and Bo Melton, and you're sitting there at mid-second round, and you like Jahan Dotson, but can you wait 2 rounds and get Bo Melton?
Right.
And just take another guy that you really like. Maybe you like that. Maybe you've got a similar grade on Jahan Dotson and whatever edge rushers left, and you take the edge guy and come back and get Bo Melton. Maybe even in the 3rd round. If you think that highly of him. So
yeah,
that's the mental gymnastics that go on in these NFL war rooms like that. It's like I would almost love just to like for a team just to go screw it one year, and we're just gonna like we're live streaming this. Let's live stream an entire draft from NFL war room just to let us hear and everything what goes on there.
You can't live stream that. That would be a problem. But there have been, they have filmed.
Yeah, I want everything. I want the good stuff. Yeah. I want the 4-letter words. I want Hard Knocks War Room. That's what I want.
Oh my gosh. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think we'll actually get close at some point because I think there's been more and more access. I mean, the
Colts
Panthers
seem to be very okay with, access for them.
Desmond Ridder with a 10-foot 7-inch broad jump. That's 98th percentile.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to have a pretty dark green number by the time this night is over.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think I'm hoping he runs the 40. I want to see what he does because he might have a shot for the best one now with no D'Eriq King. If he does it, we'll see. Man, Christian Watson.
Is this? I mean, are you surprised by these explosion numbers?
A little bit. I mean, not that I didn't think he was going to put up good numbers, but I'm a little surprised they were the best of the class. That he beat Calvin Austin for the broad. Like, that's surprising to me.
So how is the gumbo on the stove there, Shane?
Gumbo's been made. It has been made. It has been eaten. I started it. I started it in the afternoon, and then I ate it right before like 3:30, right before I came on the air. That's when I ate dinner, and so it came out well. Came out good. I don't have the best stock pot, so the smoke was grand. My dog thought the house was burning down, but if you don't have smoke, it's not gumbo. So it's got to be a little bit of that.
Electric or gas stove?
I have an electric. Not really my choice here. You know how it goes. You buy the house, like switching to gas is expensive.
It was $800. I can tell you exactly how expensive it was.
That sounds cheap. That would be good, but
yeah, no, it was because we had to hire a plumber to run a gas line. This is what made no sense. I know we're not seeing anything on the TV right now to talk about anyway, but every other appliance in my house was gas. My dryer, gas.
Oh wow, that's weird.
Furnace, gas. hot water heater, gas. Stove, electric. And there wasn't even a thing in behind the stove for gas. Like they just never had it ran. So we had to have it run. It was like $800. So made no sense, but
yeah, that's very weird. I mean, everything's electric except our fireplace. So, but yeah, so those two things combined, there's a ceiling there for my gumbo making, but that's all right. It came out good. Made the rice. All was well. Chicken came apart nice. So
you whole chicken or
I went with a couple chicken breasts and shredded them after an hour or so. So I haven't done the whole chicken yet.
so we're doing go routes now on the screen there, and little underthrown ball there to David Bell.
Derek King, surprising. Another, yeah. Not overly surprising. I'm pull up my receiver list here.
That's Slade Bolden there. So now we got Jet Cohen back out here slinging to
boom, John Dotson.
John Dotson. So it's not Burks.
That's Traylon Burks.
That's Traylon Burks.
Sorry.
Good job making the adjustment there, catching it low.
Yeah. I mean, it come through a nice ball. This is tough to hit accurately with guys you've never thrown to before. This
is Dotson. Couldn't catch up to that one.
That was Dejon Dixon, I think.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is Dotson.
So, yeah.
Can
Dustin Crum get it far enough? Oh, there you go. Dotson got right under that one. He tracked that nice.
Yeah.
Crum looked like he gave it everything he possibly had. He's like, whoop. Dontae Drummond missed that one. Yeah, it's kind of a tough, the go route, the 9 route's tough at the combine. You're just, if you can.
That was a good job there. About 10.
And Zakama. Yeah. Nice over the shoulder catch.
Yeah, nice throw by Ellaby too.
Yeah, Ellaby's actually, I think he's actually thrown the ball pretty well. That's a good catch too by Johnny Johnson. Sam Howell, his arm's been pretty sharp, I think. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, I mean that's why I think Sam Howell's just arm strength is so underrated because he.
Yeah, that's Velus Jones. Velus Jones actually probably outran that ball.
Yeah, he did. He did. Bo Melton.
Nice adjustment there.
Yeah.
So here we got, is this Cole Kelly? Yeah, Biggin. Wasn't he almost 3 bills when he was at Arkansas?
That's what he said, I think.
Yeah. I mean, he was pretty heavy.
Down.
Now, I mean, he's still big. 6'7", 250. I mean, that's in today's NFL, you don't really see him that big anymore, right? I mean, that was more commonplace 10, 15 years ago, but it's not, you don't really see it that much anymore. So that appears to have ended our go routes there.
All right.
So trying to see if it looks like we're still coaching, so we're still doing stuff out here.
Yep.
Looks like a Ravens coach.
A couple more routes to go. Yeah, the Ravens have been doing this one.
The Ravens, 2/4 of the AFC North that we don't care about. On the Draft Countdown podcast.
I guess. They're a good organization. We can be non-biased here,
Oh, I would love to have drafted, the way they've drafted over the years. I mean, it's been a model, really, on how to do things and how to keep your team in contention year by year.
Fair.
I mean, it doesn't seem like they're doing business any different with is it DaCosta in lieu of Ozzie Newsome. So
Nope.
seems like he just basically carried on the same way of doing things.
All right, so it looks like we got the out route here on the other side of the field.
It's about 7 yards. We're 7 yards cutting at the cone, trying to toe tap the sideline.
Traylon Burks didn't quite.
Not sure what. I'm not sure he
kind of slowed down there. You know, and once again, I think you talked about it before, but you want to see the cut. You don't want to just, Dejon Dixon just kind of did a little circle there. That's easy to defend.
Yeah.
It's harder to defend.
You're not putting, you want to put the DB on his toes.
Right.
And if you round off the route, the DB knows where you're going. But if you put the foot in the ground, he doesn't know if you're going to cut one way or the other. So it kind of makes him make the choice. And Dejon Dixon, Slade Bolden, almost every route they've run where they've had to cut, they've been rounding him off.
Right.
Like as a comma there, a bit too much on the cut there and almost fell down. Now, who's 14 here? Because he looks rocked up.
Yeah. 14's Johnny Johnson.
Yeah, he looks ripped to shreds.
Yeah, here's Fellis Jones. Not bad. I think he got both feet in too to catch it. And they're having him pull in and run down the field too, so you'll see that happen.
Yeah. Cole Kelly, we've talked about him a couple of times. One of the most productive quarterbacks in Division One. Be it FBS, FCS. Not many quarterbacks put up higher numbers than he did the past 2 seasons with that offense they ran at Southeast Louisiana.
Yeah. Well,
which door to door, Shane, probably one of the 5 closest universities that play football to where I am.
Oh, there you go. Burks again, tripping on that route.
I believe it's about 100 and probably a little about 2.5 hours from here.
Well, there you go. I don't know if he'll get drafted.
I don't.
I think it'll be close, but that was a nice.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an organizational philosophy with Cole Kelly. Do they want the bigger quarterbacks? And I think that's going to be like, if you're okay with that, I think his accuracy's off at times, but he's got a huge arm and very, like I said, he's been very productive at that level. So we'll see if he does. I think it's going to be 6th, 7th round for sure. I don't think it's any higher than that.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. Bum, bum, bum. All right. And I'll update, we have all the results, all the numbers up at Draft Countdown. I'll update that tonight once we're done. I'll get everything.
So everybody come back, check on that, get those numbers.
Yeah.
After it wraps up tonight, that's up on and we'll try to keep that pinned to the top, for over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I have it in the toolbar under Combine. You can find that pretty easily, and so it shouldn't be too bad to find. Ultimately, thanks for watching, everyone out there. You can give us a like, give us a subscription if you've enjoyed it.
Yeah, everybody, we've added a lot of subscribers on the YouTube channel. these last few weeks. We've got our own custom YouTube link now. So tell all your friends, youtube.com/the draft countdown. I'm not 100% sure Shane didn't do that intentionally to mimic the Ohio State University.
You're the one that named the podcast that. Let's be fair. I did not choose that name.
Maybe I did.
Yeah, so.
Okay. That's fair. Blame it on me. It's like
I will blame it on you, so I don't get Look, it worked out because for some reason Draft Countdown didn't work, so it worked out. Since that's the podcast name, we have youtube.com/the Draft Countdown. So, and it doesn't hurt being the same name as Ohio State. I think it was a good choice on your part, Brian. I think it was an excellent decision.
100% where I was going with that when I thought about it.
Oh,
100%. For everybody who's wondering, we figured the freezer out.
All right, good.
So I'm not having a barbecue outside tomorrow with all the stuff that was in the freezer. Which is a problem people up north generally don't have because they don't have hurricanes that knock power out for 2 weeks at a time.
Yeah. Well, that probably is required. We're getting some more RAS cards here. Daniel Bellinger, 9.85, so 98.5 percentile.
Okay. I'm not rooting against Daniel Bellinger here, people. I feel like that's coming out in my voice, but I'm not.
I mean, every time you talk about him,
I'm not doing it intentionally, I swear. So that's right. McBride didn't run. 6.59 for Cole Turner is not great.
Yeah, I mean, I said the broad jump helped, Kent said, but it looks like we're getting back to the drills again, which is good.
5.63 for Jake Ferguson, by the way. Which
fair. That matches up. I think Trey McBride's matches up too. All right. Good double move here, which is, I do like watching this route too because see.
It combines a lot of things. It combines, can you change directions? Can you track the ball? A lot of good stuff. This might be one of the best ones because it also shows cutting, and this guy's just long. Kevin Austin there.
Yeah. And you can see that's, basically that second cut going back outside to how that footwork goes.
Mm-hmm.
Austin sold the first move, but then you want to hit that second one a little bit sharper. And that was really impressive by Slade Bolden. Something that he does well, right? He can run routes. He has good footwork.
Yeah. I mean, he's on some of his routes, I mentioned it earlier, he's kind of rounded them off, but that was a good one.
Boom. Yeah, Burke's really, really smooth there. You can see the upper body movement a little bit too of, guys that really have done this a lot and can sell it. You can kind of see that shift happen, which is good when you see the upper body not.
So you didn't see anything there upper body from Jahan Dotson.
Correct.
Not a good rep there from the Penn State receiver.
Yeah. Yeah. You really want to not show what you're doing with your upper body. Once again, tough in this environment with a quarterback that you've never had thrown to you before. But
for the most part, yeah, you generally will never really see that line up. See, that looked good there from 10 Ezekama. He's really looked good in some of these.
Yeah,
some of these drills here.
He settled down a little bit after that. Here's Johnny Johnson. I don't think the deep double moves his game. All right, so we get a boom. Let's see Sam Howell here to throwing the football.
You know, another thing going for Sam Howell, he's got that GQ rating too, right? Chicks are going to dig Sam Howell, I believe.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, he's put the ball in some nice spots. I mean, Sky Moore's just too fast. But the pass before that to Bo Melton was really good. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think Jalen Naylor.
Yeah, that was Naylor there, right?
That was Naylor there, yeah. That one.
That was good. You think I'm kidding with that, Shane? But didn't somebody do a study correlating like quarterback success with like their facial like features or whatever? Like Ben Roethlisberger had like the perfect face structure or something, or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know, but you know, maybe you got to include those analytics into your top 100 now.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not looking that up. I'm not going to try to confuse my Googles. Who knows what kind of ads I'll get on everything now if I do that.
Look, we watch film of men all the time. So,
well, that's true. And also, we used to go the last couple of years they haven't done it, but you know the weigh in at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, we got booted from that, man. I mean, so who is the Colorado tight end? Nick Casas? Was that his name? Still the best looking dude I've seen.
You didn't see Jeremy Chin.
I did not see Jeremy Chin. No.
That guy.
All right. All right, so now we're 9 ratting down the other side here. There you go. Jahan Dotson down the field. I mean, that's
Kadation Dixon. This is Dotson.
Okay.
A lot of arc under that one from, was it Ellaby?
Yeah.
Not the best.
He's not the deep ball passer here. I think most of these quarterbacks probably are not.
That was a sweet pass there from Sam Howell to Ezukama.
Yeah. That perfect placement, just right in front of him, right? That's kind of what you want to see. Even that one, I know Johnny Johnson didn't catch it, but not bad.
He put it where it needed to be.
Right. Cole Kelly has a decent arm. That's a pretty good pass.
Yeah, good tracking there. Velus Jones.
Yeah.
Knew where he was on the sideline, made the play.
I don't know if he's a 4-3 runner, then I'd be using Velus Jones there in that way. That one shortchanged Bo Melton.
You know, you didn't see Tennessee really use him that much in those.
No. Surprisingly.
You've probably been tracking Velus Jones for a while. Why don't you think it worked for him at Southern Cal?
It's a fair question. I don't know. I think they had kind of the holes there, but honestly, it was Southern Cal's coaching problems were pretty major. I think they let a lot of guys go that probably could have been productive there. So I don't know. So kind of surprising for sure.
It was interesting to follow locally here because he's the first prospect I could remember that played high school locally in the Mobile area that went all the way out there to play. So, and then he ends up coming back to Tennessee, which you see that more often. But
Yeah. Right, is fairly rare.
But there's been a run of Stanford players from here the last few years. They had a quarterback out there. He's not very good, but he played high school with Ellis Jones.
Interesting.
Jack West is his name.
Hmm.
But yeah,
I don't think I know him.
He's not very good.
That's fine.
He has more political aspirations, I believe, than he does football aspirations. But he's played a little bit sparingly, but not much of a prospect.
Yeah, that's why. Well, we'll get Tanner McKee next year. So
yeah. I mean, there was talks of him being in the first round mix this year before he ultimately went back to school.
Yeah.
I had watched zero tape of. I had watched nothing on Tanner McKee, so I'm kind of glad he went back. That lets me play a little catch up. Him and the Miami quarterback that you like so much are two guys that I'll be definitely hitting over the summer.
Van Dyke, yeah,
as we get ready, because I have nothing on either one of those guys. So this is, I guess, we're trying to separate here, and so we're doing a separate from the DB, fade in the end zone.
Yeah, kind of a fade route.
So it's interesting here with this route is they've got a coach like standing in front, and you're trying to get separation with your feet.
Yeah, you're gonna fake them out, get around them, right?
And then toe tap in the back of the end zone. They've got two pylons set up on like the 30-yard line to insinuate the back of the end zone.
Sound right. So boom.
This ain't Slade Bolden's where he's going to win.
No. And, you kind of hope that these quarterbacks put it up a little bit because you'd like to see guys go up and get it. I mean, maybe that Cole Kelly pass to Treylon Burks maybe a little too high, but, it's nice to see them kind of jump, like you said, and come down with the football. Can they do that? Can they high point?
Yeah. Just got a DM from Pete Smith, writes for SI Browns. Good friend of mine. He says a tweet like a tradition like no other. We're crushing Ellaby's deep ball. And then here comes a tweet. Tony Pauline, love the deep balls from Caleb Ellaby.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Well, we call it as we see it.
See, as you got it. There's no way to make that one in bounds. So Jack Cohn's actually been pretty impressive so far.
I mean,
on the football.
Like I said, not a guy I thought anything at all about, to be honest, before this. But looked great athletically, made some good throws here. That guy looks 15 there. Looks well put together. That's Fellis Jones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Yes. Yeah, not Sky Moore games either. It's not what he's going to be doing. Boom. That's pretty nice by Jalen Naylor. A couple of those fade routes in Michigan State.
Yeah, he's looked solid out here today.
He's a good player, and like I said, early day 3. I think
it's like Treylon Burks getting another go at it there.
Not with Cole Kelly, thankfully. But yeah, I mean, Burks is a player you could definitely use in that way.
So ultimately, where is your landing spot for Treylon Burks? Not draft capital wise, but like if you're a team, where are you lining up Treylon Burks to get the most success out of him?
I mean, I still think you kind of want him as that X receiver. I know he played in the slot mostly, but I would like to have him at the X and let that that size do its damage. The size and the speed combo are still really good. I think you could want to get him down the field. He can stretch the field. That's what I would want to do. Now, when he played that at Arkansas, he dominated. We just don't have a ton of film of it.
He was mostly lined up in the slot at Arkansas.
Yeah, I think it's 46% of his snaps were in the slot this year. So I think he can do it. I think he's shown he can do it. You just don't have a big enough sample size to feel like super comfortable. And that's why he's not an elite prospect. That's why he's not Jamar Chase. Like Jamar Chase, you saw what he was going to do in the NFL, him do every snap and dominate, right? And like Burks, you just want a little more. You just want to feel a little better about it. And we haven't gotten that.
Burks was getting some pointers there from Michael Irvin as they went to break. I feel like that we're done with this set of QBs and receivers. They'll hopefully go over to the shuttles. Hopefully that's the thing that's happening.
No, we'll probably watch the 40 time for the next group.
Just a point of what you're going to probably not see here is they never show the damn shuttles on the NFL Network feed. It used to be pretty cool. The NFL.com used to have like an alternate feed where they would show that. I don't know if they still do that or not.
Yeah, I don't know.
I may pull that up tomorrow and see if like on my laptop like beside me and see if they have like an alternate.
Kelly Platt tweeting Desmond Ridder put up the second best broad jump ever by a quarterback.
Well, there you go. Desmond Ridder, athletic freak.
By 1 inch. He missed tying for first with 3 other guys.
So is he going to run the 40? We don't know yet.
We don't know. I hope so, because that group hasn't run yet. I mean, he has a chance to come out of this looking really good. If he does, everything else is lined up super nice.
Now, I've been consistently mocking Sam Howell to Detroit at 32. Do you think Ridder is a guy that they might look at there?
Sure, absolutely. If they look at a quarterback there, then
if they look at a quarterback there, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I think he has a shot, maybe a pretty decent shot, maybe more than Sam Howell. I don't know. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll put one of them there on Monday.
So you're definitely 3 quarterbacks in round 1.
Yeah,
I feel good about that.
I think 3 is probably what we end up with.
Does Corral fall out?
He could. Maybe he's the guy at 32. That wouldn't surprise me either. I feel like if he's going to fall a little bit because of the injury or whatever, because he didn't work out at the combine, I don't think we're going to have a good feel for how comfortable teams are with him. So he could be that player at 32 for sure.
I don't know when their pro day is scheduled for.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find a list of pro day schedules.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. The quarterbacks always are, because I feel like kind of ends up all or nothing, for a lot of that. We're just waiting for the next group here. Appreciate the people sticking with us.
So I looked up on PFF, and they have Mississippi State listed twice. So I don't know if that's a mistake, and one of them is supposed to just be Mississippi. But I didn't also look up Ole Miss. Let me do that.
March 24th.
There we go. March 24th. So that's 3 weeks from today.
So if he started throwing and running 3 weeks, it's probably enough time.
I think what you'll end up seeing with Matt Corral is he's going to have his own pro day, probably a couple of weeks before the draft.
Interesting.
Is this the way they always do it? They put like the game at the bar. They line them up and just let them throw as hard as they can.
Yeah, I think that's what they did in 2019. It might not have always been that way though.
So that's pretty good. 59 mile per hour for Sam Howell.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. Over 60 is
Elite.
like, I wouldn't say I guess over 60, like 63 is elite. Like over 60 first round wise is what you kind of want.
Deshaun Watson was at what, like 54 or something, or 49 or something.
His was not great.
And it doesn't seem to have hampered him on the field.
Sure. Yeah, he was 49. So yeah, I guess you're probably right. 60 is probably elite. So 59's pretty good. As long as you're over 50, you're in good shape.
So we were talking about pro days, and that's where you're going to get a lot of these fill-in numbers for some of these guys. They start quickly, Shane.
Yeah.
March 8th is the first FBS pro days. Then that's on Tuesday.
Yep.
So we have Miami of Ohio and Northwestern, and the Miami of Ohio one is significant because of Sterling Weatherford, who converting to linebacker from safety. Miami of Ohio had a great week at the Senior Bowl, but didn't get a combine invite. So it's going to be key for him. His teammate Dominic Robinson probably going to work. I think he's going to probably work out here. Mm-hmm. So he may not test, but those two guys and the receiver Jack Sorensen, probably not draftable, but he should be there as well. So in Northwestern also that day, a couple of guys on their maybe borderline guys as well. So pro days start next Tuesday. So
yeah.
I don't know how much actual like writing coverage we're going to have, like periodic pro day wrap ups at draftcountdown.com. We're not going to do it every day just because we're not going to be able to get that information, how we want it.
Yeah. And at that point, a lot of them have been to the combine. You're hitting most of the drafted guys here anyway. Like, so we'll have one or two updates through the process.
So I think what you'll end up seeing from us pro day coverage, we'll have some maybe a write up every week or so, maybe just kind of touch on some high end stuff from guys, and we'll probably devote a segment on the podcast every week, with whatever information we might get. We'll do a little pro day wrap up on the podcast as well to just kind of keep you guys informed of what's going on there. But yeah, so I mean, some big boys also get going next week as well. You have Oklahoma is next week. UAB has some players that aren't here that I think have solid. Arkansas is also next week.
We're getting some official 40 times here for some of these receivers. Velus Jones with the fastest of that group at 4.31 officially.
Woo! So that was faster than they clocked him at.
That was, yep, and that was faster than Calvin Austin, official 4.32. Danny Gray 4.33, Bo Melton 4.34, and then Sky Moore at a 4.41.
That is awesome time for Velus Jones.
That is excellent. I did not see that coming. So I was definitely, Danny Gray, Calvin Austin. I mean, Sky Moore, sure, but that was 4.31, crazy for Velus. I don't think anyone had him as the fastest receiver.
Going to
my knowledge, but
bookmark that pro day schedule page.
Yeah, it's probably a good one to have.
Feels handy information.
Yeah, that's good. But yeah, I think those are the fastest of that group. So looks like the next Looks like the next group's going to start running here, the quarterbacks. Looks like Kenny Pickett's running the 40, though.
Hey.
What do you think he's going to run? That's fun.
This feels 4.7-ish.
Yeah, I had 4.75. Maybe he can hit. Maybe he can get high 4.6s. I think the agility is going to be better. I think Kent said that on our pod, or someone did. I think the agility drills will be a little bit better for him.
I'm anxious to see what our voices sound like on Sunday.
Yeah. keep hydrating here and try to keep that tea flowing. So gonna have to do a little vocal rest tomorrow, I think.
What do they call that? Something with honey there?
Yeah. That's a good idea. Probably should break that out.
So like we said earlier, this is the warm up for the marathon that will be our live draft coverage. It's going to be a little bit different for me. I'm gonna definitely have a different setup for the draft, where I'm in my home office right now, but for the draft, because I have a party at my house.
Wait, you're having a party for the draft? You won't be there?
I do it every year. So I'm just going to move my whole rig, my microphone, and I bought a new headset just for the draft that has the mic on the headset, and so I'm just going to move it into my den where So
is the party going to be there?
Yes.
I do not think that's going to work out.
We're going to see. We're going to see how
that
goes.
Way that background noise is going to be good.
We're gonna. We may have to mature rating the
okay
night one of the podcast.
Oh no,
it'll be fine. But no, I say a party, man. It's like 5 people come over and watch the draft with me. It's just something we've done for the last 10 years. And
see how it goes. Look, see how it goes. If you need to go to the party, you're having people over your house.
It's fine.
You can.
Man. It's fine. It's gonna. The only difference in this year and last year is I'll have a camera attached to my laptop, where normally it's just my laptop in my lap. So it'll be fine.
We'll see how it goes. I'm be yelling at you in the chat, like hear some random dude in the background.
Yeah, but man, we have menus and stuff for each night of the draft. Man, it's awesome. I have the same guy. I've watched the draft with a friend of mine. We graduated high school together, and we've been watching the draft together probably since the '97 draft, the Orlando Pace. And every year we've watched the draft together, so it's pretty cool.
Oh, that is neat. For sure.
But yeah, we night one I go to Costco that morning. I'll get 2 big packs of hamburger, and we'll grill up just hamburgers. I'll do wings during the day. It's a great menu there, Shane. And then night 2, go to my favorite barbecue spot down the road there, get a couple of racks of ribs and some potato salad and stuff like that for night 2. And then day 3, it's okay, just heat up whatever's left over.
Yeah, I'm sure you got food out the wazoo there. Well, I'll be interested to see how that goes.
Now, I can't make any guarantees, but I may have a 6-year-old pop up on the feed. I can't shut the door and keep her out.
Oh my goodness, this is I'm getting scared, but
it'll be fine. You're worried over nothing. Over nothing.
All right. Let's see,
it's gonna be a good time.
It looks like we should hopefully get to this next group pretty soon. Maybe be done by.
We might get done by 9.
Yeah, your time.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But yeah, our one of our loyal podcast listeners, Dwayne, he'll be over for the draft as well.
There you go. He can listen live in person.
Yeah.
Oh man. So Traylon Burks came in at 4.55. Not the 4.5 flat. So I'm not sure.
So I wonder how that's
I'm
going to take. I wonder if that's going to take his RAS down a little bit.
It will. So yeah, it's interesting. That'll be interesting to see what, and maybe it's the 10-yard split was better, something like that too. So we'll see.
All right, Shane. So we've got time to talk about it now, and we think he's going to run here in a minute, and he's, did some other drills already. Kenny Pickett refused to have his hand measured at the Senior Bowl because we knew it was going to be small. Said he was going to do those Brandon Allen masseuse stretching hand exercises.
And it worked.
It got him a 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
He went from 8 1/4 to 8 1/2. So
that's it's pretty good. 1/4 inch is pretty good.
So let's put it out here that there hasn't been a quarterback drafted in the first round with hands that small since Michael Vick.
Yeah, and that's speculative on Michael Vick's hand size. He was never measured.
So never official on that, but that's just kind of what we know. So we're talking about an all-time outlier here with Kenny Pickett.
So here's what I think you have to keep in mind. That's an outlier, but what's the sample size of players that good with that hand size, right? Like, I think that's the difference too. It's not like we have had players with that hand size that were good quarterbacks, that played like Pickett did, get drafted and not be good. That would be worse. It's better for that he is so unique that, players typically with that hand size don't go through the high school process and end up being big time recruits and big time college football players and get drafted in the first round. So I think the sample size is not big enough to even make a conclusion about if this is good or bad. It actually could be, we don't know. Like, does that make sense? We just don't have any evidence of a player of this caliber with the hand size. And
the flip side of the coin is your concern with the small hands is fumbles. That's what that's what they say is like, smaller hands, less grip on the football, fumbles. 38 career fumbles at Pitt.
How many did Desmond Ridder have?
I do not know.
He had more than that.
Okay.
He has 10-inch hands. So it's like, what do you want?
See, that's information I didn't know. I didn't know about. I didn't know until this morning. I had no idea how many fumbles Kenny Pickett had, because this isn't readily available stats that I can find anywhere.
Desmond Ridder over 50, I think. I could be wrong, but he had more than Kenny Pickett.
So
like, it's a concern. I think the issue is if his hand was normal, then I think it's a problem. But the fact that his thumb is out a little bit and they're measuring pinky to thumb is the problem, right? Because you put this back, I mean, that's a big change of size. I mean, we're talking close to an inch. So
for those scoring at home, that is a Joe Burrow sized 9-inch hand.
And I think that's probably what Kenny Pickett's hand is, if he could stretch his thumb back far enough. If he could actually stretch his thumb back and get a clear measurement. So Zach, see 50 and 38. Yeah. So maybe I'm incorrect.
So for all these stat sites and everything we have nowadays, how is this not something that we're tracking? Seriously. I mean, for running backs, everybody, if you can track it on a video game, you should be able to track it in real life, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I guess you would hope so, but I guess they don't really. I don't think they keep that as an official stat, right? In college,
apparently not.
So I don't know, but either way, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think teams will have him grip a football and see what his grip strength is. They'll measure his hands around the football. Why don't we measure quarterbacks' hands around the football? Why don't we do that?
Feels like a easy way that you could do it. Yeah. I mean, you could mark up a football, right, that every single quarterback has to touch.
Yeah. But we'll see. Like I said, we can't, I don't know how much they want to change.
Wait. We must stop. My man,
EJ
Perry on the line.
All right. 4.6. That's really good. And 4.7.1. 4.6 flat for Brown.
And you know what? You see that on tape, I think, with EJ Perry. I think you see that type of that athleticism out there.
Yeah, I think he's out. I'm a little surprised the 40 was that good, but I think athletically, yeah, he can move, which is nice. So I mean, 4.6 is really good. Here's Pickett running the 40. I have him a 4.75.
4.67.
4.67. That's very good, I think, for him. Like that. I mean, that's a guy that can run a little bit in the NFL. 4.67.
Yeah, no doubt.
You're not gonna be putting him out there like you will Malik Willis, but I think Kenny Pickett's going to. You're going to be able to maybe have QB draws at the goal line, things like that.
Our man Daniel Flick put the eyeball emoji up at that 4.60 from EJ Perry after I mocked him to the Falcons. I had to tell him to get on that tape, Shane.
There you go. Brock Purdy, I had it at a 4.8. He runs a 4.81 on a
pretty accurate there. Here we go. Desmond Ridder, his name is up there, Shane. So
he is running. I went 4.55.
4.55 Desmond Ridder. 4.60 the time to beat.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be close. I don't know. I think it could go a lot of ways, but like if Desmond Ridder can get in the 4.5s even, that's impressive at 2.11. So we'll see.
Desmond Ridder also looks like the first person who is trained to run this 40.
Like, okay, little slow start. 4.5 flat. Look at that. Woo. Now that is Desmond might not be making it my mock to the Atlanta Falcons around 2.
Nope. It does not look that way anymore, does it, Shane?
I mean, he's already his workout was one of the best. Kent also just tweeted the Kenny Pickett card 928 unofficially, which is athletically very impressive.
Skylar Thompson did not look fast in college. He's 4.89. I would have said 5 flat if you had asked me, probably just based off what I saw.
Yeah.
But 4.89, you had it 4.62, way off there, Shane.
Thanks. Yeah, it was.
Bailey Zappi, you had it 4.70. That feels right.
Does that feel good? I feel like he has some athleticism, but not a straight line, runner. See.
4.83. Yeah.
Okay. Solid.
That feels right.
Yeah. I was hoping a little faster. So
I'm assuming all these eyeball emojis from Zach here is for Desmond Ridder 40.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Second run for my man EJ Perry, Pride of Brown.
Pride of Brown.
Former BC quarterback there. Transferred to Brown. Got behind a couple of guys there, I believe, at BC, and because that's when they had was it Anthony Brown and I guess Jurkovic come in
right
around that time. So EJ Perry transferred down to the Ivies. Great note on EJ Perry. The Ivy League does not do red shirts, so he and some of his teammates. What's the time? 4.68 second run. But he and some of his teammates at Brown basically de-enrolled from school so they could come back this year. They basically sat out a semester and then re-enrolled so they could play in the fall. So you want to talk about dedication to football and the like. That's a good. I take that as a good motivation there to want to play. A guy who loves the game, that you drop out of an Ivy League school to go back.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
4.69. So Pickett's right there. That's essentially who he is.
Fantastic for him. Because what did he? What was his weight? Was 217. I mean, that's pretty good. I'm gonna save Zach's eye emoji. We'll just pop it up there every time something good happens. Save that there.
A little bit better there for Brock Purdy.
4.76.
You talk about a guy who was just straight hype, and then just no, he's fell off the planet.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of went how the team went, and I don't think he ever had the requisite skill set. But like a lot of these quarterbacks, we project improvement. You mentioned before, I really like Miami's Tyler Van Dyke. I'm projecting a big improvement from him, right? If it doesn't happen, he might not be a draft.
Saw a stat on Tyler Van Dyke: 6 straight 300-yard passing games. Last guy to do that, Joe Burrow.
Yeah, which is crazy at a school like that. And we'll see Mario Cristobal coming in. Might not be the best thing, but we'll see what happens.
Well, but Josh, I guess Ritter's second run here, trying to go sub 4.5. He does it 4.49.
Wow. So
let's that
one of those
yep, eyeballs there. So 4.49 for Desmond Ridder. I mean, that's pretty awesome. 36-inch vert, and he has the hand size, right? 10-inch hands.
Yeah.
That he has the range. Size. So 6'3", 211. They're making a Mariota comparison, I guess, just based off measurables.
Based off the measurements, which, is fair enough. I mean, like, I don't think I can bump him ahead of any of my top 4 guys, but he definitely enters that tier, I think, of those 4. So, that's really interesting.
Desmond Ridder faster than Treylon Burks. Did not have that on the bingo card sheet.
Desmond Ridder didn't even go sub 4.4, so. But no, I thought 4.55. I was like, 4.55 would actually be like a really good time. And if that 4.49,
of course, we'll have to see the official numbers, which we saw with Velus Jones. The official number is actually faster than his hand time. So,
yeah, it can actually get better. Yeah, so
a little better the second run for Skylar Thompson, 4.86. Again, he's a quarterback that I think is I don't think a whole lot about him, to be honest.
Yeah. I thought the bowl game he played well against LSU. Now they didn't have like 75% of their players. I thought maybe Skylar Thompson, if he showed some athletic ability, could have gotten into the draft, but I think that made him.
Well,
I'd rather have
thought you didn't see. I guess when you're looking at Skylar Thompson, I was looking to see, okay, is he a similar player as Carson Wentz and Trey Lance were as prospects? Because that's kind of your comparison in that offense, right? Mm-hmm. So, and he wasn't. 4.78 for Zappy.
That's good.
I think that's really good for him.
That's solid. The RAS for Desmond Ridder 9.79, so 97
percentile.
Yeah, almost 98th. It's crazy.
If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it Cam Newton is the highest RAS ever for quarterback?
So. Yeah,
and Tyree Jackson, I believe, was probably second.
It's up there, and we don't. A lot of these quarterbacks that are super athletic don't. Didn't work out as well. But.
So here we go, wide receiver 40s in
Chris Olave.
Chris Olave. So
yeah,
here we go.
I think he'll be in the 4.3s. I have him 4.36.
Well, he's
took a little to get going. He 4.26. Wow, that is really fast. That's really good. Where's that eye? Yeah, get that eyeball emoji up there. I thought 4.36. I was like, he might. Yeah, sometimes these guys go a little slower.
That was pretty awesome.
And I don't even think his 10-yard split there was perfect. Like, I think he can get a little faster at the beginning of that run. The last 20 yards were crazy good.
4.5 flat for Kyle Phillips. He's a guy he was the talk of the Shrine week out there. Great week. One of the better, he's literally the player that everybody talked about from the week at the Shrine. He didn't play in the game, but a great week of practice. Now, here we go. This is a big time right here. George Pickens.
Yeah. I have him 4.53, but he should. It'd be nice for him to get the 4.4s, and I think he can. I'm at 195, so yeah, little
4.43.
Yeah, that's.
I thought his start was a little wonky there.
Yeah, so maybe there's some growth to 4.4 flat there for him. That's a really good time, and we'll see how some of Pickens' other. He had the
coming into this season, you would have had him in the first round, right?
If what?
Like coming into this season, you would have considered him possibly as a first round receiver before the season started.
I was not a big fan.
Okay.
Of last year's film. Not that he was bad, but I thought he lacked effort often. And I didn't think he was this athletic, so that's why I'm interested in seeing the athletic score. Because I think if he shows the athleticism, that helps me a little bit. So I think I do have to bump him up because a lot of the problem too is just Georgia is just tough to get a good read. He had one catch in a great catch in the national championship game, but just one catch. So,
saw a tweet from Pete Smith said, it sounds a bit cliche, but can we go ahead and hand the Raiders pick in now? The card there, Chris Olave.
Look, we're done with that. All right, they'll just take Jameson Williams 4.3 flat guy instead. How high can Olave go then?
I love his tape. I've still got him at wide receiver 2. Yes. I had him wide receiver 2 coming into this week. I'm probably not going to move off that. I moved Jameson Williams down. And I have Williams in London lower because of the injuries. And I don't know where they're at. I'm not going to see that. I'm not going to see Williams test at all through the whole process.
Either. No.
And London may test at the pro day.
Yeah, I'll be surprised. He might, but I'll be surprised.
So with that being said, I have to kind of keep them in check a little bit. I had Burks 1, Olave 2, Wilson 3 coming into this week. I don't know how much of that's going to change.
It's fair. Yeah, I just don't. I don't know if I can bump Olave up over the 4 in front of him, but I think he will get drafted higher than some of them. And, we'll see what Garrett Wilson runs here.
Well, while we're on commercial here, you follow, you're an Ohio State guy. You went to school there. You watch them play every week. What are you getting more with Wilson that you're not getting from Olave?
I think the body control and what he can do with the ball in the air, Garrett Wilson is better. I also think in terms of just they're very different players in how they run routes. Like Wilson reminds me of Deontay Johnson a lot, where he uses his feet to get separation. Olave, uses kind of his smooth ability. Alec Pierce 4.33 is a crazy 40 time for Alec Pierce at 211 pounds today.
Makai Polk is
a
guy.
He's fast too.
Yeah, 4.5 flat.
4.5. I had him a 4.4. I think he can improve that. I had Alec Pierce a 4.44, and I felt
that's pretty good.
I felt that was maybe too fast, and he's killed it.
Charleston Rambo had a bounce back season with Miami this year. Didn't really do a whole lot at Oklahoma last year. 4.53.
4.53
in his first go. We're going to see Reggie Roberson run. Didn't participate in the Senior Bowl because of the injury. I guess we're not going to see Roberson run.
And nope, we're going to jump down to Wandale.
And so we'll continue to have questions about where Reggie Roberson is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Wandale Robinson, maybe it came up while we were streaming, but I still want to see an official height on him. The NFL rounded off to 5'8". Did he come in under 5'8"? That's what I do want to see that.
4.38. That is fast.
That is fast. That is pretty good. I had him in the low 4.3s. I think that's still a possibility, but he plays big. I mean, he plays big.
Yeah. I want to get back to Reggie Roberson a minute.
Yeah.
2020 midway point of that season, man, that guy was on the fast track. I thought he was a borderline first-round pick the way he played.
Yeah, you really liked him.
Yeah. And then that injury was brutal midway through the 20 season. And this year he just coming back from it, dealing with it. The injuries piled up on him, and it's going to hurt him. I mean, maybe he doesn't even get drafted. But I'm still high on him. I currently have him at wide receiver 14. That's going to drop just because guys I have under him, Velus Jones, Calvin Austin, Alec Pierce, those guys are going up.
I have Roberson wide receiver 23.
Yeah.
He might drop from there.
Yeah, that might ultimately be where he settles for me in that range, which would put him probably mid to late day 3. It sucks.
Where it'll go.
It sucks, but that's just kind of what happens when you can't stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I never had him quite as high as you did, but
right.
He could have done some damage in this offseason for sure. So no Justin Ross. We knew that.
Braylon Sanders up now. 4.42.
That's good. Adam 4.40.
So are we in sync finally, Shane?
I think we are. I think we're almost perfectly in sync, man.
All right.
You were ahead of me for a little bit, but I think we worked out pretty good, which I don't mind. 7.05 3-cone for Greg Dulcich. That is pretty good. It's pretty good at 2.43.
So here's another guy I really like, Khalil Shakir, Boise State.
How do you think he's going to – what do you think his speed is? Because I've had some debates here. What do you think? 40 time-ish general. You don't have to give us.
I'm gonna say mid 4.5s.
Yeah, I feel like he needs.
I think his. I feel like his shuttles are gonna be
really good. Like I had him pretty fast, but
yeah, he was another guy had a really good week at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah,
got open a lot in the one-on-ones.
Alec Pierce right now 9.98 Raz.
Wow.
4.35. Well, I had him 4.39 at some point. I think I bumped him slower than that, so that's a good time.
Please note for everybody out there, Brian Bosarge at D-Fry Draft has no idea on how to judge what a player's 40 speed is going to be.
Look. I think I was fair. I think that was fair. Fair enough. Because I think there are a lot of people that said that. Me and some other, fantasy guys.
So putting a little disappointed that they're gonna go to commercial. So we're gonna miss. They'll have to recap Talbert.
Tyquan Thornton's another one he's going to be fast.
So we got an 8.56 RAS for Chris Olave after the first run.
I mean, that's pretty good. Like I said, Alec Pierce is at 9.98. One of the best ever. I mean, that's a really good for Olave.
Yeah, I mean, that's an awesome. I mean, did he not do the broad, I guess?
Or it just hasn't been announced yet.
Okay.
So I only think certain ones have gotten out there so far.
Oh, well, here it is. Josh Norris tweeted a couple after that. 10'9".
Yeah. And
broad. That wasn't on his
Kent
card.
added it, and it doesn't change anything. That's how good it was. So there you go. Ultimately.
Surely that'll drop him. Oh, no, it did not. So a lot of seeing some Saints Twitter not happy seeing Olave running the 4.26, thinking that he will no longer be available at 18.
I mean, I feel like you can't. Yeah, wide receiver 1 is in his wheelhouse. It's going to be wild. I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe the Saints could still get him. You know, if teams we have some really good edge rush. You know, you have some really good positions otherwise too. Well, we're going to start pumping up some of these guys day 3, day 4 of the combine too. So
I feel like we should. There's a cautionary tale to be told. This isn't the case with Olave, and I'll get that in a second. But we've seen guys who had the crazy 40 times get drafted way higher than they should. 2005, Troy Williamson from South Carolina, who I had a pretty good eye on, knew he was fast, knew he couldn't catch a cold, but 7 overall to the Vikings. Darius Hayward-Bay also, I think, went 7 overall to the Raiders, which is where the joke comes in now every year.
Sorry to interrupt you. Tyquan Thornton just ran a 4.21.
That's the record.
That would be
if it's official.
It's not official at this point, but I just tweeted so. 4.21.
Did not see that coming.
Could be
which that, by the way, also puts that cornerback fastest 40 in question.
Yeah, that might be. We might
That's
have.
That's not good, Shane.
On that one.
Yeah, might lose a little cash on that one.
That's all right.
I guess we'll get that back with wow. But anyway, as I was saying, fastest 40 doesn't necessarily, but Chris Olave is actually good as a wide receiver, where Darius Hayward-Bay and Troy Williamson were not.
Right. You have production. You have him playing at a blue chip institution.
Here we go. Tyquan Thornton's 40 on the
4.21. Is a wild. It's just a wild number. That's just a wild number. I mean, I knew he was fast. I had him at 4.42. I was not. I would not have put him in the 4.2s.
All right, here's Jalen Tolbert. Now,
see how Tolbert does. I mean, if you can get the 4.4s, that'd be
4.5.
Nice.
4.5.
So that's a pretty solid.
I that feels right.
That's good.
That feels right for Jalen Tolbert. I feel like that's who he is on tape.
The second group of receivers is unreal.
They took the first group personally.
Trey Turner had at a 4.44.
4.44.
That's there we go. Right on. So
here we go. Okay. Christian Watson.
If he gets in the 4.3s, man, just
oh my God!
where's that eye emoji? 4.28 for Christian Watson. That is unbelievable at 208 pounds. Whew. Unbelievable, right? I mean, what Tyquan Thornton came in at 181. Isaiah Weston 4.39.
That's great.
That's really good for him. Yeah, I had him 4.45. My God, my goodness. Is this laser? Just is something happening here.
So Devin Williams 4.6.
All right, Devin Williams.
Just go home, Devin Williams.
I had him at 4.64. So sorry, Devin Williams. You just got
You're
stuck
done.
with the crazy.
Garrett Wilson. Now this is pretty big, right?
This is big for my wallet. So
That's not good for the wallet, Shane.
Oh, that's not good for the wallet.
Shane, that's going to cost you.
That's
going to cost
not good. That's not good.
That was
Hey,
your
good
six,
for Garrett
was
Wilson.
that your 6 unit bet there, Shane?
That was my 6 unit bet.
That's not good.
But Garrett Wilson, that's good for him.
Yes.
Good
for his wallet.
Yes.
Good for his wallet.
Yeah, that's really good.
So Tyquan Thornton, what was his weigh-in?
181.
So Christian, 421 from him is not as impressive as 428 for Christian Watson.
Absolutely. Especially with Christian Watson's other, Christian Watson had 2 more inches on the vert.
So Olave shut it down.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason for him to run anymore.
So Kyle Phillips going to try to improve on that 4.50. But yeah, sorry, we got a little excited there with Christian.
Yeah, that was Watson. Crazy. Watson,
insane.
Thornton, Wilson sub 4.4 is wild. I'm like, are they hitting this stopwatch early, man? These are all just a lot faster than I expected. 4.53, so that's fair for Kyle Phillips.
Yeah, the official times are going to be key here for Watson, and especially Tyquan Thornton, whether he's immortalized here as the fastest to ever do it.
Man, I mean, this makes the top of the receivers interesting because Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, both excellent. Traylon Burks, pretty good overall too. So
yeah, I had Christian Watson a couple of mock drafts ago going in the first round.
So if that unofficial 40 time for Watson holds, he would be second all time to Calvin Johnson.
In Raz,
yeah. 4.40 for George Pickens.
That's good.
Improves on the 4.43. These are wild 40 times in the second. The first group didn't do this, right? Like, I forget. Calvin Austin was about right, and everyone seemed about right there. And the second group is just going ham. I think Mekhi Polk can improve too. Gosh, talk about speed.
So yeah, in that tweet from Kent, that's not good for Mekhi Polk. I don't.
We'll just toss that second one out. Yeah.
But in talking about Christian Watson's second best wide receiver Raz ever, if those splits hold, out of over 2,000 wide receivers since 1987.
I mean, how with Watson's production, with his time at NDSU, the Senior Bowl, now this, I mean, you got to consider him at the end of the first round, right?
I think so.
I
mean, you're somebody like Green Bay, especially if you see like some of these numbers juice up Wilson and Olave up higher, and you're Green Bay and you want to add another wide receiver.
Yeah,
maybe you get Watson into consideration there at 28. Maybe Detroit, if they don't go quarterback at 32, looks to add another piece that they desperately need. A little stutter.
Yeah.
So it does appear that Tyquan Thornton is no longer on the line.
I would go home. You did your interviews.
He will not be running again.
There's no reason to run that 40 time again for Tyquan Thornton, and you maybe hit the fastest ever or pretty darn close to it.
Rambo 4.51. So
pretty good. Yeah. I mean, that's not bad.
It's just, but when the problem is for Charleston Rambo, 4.51, pretty good, But in this group that you're running with,
yeah,
not so great.
But I mean, you line them up like even look at George Pickens running a 4.4 flat, right? I mean, like we were talking about before, that is really impressive. He came in at 195. he's a little more of a complete receiver than I would say Jahan Dotson, Wandale Robinson. I feel like got to bump him up. Does David Bell fall behind all these guys? You know,
I mean,
that
it's very
production's still
possible.
there.
The production is what Bell's going to hold his hat on.
Yeah.
Or hang his hat on. Because his athleticism is not showing up very well today, comparatively speaking to some of these other guys like Alec Pierce and Watson and Wilson and
Pickens.
Olave, Pickens. Yeah.
So it's, I mean, I'll have to take a long.
I mean, like I said, that 4.35 there is great for Khalil Shakir.
I mean, that's phenomenal for Khalil Shakir.
Like I said,
I don't think the film is 4.35.
No, but like I said, I thought that his best. I thought he would be like a 4.5, and his shuttles would be outstanding.
Yeah,
and I still think they're gonna be.
So,
I mean, he's a guy now that is another one that you now have to pile his name into that second round consideration. And
I mean, how many receivers?
I know it's crazy, man.
We're not this class.
Some of these guys
are packed.
Yeah, the day 2 is packed with wide receivers, and they're not all going to go there. So, like when we reset our boards Saturday morning, and me and you have our best available players up at draftcountdown.com, I think there's going to be a lot of wide receivers there that we really like that are still going to be available when round 4 starts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wide receivers and tight ends are probably going to be littering.
And
that group for us.
And I'll tell you, fantasy wise, I mean, you're in rookie drafts. A lot of these guys are going to fall to the 3rd round of rookie drafts. The tight ends too. Like, there's depth in this group, right? We said it all since we started the site. I mean, this draft as a whole is super deep. Obviously, these receivers are super deep, even if we don't have a Jamar Chase. So Shakir 4.40 second attempt. I mean, even if that was what he gets, I mean,
if that's his official, that's great.
That's great.
I want to see if Tolbert can get under 4.5 here. He said you 4.48, which if he gets under, that's probably about where he'll be. I think on tape he's about a 4.5 guy. So
yeah, I mean that's about.
He ends up catching a lot of 50-50 balls. 4.44. So man, that's good. I mean, that's
super impressive.
I mean, Jalen Tolbert's another. Jalen Tolbert's another. That second, 3rd round. At this point, let's just draft all the wide receivers. Well, let's have a USFL style draft and just draft all the wide receivers in the 2nd round and be done with it.
Hayden Winks from Underdog tweeted the agents have paid off the 40-time officials. Like, are we sure the guy on the watch is not clipping this for this?
Have they bought off Charlie Casserly? He feels like he would. No offense to Charlie Casserly, I feel like he could be easily swayed.
Trey Turner
4.5 flat. Trey Turner, not a whole lot of buzz about Trey Turner.
No, another special teams guy who's gonna get drafted. Maybe
it'll be a Senior Bowl guy. He was okay down there, Mobile. Didn't stand out, but didn't do anything negatively. Here we go, Christian Watson again.
I'm surprised he's running again. I mean, there's just no reason to run it. He's not getting better than a 4.28. Like, you're not getting better than that. Next gen stats, athleticism 99.
That's fair.
That's as high as you can go. I mean, those legs, his long legs are just
4.31.
So no fluke. We'll say that.
No fluke. That's awesome, man. Yeah. Christian Watson. Ooh. Didn't have to run again, ran again anyway. Tell me about Isaiah Weston, because you've put the time in on him. 4.39. Talk to us about Isaiah Weston. What are we getting here?
Super productive receiver. I mean, and this is a guy that is like Watson, bigger, but has the really long legs, long strider. And you could tell he was on another athletic level to his competition, even at UNI's playing the best of the best at that.
And that in the Missouri Valley Conference there, that is the the creme de la creme of FCS conferences.
Yeah. And so, I think he's pretty raw in terms of like route running, not super sharp, but I thought the athletic ability is up there. Good hands to catch the football. Really solid after the catch. He's tough to bring down. I just think there's some upside with him as kind of a developmental receiver. If he can learn how to get off the line smooth, how to run routes, I think he could end up being pretty good, but you have to develop him a little bit. But 4.39, and he came in at 214 pounds.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah. That's really, really good.
4.43 there. 4.43. So yeah, consistent there. 4/100ths off.
His production's fairly similar to Christian Watson numbers wise. He produced at the high, like you said, in the Missouri Valley Conference is pretty good.
For the fantasy dynasty guys out there, Shane, you had a tweet. Get more of those third round rookie picks for some of these receivers. Elaborate on that.
So basically, when you're looking at if you're drafting quarterback, running back, receiver, tight ends, third round is 25 through 36. So I think some of these receivers you're going to see, like Khalil Shakir, might not go until the third round of rookie drafts because if he's an early third day pick, or you might have a guy like Alec Pierce, Calvin Austin. Some of these guys are going to fall. I think the depth of this class makes that third round. They're super cheap, and you might get players that have the athleticism to become NFL contributors. I've said, and we've talked about this a little bit draft wise too, the fourth round last year is worse than the undrafted guys this year. Des Fitzpatrick doesn't sniff the draft this year to me. I know you like Des Fitzpatrick, sorry. But, I think that's the difference with the depth of this group.
That's fair. Michael Woods was the run the last one. I liked him at Arkansas, and I was just disappointed he couldn't really get it production at Oklahoma these last couple of years. He ran a 4.5 flat on his
that's pretty good.
His second run. Yeah, pretty good. But yeah, he was just disappointing these last season and a half at Oklahoma.
Yeah. I think Oklahoma, that offense just ended up a little bit of a mess.
Yeah. But hopefully that mess is righted this season.
It'll be something.
Not in Oklahoma.
Oh yeah. I wasn't talking about the Cinderella, but
other way.
That's a whole different thing.
So I get the feeling that I'm going to talk about Spencer Rattler a lot next year during our weekly podcast during the college football season.
Well, he better be good enough to talk about. That's
if he's not, then it's going to be some sad podcasts every Wednesday. Because if I have to go through another season of something else that's not that, like I can't do another season of 7-0-1 ish quarterback play.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it'll be good. Yeah, wild. Jameson Williams would have been in the second group of receivers too. If he had torn that ACL, it would have just been a wild day.
Yeah, this has definitely been the most fun set of 40s of the was it 5?
Yeah.
Five sets of 40s we've seen. This has definitely been the most fun, which I didn't really get to see the tight end 40s. I come in late to that, but so tomorrow is what, running backs and offensive line. I assume they'll probably split that up.
Yeah, we'll probably have 4 groups again.
Yeah.
So, yeah. No, the running backs are not going to be as quite as good here.
Did I see correctly that only like 3 wide receivers did the bench?
Yeah, I actually think it was two wide receivers. Josh Johnson, who proudly announced because they had the receivers all they're all there and announcing themselves, right? And then Josh Johnson was like, Josh Johnson, Tulsa, and I am doing the bench press because he was the first one. And then the other one was Isaiah Weston, who repped it 20 times. So,
Which what's his arm length?
Weston came in at 9.5. So not super long.
Okay. So, yeah, 32 and a half arms. So that's, yeah. So we've got the simulcam here with Ritter, and
Mariota, Wilson, and
so he outrun everybody, Mariota, Wilson, and Mahomes.
I mean, so that's one of the best ever. 4.49 at the combine. That's pretty good.
I guess we need to get the simulcam up with John Ross, right? Why have we not done that yet with Thornton?
That's true. That is a good point. I'm excited for these drills too. I mean, see some of these receivers now get out there. You got to see we have a lot of Senior Bowl guys in this group, so you got to see some of that before. Christian Watson, Trey Turner.
Is this? Yes, this is the play. This is every time I think about Chris Olave.
Yeah,
that's the play I think about. The one they just showed from
the best
the game against Clemson.
Maybe the best catch he's ever had. He's just so he moves so fluidly. You don't think he's that fast, right? He doesn't feel that fast.
I mean, they're showing a good job of him high pointing the football there over, I believe there's that Castro. It's not Castro. Might have been Castro Fields.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And then he just smoked the 40 there. Chris Olave, 4.26 was the unofficial time. So, yeah, definitely want to see what the lasers got to say on these numbers, because hopefully not a buzzkill on our excitement here, Shane. Hopefully we got to see some it's pretty close, which, like you said, in these first few waves of 40s, it's been pretty close.
It has been. So, yep. It's awesome to see. I mean, because this is what the NFL wants, right? Yeah. They want speed. You need it now. It's a prerequisite for being in the NFL.
So while we're waiting on them to start this drill, let's talk about a guy who's not going to be out here, and we just mentioned earlier may not even work out his birthday, Drake London. Mm-hmm. Well, I think we both love this guy before he got hurt. His production was setting up to be one of the all-time best seasons ever for an FBS wide receiver before he got hurt in like the 8th game of the season. So, talk about Drake London quickly here before we get going with these routes.
I mean, he came in 6'3", 7/8. I mean, he's kind of a classic contested catcher, right? And I don't think he would have been slow. I think he could have been in the low 4.5s, but compared to this group, it's like, do you take the guy that can separate down the field, that has that athleticism? I think Drake London, you're not going to get to see it. So he has some Mike Evans in him. He has some of that where he's just bigger and stronger, but still has the athletic ability. I think it's going to be a tough thing to key in on and say, yeah, I'm going to take the chance on Drake London without seeing him work out. And that's tough because he's a good player. He is. So we're seeing, some of the same drills we saw before, right? Ball tracking, over the shoulder catches, and get to see this. Let me pull up the quarterback list too, because we're going to get to kind of test out some of these quarterbacks. I almost said I was looking at the receiver group.
All right, so Reggie Roberson is here.
He's
running
here.
the drills, didn't run the 40.
Interesting. So that, well, at least means we're gonna get a time for him. He'll run his pro day, I imagine.
Yeah. So I wondered. I haven't seen any of the vertical or broad either. I don't know if he did those.
Yeah, I don't know. There's Malik Willis throwing to Wan'Dale Robinson. So we will get to see Malik Willis throwing, which is good.
Do we think Willis would have outrun Ritter?
I do. But we'll never. There's no way he's ever running a 40.
No, he's not. He's not even going to run his birthday.
There's no need for that. Good on Ritter for doing it, I think.
Yeah.
You know? Boom.
Well, it's good for him because he'll get the pub. He'll get the press after this. Everybody will be talking about Desmond Ritter.
Right. Unfortunately, he had to go right before this receiver group, but
Yeah.
But quarterback wise, yeah, there's.
See, that right there is what I think Jalen Tolbert is going to give you. That
yeah, he did that tracking. A lot at South Alabama.
Yes. And like I said, I've mentioned about Jalen Tolbert a lot, and what my main thing that I love about him is he was a. We'll watch Christian Watson and I'll finish.
Watch Watson. That's a deep one. Boom. He was right there.
But finish up on Tolbert. He had 3 consecutive 1,000-yard receiving seasons at South Alabama. Shane, I don't have to tell you how bad the quarterback play has been at South Alabama the last 3 years. And for him to
– I know you're a big Jake Bentley fan. But
yeah, huge Jake Bentley guy. Now a grad assistant at FAU. Right where he needs to be. Going to be a great coach, I think. Following his dad's footsteps, but not a quarterback. But anyway, but to me, that's just a testament to Jalen Tolbert's ability to play wide receiver at the next level.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see where he gets drafted. I think he'll be kind of a wild card as well in this process. I'm Malik Willis, man. Those deep balls are just.
I think Tolbert is probably going to end up. I'll probably have him rated higher, but I think he's going to be one of those guys that we're both going to still have on our boards starting day 3. I'll make that prediction here.
Yeah, that could be. That's going to
be. And all things, I don't think that's any disrespect to Jalen Tolbert. I just think that's just the way it's going to fall with all these other guys are going to go ahead of him. Like you're going to put the two side by side. You're going to give Alec Pierce the benefit of the doubt, right? You're going to take him higher, just picking a name out, probably.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess so. But yeah, I mean, we talk production though.
Yeah,
Tolbert has him.
Tolbert definitely has the production
and
advantage,
but I think most teams probably will have Pierce higher.
Patrick Mahomes is complaining that they put him in that group and getting smoked.
That's good. I do like watching the quarterbacks in that drill. I mean, I think Malik Willis deep balls is great, and I think Kenny Pickett looked good too. You're saying I guess 3 Senior Bowl quarterbacks in this group with Ritter, Pickett, and Willis, but
and Zappy.
It's Zappy, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so you have 4 Senior Bowlers in this group.
If Carson Strong's not throwing, right? I don't think he is. I did not see him there.
I don't know. We'll have to go back. Who was 15?
15, Skylar Thompson.
So Strong would have been
between
that.
Ritter and him.
Yeah. So I we'll have to keep an eye on that and see if Carson Strong's throwing. So this is it, right? This is our last set of drills, right? And then we're done.
This is it. Yep. This should be it. I'm gonna stay up late and try to gather as much of the time as I can.
That's why I love you, Shane.
Yeah, we'll try.
You don't have to get up early in the morning. I do.
That's true. Though, like now I want to make sure I'm up for tomorrow's times as well. But we'll get what we can, and I'm sure you'll fill. I'll miss some. You'll fill them in at some point too. We'll have it up by the end of everything.
For sure. Hopefully I'll have some downtime tomorrow.
Yeah, Subway this weekend. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, Octavio with the Go Bearcats, Pierce Ritter,
And
It's
Octavio
pretty
also, by the way, with the Korg avatar there from Thor Ragnarok there. One of my favorite Marvel characters, Korg. Love that guy.
There you go.
Matter of fact, I don't have, because
Go
I have all
forward.
my Marvel stuff in the other room now. But I used to have a Korg Funko back here, but he's not there anymore. He's been relocated to our Marvel room. Yes, you heard me right.
Hey, Marvel room. I like it.
We have our formal living room has been converted into a game room, and half of it is Disney, half of it is, well, it's technically all Disney because Disney owns Marvel, but half of it is like Disney park stuff, and then the other half is Marvel. Big fans in the Bosarge household of
There you go.
Disney and Marvel.
Disney and Marvel. So yeah. Hey, that's cool. We like Disney too, so I can't complain.
Your wife's going to be super jealous. She's going to keep listening to these podcasts and hear about all the times I go to Disney, Shane.
yeah. I mean,
but hey,
we'll have to talk about that more off air. But yeah.
Yeah, you're making a good trip this summer, so that my wife's super jealous of. So
getting out of the country for the first time, so I can't wait. Got tickets to a musical in the West End, so we'll see what happens from there.
Are y'all going to Scotland? Any?
We are just a couple days, 2 days, I think.
Like Edinburgh and
yeah, we're mostly staying in Edinburgh.
See, you're like me. You want to call it Edinburgh, but you're going to get in trouble.
Is it Edinburgh there?
It's Edinburgh. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's easy enough. We have a college called Edinburgh here, so.
But it's spelled like Pittsburgh, which is why.
Right. That's why. All right.
So it looks like
I'll fix that. I'll fix that up.
Yeah, we're getting the tail end of the gauntlet here because Mike Woods is the last one. So
yeah.
So we're starting.
We're going back.
I guess we'll know Rambo's probably making up.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah. Because I think he was, he was like in the middle of the pack. So maybe we'll get the reverse. I guess we'll go left to right now.
Yeah, right. We should at least get the other side. Like if it,
So they catch 7 passes on this drill. In case we haven't, so they're going to show us Cooper Kupp here,
doing the drill.
AKA Christian Watson.
Like, it just sounds bad as a player. That will not be my player comp for Christian Watson.
No.
We'll be coming out with those in 2 weeks.
You know who everybody's gonna. You know what the consensus comp is going to be for Cooper. Alec Pierce. I don't have to tell you why.
Oh yeah. Kyle Phillips. Kyle Phillips is really impressive. I mean, he's staying on that line pretty well. Really impressive route guy. Dropped the last pass.
What did he measure in at? Was it 5, like sub 6?
Yeah, I don't know. Do I have it on here? Kyle Phillips was 5'11".
Okay.
186.
Yeah.
Came in today at 189, a little heavier.
Makai Polk looks skinny. Like he just looks thin.
Yeah, he came in at 195.
I mean, he looks smaller than that. Like if you told me that Devontae Smith and him were the same weight, I'd like. I mean, that's just the way he looks.
He just has probably has 4 inches on him. That's what does it.
That's
it's
like
it's like everyone tweeting the Evan Neal picture today. Like, how's this guy 330, whatever?
Jeez, man, he looks.
But he's 6'7". He's 6'7".
No, but that's a good looking 337, man.
That's why. Like, he's that's what happens. Just Roberson, really clean catches by Reggie Roberson from SMU.
Straight down the line there. Yeah, good job, Reggie Roberson.
Boom. And nice. That last one's a little high. Now that's an ideal gauntlet to me.
Wandale Robinson looking good. He's quick and straight down the line, man. Didn't catch that last one though. I hate to see that, but
but that movement.
That was good. That was really good.
His feet are moving. He's going to be such a
like you see some of these guys slow down to catch the ball,
right?
Because they don't want to drop it. And Wan'Dale Robinson didn't. He was going full speed.
And I'd almost rather that and you drop one
Yes.
than seeing the player have to slow down to catch, right? If you can catch it in stride, I mean, that creates slants. That makes
like
slants
Khalil Shakir
deadly.
there looks like he was a click slow, like doing it. Like he wasn't going full throttle. Tolbert's going full out though.
He got it. He got it.
Yeah, he should have just let that second one go though.
Yeah, he should have.
It kind of threw him off a little bit. He was looking good there.
I'm sure his first one was good that we didn't get to see. Yeah. Trey Turner's arms look super long too.
Yeah,
he's an impressive looking dude. Missed that one. Yeah, I feel like some of these guys are going down on the turn. Let's see Christian Watson. Boom, nice extension.
Yeah,
he's catching with his hands.
Yeah, getting a little wobbly there.
Yeah,
on some of those, but
yeah,
otherwise pretty good. Garrett Wilson here.
So this should be.
He's nowhere near the line. Nowhere near it. He's 1 yard off.
Oh, he's jumping.
That was ugly.
Yeah, he's jumping for those.
That was an ugly drill.
That was a weird way to do that drill. I'll say that. So
stock down, man. Stock down. Yeah. No, I mean, but it wasn't how you draw it up. I can tell you that for sure.
Chase Allen, tight end from Iowa State, with a really good RAS score, even though he didn't run the 40.
Dane Brugler is saying he has the official numbers at the Athletic.
Okay,
let's see how official that is.
Dane Brugler, is he lying to us? Yeah. He has all the official numbers. Including the heights, I would be very happy.
He does have them listed at the appropriate number there, Shane.
Hooray. Is it a 4-digit number?
It is.
All right. So
he has Jack Cohn 6032. So yes, he has that all the way down. Official height, weight, wing, all that good stuff. So
well, I know where I'll be going after the.
Yep, there you go. So
after that is you'll have to send me the direct link, I guess, but if you can,
I'll do it
whenever. But yeah, that's what I'll grab them from then. That's good.
At least drop that here in the old official draft countdown Slack chat.
Yeah. Perfect. Good day. Good days. I like the receivers, and we've had, I think, a good receiver day. I'm recording, so I'm hoping I'll probably go back and watch these drills next week at some point too.
We Dane Brugler also tweeted with the track that here at Indy, Jamison Williams may have run a 4.15.
In that group, he may have. Geez Louise. All right, we're back here with.
Wait. We do have a note here from Josh Norris. Charlie Casserly no longer doing the hand times for NFL Network. It's Mark Ross' first year. We could see larger discrepancies in the unofficial to official times compared to previous years.
We've actually seen less discrepancies. I feel like, at least early, the tight ends were almost spot on. The first group of receivers had a couple iffy ones. I guess Dulcich was slower, much slower. Yeah. Burks was much slower. So maybe it could be, I guess.
Looks with the shuttles in 683 RAS from Cole Turner. 949 RAS from Bellinger.
Yeah, I mean,
what was that number that Kent told us to look out for? Was it the 3-cone? Yeah, 3-cone for tight ends. 705 for Bellinger. There.
So that's really good. We're back to the drills here. That's good.
Yeah, we're doing that slant, the quick slant here.
Quick slant.
Kyler Thompson, not great. Here's Malik Willis throwing the ball now, so this should be good here.
Yeah.
Big time zip right there. Beautiful throw.
Right on there. It was that. Is that to Tolbert?
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah, that's right in there. Oh no, that was not. That was to Garrett Wilson, and then Mike Woods. So, yeah, really. I mean, Willis looks sharp, right? The interviews seems like he's killing those. We know he has the athleticism,
and we saw that video that went viral today, where he thought nobody. And that's just good stuff, man. I mean, that's so.
It is nice, but it's like I feel like it's such a like no nice every nice person is just going to be good in the NFL. They never stink. Like Josh Rosen would have done that too,
right?
Like okay, it's great. I'd rather that than have a quarterback that's an asshole.
Right? But I mean, it's like we didn't see him kick the guy or throw shit at him or anything, So it's like that's good. Sorry for my language, everybody.
Yeah. This looks like Carson Strong is throwing.
Okay.
So I know it's been.
I get caught up on some of those shuttles from the tight ends here. Kent's putting out 7 flat 3 cone from Austin Allen. Pretty good. He ended up with an 8.83 RAS.
That's really good. Yeah.
Curtis Hodges 7.14, not ideal. Let's see. Peyton Hendershot did not run the 3 cone, so
weird.
Chase Allen 7.03 on the 3 cone.
So all pretty solid.
Yeah. Benjamin Solak tweeted about Garrett Wilson's gauntlet drill, saying he looks like he was running the hurdles.
Yeah, he jumped at every kiss. Super, super weird, but whatever. I don't know. I don't know what receiver I'm gonna have number 1.
Jim Nagy tweeted a good one here. Said, if on campus 40 times are faster than the combine 40 times, as widely accepted as fact, what's going to be a pretty wild pro day season then, right?
I mean, the most receivers to ever run below 4.4 at a combine was 7. You want to guess how many we've had so far with the unofficial times?
One more time.
So the most receivers sub 4.4 at a combine we've ever had is 7. I'm going to guess how many we've had sub 4.4 so far at this combine. Unofficially.
I feel like 7, or is it more than 7?
14
wow.
So far. So now some of those probably are going to get bumped up above, but it's going to crush that record easily.
That's a big number.
That's a big number. We once again did not have Jameson Williams, who would have also crushed.
Almost certain he would have been 15th.
Yeah, easily. So wild stuff. Yeah, I
thought we were back. Got fooled by a next gen commercial.
Yep, that's
so. Just curious, on YouTube TV, do we get different ads?
No, I got the next gen commercial.
Okay.
I keep getting one about feeding hungry kids. I get that a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
just curious.
Normal. Yeah, seems the same.
I am the last bastion of old guy, I guess. I will stick to cable until it's no longer an option for me.
Yeah, that's fine. This is pretty much the last thing that I need it for till football comes back, but between YouTube, I think I have YouTube TV, I have Hulu, I can get just about everything.
And that's the thing. I have cable and I pay for I pay for Netflix, and I have the Disney Plus bundle.
Yeah.
With Hulu and ESPN Plus. I think that's it. And I guess Amazon Prime.
Yep. Yeah, which
is more for ordering stuff than.
Right. All right, here we go.
That was a good throw from Bailey Zappi right there.
Good out route.
Yeah.
on that end. So that's a good one. That was to Michael Woods.
For those not aware, Bailey Zappi broke 2 of Joe Burrow's records this year for most passing yards in a single season and most passing touchdowns.
Yeah.
If you didn't watch a lot of the Western Kentucky games this year.
Transferred up from Houston Baptist.
Thought his receivers should have been here as well, Jared Stearns.
He is just so small.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was on that list. Here's EJ Perry.
Could have been better.
Short-changed Rambo there.
Yeah.
A Kai Polk.
Need to put that a little bit more out in front. Probably not running that. Well, let's look at it like this. That route didn't have a whole lot of time to develop for him at Brown.
Yeah, I got you there.
See, that throw was a little more sauce on that one.
Yeah, almost got it. George Pickens trying to make that happen. I know that's Jalen Tolbert. The yellow shoes.
So we caught the tail end of that route tree there.
My goodness, these ads are falling at the worst times too.
Yeah. So I don't think they're going to run to the midnight Eastern time frame that the DVR had allotted here. So that's good.
That's good. Look, like I said, if
good for us.
I'm good.
As we're now at 5 hours.
Into 5 hours.
5 hour mark here on the this is definitely our longest live stream to date on for Draft Countdown.
Yeah, we haven't really done one. It's kind of the first one. So just we'll see how day 3 goes.
Yeah, because that'll be
about 5. It's honestly going to be around
5 to 6. It usually ends around 5:30 Central, so we might get 6 hour plus.
Yeah,
on that one.
That's always the tough day.
We're showing Justin Herbert here. He's just been great. There's Desmond Ridder throwing here. Looks like we're running the 15-yard in.
Boom, nice catch. By Alec Pierce.
He should have good rapport there.
Good chemistry with Alec Pierce, hopefully.
Here's a 25 receiver. That's Polk.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Right now we got just Pickett.
Carson Strong.
Oh, Carson Strong here. Big arm, good throw.
That was good to Rambo. I think. I'm going to have to go back and watch Strong's early stuff. I heard wasn't great. See how this goes. Stepped in, yeah. Little low, but.
I'm not going to fault that because, in the game, sometimes you have to put the ball there. So,
In shorts, you don't.
Ooh. In shorts, you don't. Yeah. Robinson, a little double clutch there on that.
Wandale's had a couple drops here. Braylon Sanders from Skylar Thompson. There you go. Braylon Sanders, I think, is another guy that has a shot to get drafted. That
I think so too.
I think he's better than people give him credit for. Here's Malik Willis.
That was not great.
No, Malik Willis misses.
That was not good at all.
Yeah, he just went far with that one.
That went a lot better there to Tolbert.
Yeah, it was a little safer.
Who's the third Mississippi receiver? I know Drummond, Braylon Sanders. Who's the third one that's in this class?
I'll have to look.
Hold on. I'll get to that.
Trey Turner. All right.
Jonathan Mingo.
No, Mingo did not declare. So he went back to school.
Well. Cross him off then.
There you go. Look, people are moving up the board. Boom. Oh, another.
I had him at wide receiver 27 too. So, yep.
He's good.
We're definitely so we just moved up. Congratulations to Emeka Amizi has now moved into the 27th wide receiver.
There you go. Garrett Wilson.
Another guy I thought could have been here at the combine, but did not make it. Good size receiver, probably not fast.
Nice ball by Pickett there. I think he's looked pretty sharp.
Yeah. It was 22 years. That's Phillips. See that right there, how he broke down at the cone. That's that's textbook there. Yeah. How he made that cut on his route. That's how you want to do it. And let's go to commercial because why not?
Yeah.
Thanks, NFL Network, presented by Verizon.
But if Verizon would like to sponsor the stream, we have
absolutely
5 viewers right now. One of them is me. So
you see where this draft countdown logo is up here?
Just saying,
we'd gladly put Verizon up there, or anybody for that matter. I really don't care.
Yeah. Look, I tried. I was close for that ebook to get them to sponsor the podcast, but went with a sponsored post on the site instead, which is fine, which is great.
We'll take it.
But I was like, look, you can sponsor the podcast. So if we have any sponsors out there that would like to hop in, feel free.
We will have an official sponsor for our draft coverage. We'll announce that at a later date, but we will have that. Well, that's not great.
What's that?
I'll send it to you in a private chat there.
Okay. I hope it's not about your freezer.
No, freezer's fixed.
Yeah, right. Well, I didn't want it to go out again. All right. Yeah, I mean, after this commercial, there's going to be only probably a couple routes left. They're piling them in here. But yeah, I mean, overall, good day for the receivers.
Yeah, I hope they get before we sign off. I hope that we get those official 40 numbers on the second wide receiver group, because that is.
Yeah, we'll see if we get those in. But no, I mean, I think it helps this receiver class. I have a feeling we're going to be saying similar things about some of these edge rushers and maybe even corners. So it's tough to say, hey, this guy's moving up into this range if in general the whole class is pretty solid.
Very possible we end up with the two fastest 40 times at the combine are from Baylor Bears. Because I think we all thought that, or at least the reason for our wagering was Kalen Barnes was going to be the fastest 40, and it ends up. I mean, he still could be. As crazy as that sounds, he still could be.
Yeah, I guess.
But Tyquan Thornton, his teammate, seems to be taking that top billing thus far.
Yeah. I mean, if that 4-2-1 sticks.
So who is Zappy here? Throwing. Looks like we're running that slant turn corner route there.
Yeah, let's see. It's just a straight.
Yeah, so
double move. Yeah,
double move. So here's EJ Perry.
Under through Trey Turner there.
Trey Turner, not great.
And then, the throw to Tolbert wasn't.
I do think there is, in all of my love for EJ Perry, I do think there are arm strength limitations with him.
Yeah, major ones, I think. Watson tracked that pretty well.
Yeah.
Here's Pickett.
I mean, that was a decent throw from Perry.
Can he pick it two gloving it? Yeah, that was a pretty good throw. There you go. A little short, but
a little short. Turned
Garrett Wilson.
Good job adjusting there, turning around, making the play.
It's Mike Woods.
So we're at the end of this one too.
Yeah, I like not a bad cut there from Woods. I think Wilson. You can see Wilson's footwork in these drills for Garrett Wilson from Ohio State really shine. You know, he has that kind of sharp ability.
Yeah. This feels new this year, New Era, the clothing sponsor here at the Combine.
Wow.
This shoes. It has been Under Armour previously, right?
I think so. Yeah, you might be right. So Jalen Tolbert, nice grab there.
Decent throw from Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock Purdy's windup is weird, though.
Yeah.
I can't.
It ain't Tebow. It ain't Tebow bad.
No, it's could be kind of like swing,
Yeah.
like I feel like it's gotta hurt. It definitely is elongated, which is another probably issue, but.
It felt like he got hit, sack fumbled a lot.
Yeah.
And that. So was it Carson Strong here?
Yeah, this Carson Strong. Maybe got to throw some passes. Be nice. Like I felt like the late group might be rough, but they're the fastest ones. Maybe there's something to it. See if we've had any of these. See if there's any no official times yet. Carson Strong, 9 route.
Beautiful.
He can throw that.
Where was that at the Senior Bowl, man? And that's what bothered me about that week, man, because that is his game. That is what was the best part of his game was this route right here. And I mean, that's a good throw. That's just Phillips can't get to it.
Olave got to it. Really
Olave got to it because that's his game. And so who's 15?
Tyler Thompson.
That was just trash.
Well, he
straight
Alec Pierce just outran that ball.
Yeah, I mean, no offense, that was just not a good throw. It's Makai Polk,
yeah. He stumbled there at the cone, so that lined up.
But the throw wasn't. Even with his stumble, he's there. It looks like a good throw.
Yeah, I mean that. You know, Malik Willis. That's a beautiful ball.
Jesus.
Yeah, just
man, that was so awesome, man. Who was that? Was that to Rambo?
Yeah. Here we go to Reggie Roberson.
Yeah, Roberson couldn't catch up to it. Beautiful. That was a good throw.
Yeah.
Another, but it's back.
All right, Zappy, not his game.
This isn't his game,
but
he knows it too. He's kind of got that look on his face.
Like, all right, we'll just go out here and that's not bad.
That's a good throw. Give him credit.
Too much inside, but too much inside.
He brought the safety into play there.
Yeah, Wandale can get on. Ben Sanders will be fine here.
But I will say this: the best deep ball I saw all week at Senior Bowl practice was from Bailey Zappi.
That's wild.
It was one throw out of the entire week. All right, let's see. We talked about Perry's arm strength here. Let's see.
Yeah. So Shakir missed that one, but
at least he threw him outside.
It wasn't too bad.
This one's underthrown. Had to slow up a little bit there. Tolbert did.
See how Pickett does, because I think he wasn't asked to do this a ton at Pitt. Little underthrown. He gets the ball out quick, though. Pickett's release is pretty. It's not Matt Corral.
So next year we'll have Keaton Slovis throwing to Jordan Addison there, right? Is that
maybe? Yeah, it's underthrown there. Yeah, I mean that Watson just was well down the field. Yeah, Keaton Slovis, Addison, Kanata Mumpfield.
Also, that's an Akron transfer, right?
Yeah. He was one of the most productive freshman receivers in the country.
Jordan Addison going to be pretty high in your 2023 wide receiver rankings.
He is. I mean, I like the class a lot though. So it's tough, but I just
good extension there by is that Woods.
Yeah,
Mike Woods look good in some of these drills, man.
Yeah, he's done well. But I have Addison fourth right now.
Okay. Here's Ritter. Who's he throwing to here? It's not throwing to Pierce, is he?
24. That's Pierce, yeah.
That's Pierce, yeah. Underthrew there. Pierce had to slow down to come get that.
Yeah, and I think Ritter has a good zip on the ball. But I think as a downfield passer, he's not gonna.
Yeah, he's not. That's not it. I think we can clearly say from the reps we've seen here, and we're going to get to see Carson Strong go deep here a couple more times. But it clearly shows that him and Willis, these are your deep ball guys in this class, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the one thing Strong can do. I thought the shorter stuff he struggled. And that's just as problematic, I guess. But
so is this? Yep,
this will.
I think they're doing this on purpose now. They're putting them back to back, just let them just hauling up and throwing it down the field.
Well, I mean,
that's all this is. That's literally all they just did just now was, okay, y'all just see how far y'all can throw the football. Yeah, right. Like the old contests that they used to have, the NFL contests. Mm-hmm. Bring that back, by the way.
Bring that back.
Yeah, I don't know. That feels like a replay.
These are replays here. I think they're done.
Yeah, they're just showing off the deep ball here. Ooh. Like if you put those plays back to back, you love Carson Strong compared to Kenny Pickett without looking at the whole body of work.
Though I think Willis got him on that distance game there. That had to be 60
no
plus.
Doubt. No, so that was good to see. That was fun to see those deep balls. I don't know if we're down to, we got like 4 or 5 live streams here. I don't know if these are these the hardcore, Shane? Are these the ones that have been here the whole time?
Yeah, or they left the stream on and they're out by this point. But I mean, I appreciate everyone that has stuck around for sure. So you get a good thank you here.
Yeah, Craig Stevenson, South Alabama beat writer, says he's watched Jalen Tolbert for 5 seasons, always considered him quote unquote fast enough. I may have to amend that to just fast.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited to see these official times. If we take, not to go back to Christian Watson, but height adjusted speed score, so it's just height, just size and 40 time. He is the 4th best receiver ever. Calvin Johnson, DK Metcalf, Chase Claypool, Christian Watson.
That's not bad.
That's good
company.
Athleticism.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a Hall of Famer and 2 solid NFL players.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty darn good. So, I
mean, that's 2 top 20 NFL wide receivers conservatively, right? Metcalf and Claypool. I mean,
maybe Claypool's not there anymore, but in terms of height, weight, speed, there's a lot to like.
So good company, for Christian Watson to be in for sure.
The 5th guy's Terrell Pryor. So if you wanted that,
I see why you cut it off at 4.
see why I stopped at Christian Watson.
That's what we call selective analysis, there, folks.
Look, Watson is a full 0.8 better than him, so I figured that was. Though Calvin Johnson's almost 10 above Christian Watson.
So because this just popped in my head. Terrell Pryor was a supplemental draft pick, third round pick in the supplemental draft. When is the last time that worked out for anybody that did it?
Just like any supplemental
draft pick.
Well, that's a good question. Does Josh Gordon count?
Yes.
Is that good enough?
So there you go.
Okay. So I guess that would probably be the last.
Because he was good.
He was good, and then he obviously had.
If the NFL didn't test for weed, Josh Gordon would probably still be good.
Yeah. So 2012. 2019, Jalen Thompson. No. How about before that? No.
This used to be more prevalent in the 80s.
Jared Gaither, 2007. He's okay tackle. Your Bengals, Ahmad Brooks, 2006.
He was good for the 49ers.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
It didn't work out for the Bengals.
Yeah, it's not great. Rob Moore for the Jets in 1990.
He was good.
He was good. That's like it's not too
like
bad.
I said, this was Bernie Kosar, I guess.
Yeah, right. You start going back.
But the supplemental draft was a process much more prevalent in the 80s, I believe, than it was now.
Not that much more. I mean, yeah, like you had more first round picks, I guess. But I mean, Kosar was obviously good, but Chris Carter was a fourth.
But you also had the situation that was in 1990. The Cowboys just drafted Troy Aikman. Then they used a first-round supplemental pick on Steve Walsh.
Yeah, 89. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's weird, right?
Wow. Looks like we got some
little comeback route here. And was that Willis just sailed that one 7 rows above? That was a Josh Allen throwing net throw at the Senior Bowl there from Willis. A little bit better there on that throw to Kyle Phillips.
Chris Olave didn't get a shot at that one.
All right, we got Zappy here. This is Zappy's wheelhouse.
Yeah, this might be that's a nice pass.
Yeah,
to Alec Pierce.
The 9 route is not. I'm not going to say you're not ever going to dial it up, but it's probably not. That's a little high there.
Yeah.
We go EJ Perry wins something called the Bushnell Cup. Apparently that's the top player in the Ivy League.
Offensive player. Well, I would hope he would have won it.
But I mean, that says something, about him because he played on a team with a losing record, and
sure,
is the top offensive player in the conference.
Once again, he's the only one in the entire conference at any position that's going to make the NFL. So
let's not. I was going to say, let's not start looking up Ivy League offensive players that he's compared to
this year. This year, let's say at least this draft. But, pick it pretty sharp on those two. I just can't. Brock Purdy's motion. I can't get over it.
I can't help but feel like my very loud daughter is coming through.
Oh, well, she usually does a couple times a show, so it's all good.
This is what happens, everybody, when you have a 6-year-old running wild who's not in school this week, by the way.
Oh,
because the entire we take off the entire week of Mardi Gras here.
That is wild. I like it. I feel like we need that. I need to ask for that.
Yeah,
Carson Strong does on the comeback here. Not too bad. A little
looked like 30 or whoever was that run that route took it a little far.
Yeah. It's that
before the comeback there.
Garrett Wilson, I think it was.
Yeah, he was like he went too far past the cone before he decided to come back.
He was selling it,
Yeah.
Skylar Thompson sailing one, but Olave gets that one.
Yeah, he was running the 15-yard comeback instead of the 10.
Look, Wilson's just doing his own thing today. Seems that way.
Sneaky good day from Trey Turner, I think.
I think he's gonna get drafted. I think fifth 5th-ish round is
I feel like
possible.
I had him as a 7th round pick going to the Saints in my Saints mock that came out yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be good value, I think.
So we're getting ball tailing there from Carson Strong's throw.
Yep. Get to see that. I don't know where Carson Strong's going to go. I guess the medical is really what matters.
Yeah.
But give me a pick number and I'll be like, it could happen. You know.
Still waiting on those official wide receiver numbers.
Yeah, it usually takes a little while, I guess, for someone to give it to somebody to tell people. Like
maybe these are so crazy and out there that they're triple checking.
Yeah. Once again, whoever the NFL could, just give us a hotel room, give us access, and we're happy to sit there at the weigh-in and tweet from an NFL Combine official account all the numbers, and sit there when the official times come in, tweet those out. Happy to do it. Don't have to pay me. Just give me a hotel room and some food, and we're good. I'm there. Maybe a flight. Maybe you can pay for that. Just say.
What is that drive for you?
To Indy?
Yeah.
Not great. Not great for me. I want to say it's I'll look it up, but I want to say it's probably 8-ish hours. So doable, but let's see. No, look. See, I can do it in 6.
5 hours, 39 minutes.
There you go. I can do yeah. I can do it in about 6 hours probably. That's not too bad.
Probably a fairly cheap flight too.
Yeah, I probably would not drive it, but
it's not an Orlando drive for me. So
yeah,
that's 8.5 hours.
Man, that's wild. We always, when we drove to Orlando when I was a kid, we always did it over 2 days.
Well, I'm halfway here though, so from where you are.
True. Very true.
No, I mean shoot, this will be the 3rd time I've done it in 18 months coming up in September.
Yeah.
But yes, it's I usually leave at 5 o'clock in the morning and get there around hotel check-in time. So works out.
My drive to Orlando is under 15 hours. So it's not, it's basically a halfway. I mean, I don't come by your way, but I hit the coast, swing down.
I can't help but notice Tyquan Thornton has he been out here running these routes?
No, look, he hit that 421. He's done.
He's done.
He's just done.
He checked out.
Tweaks.
Yeah,
he checked out. Maybe tweak something. I mean, it was pretty fast.
Yeah, we're running the corner route here.
Yeah.
Well, they fake inside and then hit that deep corner.
Yeah, that doesn't move on the other side. Willis overthrowing Phillips there.
That has happened a few times here with Willis. Pierce kind of rounded that off a little bit and then got turned around. Willis put it inside or outside when probably should have went inside there. Here's EJ Perry.
I mean,
not bad.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, Malik Willis, you see the arm strength, but you also see the inconsistency, right? Like in these drills.
Yeah, and that's the tape.
Yeah, I mean that is the take.
That's who he is. I mean, he's an inconsistent passer. Anybody that tells you otherwise is lying.
Right. No, and I mean the upside. It's one of those things that's just so hard to rank because you're saying, okay, if he goes to a team that can develop him and get the consistency, the tools are off the charts, right? And it's going to work. But if he goes somewhere where he's not supported,
for Willis, to me, the highs are high, but the lows are low, man. And it's like there's not a whole lot of middle ground.
Yeah.
That's what you want. Sometimes you want that middle ground. You want a middle ground passer. That's Sam Howell to me.
Right. It really depends what you want, And I think you're going to see a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers say, let's take a shot on the Malik Willis and try to hit a home run, right? But I think you have some teams that are going to want to play a little bit safer. Nice run. Olave just really.
Yeah, that was good.
Really
Are we running goes here on the other side now?
It looks
that way, yeah.
There you go. EJ Perry
actually got that ball out there a little bit.
Got a pass Kyle Phillips there. See how Pickett does. Not great on the other 9 rounds.
Yeah. Well, I want to finish this Willis conversation here in a second.
Yeah. That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free if you want to.
But when he gets back up there in a second, I'll talk about
see what happens. Kenny Pickett doing much better to the right side of the field, right? Which usually for right-handed quarterbacks is a little bit easier.
Somebody needs to get Mekhi Polk a cheeseburger, man. That dude looks.
The receiver from Mississippi State. I'm sad he didn't run. I thought he could have ran pretty well.
Yeah, Reggie Roberson there kind of got discombobulated a little bit.
Yeah, is that what happened? Boom.
That's a good throw.
It's a good throw.
Yeah.
Wan'Dale Robinson has had some struggles.
He struggled a little bit out here, man.
Just catching the ball. Receiver.
Not something you saw him really struggle with on tape.
No.
But it's definitely struggling here. Braylon Sanders couldn't catch up to that one from Ritter. Yeah. So here's another Ritter's 31 here.
Yeah, he took a little bit of juice off that one.
Yeah. Here we go. Carson Strong. This is his bread and butter, man.
Well, not as much arc on
that one. That one.
He didn't arc.
And let me say this. You're saying left side, right side. That's where his arm punts came during Senior Bowl week was all to the right side. Now that I think about it.
Interesting.
In the game and in practice.
He's missed both these throws to Jalen Tolbert and Trey Turner.
To the right side.
But
he was very accurate to the left side.
And here's the problem when that's the case and you're not mobile. If teams identify that, you're toast. They're going to blitz you from that left side and force you to move right.
And he can't move.
Yeah. You basically get forced to make that happen. So, yeah, he's interesting. Here's Willis back up.
So, finish what I was saying with Malik Willis. Do you think Pittsburgh can stay at 20 and make this happen, or are they going to have to move up? If he is their guy, if he's who they want, are they going to have to go up? Are they going to have to put a lot of picks in? And, I mean, it may end up being a lot for them to go up from where they're going to have to go to make Malik Willis happen.
I don't think they make a drastic Justin Fields move up, right? I think they say, if we like Willis, he's got to get close enough to start trying to move up, right? I think he's got to get to past 12, 13 at that point.
So what you're saying is at this point, Carolina, Atlanta, Denver, and Washington have all passed.
Correct. I think they all have to pass.
So then you're at Minnesota at 12, which that they with Rick Spielman for sure, he would take any and all phone calls about trading back. But we've got a new GM now.
Quessy.
Yeah, from the Browns.
Right.
So we don't know what those trade patterns are.
Yeah, or what they'll want ultimately.
Yes. So where else are we here?
Basically, I feel like you got to jump the Saints. Will be the team.
The Saints are next, and they're 18.
Right. So I think that's going to be the conversation. Like, okay, we can jump the Saints, but I don't think you can jump.
All right. So let's hypothetically just throw this out there. Just let's lay a number out. Carolina at 6. What is it going to cost to go from 20 to 6?
I mean, it's going to cost two firsts, 2 seconds, and a player,
a couple of sweeteners. Yeah.
I mean, and that's you might even need to throw in a third first, right, to get to 6 from 20. That's a big jump.
And with the current regime in Carolina, they are very open to trading down. And I definitely think this year specifically, as they have no second or third round pick, they would have loved to get them some of them day 2 picks to get some of the guys we've been talking about ad nauseum here.
Yeah.
So, and hey, I mean, Pittsburgh's done it before. Maybe not to that steep.
Yeah.
But they traded up. How far did they come up for Devin Bush?
Yeah, it wasn't that steep because they came up, but they got him after 10. So,
they traded up a little bit for Polamalu, I remember.
Yeah, Devin Bush was at 10, and they picked at 19. They moved up 9 spots.
So yeah, so we're talking moving up 14 spots.
And Polamalu, let me scroll back to that. That was a while ago. It still was Kevin Colbert. This will be his last draft.
Yeah,
but that was 16, and they were picking 28th.
So that's a big jump, but
that's later.
The price isn't as steep from 28 to 16 as it's going to be like from 20 to 6, which is essentially pretty close to the same move, but way different value, draft capital wise. So it's steep, but if he's your guy and you feel pretty set, like I guess it also, how do they attack offensive line and free agency? Are they going to make any moves there? Can they make any moves there financially? I don't know what their cap situation is.
Yeah, they're in good shape. They're top.
So
cap space.
I mean, I guess so. If they feel comfortable with how they address the offensive line in free agency, this drill hasn't looked all that great from what they've shown. We're doing the
Skylar Thompson's fade. There you go.
Yeah.
Malik Willis hit that.
A little bit better.
Malik Willis hit it to Trey Turner. Got this.
Turner, yeah.
Boom.
That was nice there.
Christian
Nice.
Watson.
Yeah.
Malik Willis.
So yeah, I mean, to put a bow on that, if any team's going to do that, I think it's Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't.
New Orleans is another, I think, would do something crazy.
Yeah.
To come up for the quarterback, but Carolina's not going to trade with them.
Right. That's rare. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And I don't think you're moving up for any other quarterback in this draft.
No, I don't think so either.
I just don't. I don't think
these last 2 reps from EJ Perry have been some of the worst
he's sailing
throws I've seen.
And I think that lines up too. Like, he's not a sideline thrower.
Yeah.
You know,
he's definitely middle of the field guy.
he did a lot of middle of the field stuff.
Intermediate, good. He's a good intermediate thrower.
So,
which a lot of the NFL's game is played in the intermediate. So
can be, get a little West Coast.
Yeah.
Mine like a Cleveland would be a good spot for him too.
Be a lot cheaper backup than they have now.
True, but then you can bring him up as a third QB, and that's that. So, yeah, still not official on these 40 times yet, but hoping.
We have been patient. Chris Trapasso, also from CBS, getting a bit impatient here with the.
Would be nice to have, please. So, are we done with the?
I feel like the drills are done here. So.
Yeah, I mean, we can wrap it up here. I think.
Yeah, because I'm a little disappointed that we're not going to get those official numbers. It looks like before.
No, it doesn't look to be that way.
No, so Shane, you're gonna, like I said, I spoke when I come on. You're because it looks like they're gonna start at 3 Central, 4 Eastern every day for today, tomorrow, and Saturday. So you're gonna probably start solo tomorrow again. So I believe, hopefully by tomorrow, we'll have these official numbers, and maybe you can lead in with that.
Yep. Yeah, we'll
go over that at the top of tomorrow's podcast,
and they'll be on the site by tomorrow morning.
Correct.
As well. So we'll have that up. Yeah. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for hopping on with me, and hopefully we'll be good.
Yep. So
we'll see.
I'm gonna try to write up a little bit of something. Hopefully tomorrow. I'm gonna try get a little recap-ish action up on the site at some point.
Perfect.
But yeah. So yeah, look for those numbers. If not, those numbers will be there. Yeah. And you will have that, and we'll keep that. Try to keep that stuck at the top of the page for the next 4 days for everybody to give it a look.
Yeah. Cool. All right,
Shane, man, this was awesome, man. So let's wrap it up. Everybody, man, we've had just viewers highs and lows here tonight, but most of y'all stuck with us the whole what's almost 6 hours now of this live stream, and it's going to be like this. Definitely the next, 2 days. Sunday might not be as long because it's only the DBs. But everybody, man, subscribe to the channel. If you're new, if you watch this for the first time tonight, subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell on our channel, and whenever we go live tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday, you'll get that notification on your phone here, and you can tune into us here on YouTube. Like the videos, man, because that helps us out a lot as well. These videos aren't going up on audio, but because nobody's re-listening to 6 hours of us talking about combine stuff. But all of our normal Wednesday podcasts are audio as well, on Podbean, on Apple, on Spotify, on Amazon. Man, if you download those, man, give us a 5-star rating on those whenever those go up every Wednesday, and give us a good review so we can get out there more with that. The downloads have been great these last few weeks on the podcast form. I've been super happy with that. Follow me on Twitter at Deep Fried Draft. Follow Shane on Twitter. I can guarantee his Twitter account's going to have those official numbers before the night's over with. Follow him on Twitter. Draft Countdown Twitter is also going to have it at Draft Countdown. Stay updated with it at draftcountdown.com, youtube.com/The Draft Countdown. For Shane, who's been at it the whole time, me most of the time today. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow Day 2 of the combine, running backs and offensive line.